and Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. However, he quickly came to his senses. "You're trying to trick me into joining the heaven-crushing sect again." Cyril's expression suddenly turned serious. "I'm genuinely telling you the truth. This is the conclusion that Chen and I reached after performing huge amounts of deductions." And Lin was still dubious about Cyril's claim. "Don't you want to supersede the heavenly Tao yourself? Since that's the case, why are you still persuading me to join your sect?" "The reason is simple," Cyril smiled and said. "If you don't join the heaven-crushing sect, then I have a 7% chance of superseding the heavenly Tao. Chen, meanwhile, has a 5% chance of superseding the heavenly Tao. Once you join the heaven-crushing sect, however, you'll have a 20% chance of superseding the heavenly Tao. My chance of superseding the heavenly Tao rises to 10%, while Chen's chance of superseding the heavenly Tao rises to 7%. It's clear that you have the greatest chance of superseding the heavenly Tao out of all of us. So, how do you think I'll choose?" And Lin was astonished. "My function is that great? I can even boost your chances of success. Don't underestimate yourself. You're extremely important to us and to the world in general." There was an earnest look on Cyril's face as he looked Lin in the eyes. "Oh, that's right. Make sure you never join the heaven-mending sect. They're just a bunch of hopeless cowards. If they get their way, they'll eventually push the world to destruction." Cyril didn't forget to mock the competing heaven-mending sect after explaining the situation to Lin. And Lin's lips twitched slightly. "Will I decrease your chances of success if I join the heaven-mending sect?" "Cyril, you sure know how to draw inferences," Cyril said grudgingly. He didn't deny Lin's suggestion. After this brief discussion, Lin finally realized what kind of role he could play in this war against the heavenly human tribe. If Cyril was telling the truth, then his importance was most likely even greater than Cyril's. However, he honestly didn't want to become the heavenly Tao. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. He simply wanted the world to be peaceful, wanted to marry Xiaolan, and wanted to become a happy and carefree immortal. "That's right. How is Chen doing right now?" And Lin anxiously asked about Chen's condition again. Out of all the cultivators present, he knew that Cyril definitely had the best insight into Chen's wounds. "Don't worry, he won't die anytime soon," Cyril replied casually. "What I'm asking is, how is Chen doing right now?" And Lin looked Cyril in the eyes as he spoke. Cyril fell silent. After a short moment, he replied, "It's not looking good." The heavenly light goddess planted an eternally undying light seed in his chest. Currently, Chen is only able to suppress it with all of his might. However, he's unable to cleanse this seed from his body. Regarding how long it'll take to fully destroy this seed, even I'm unable to put a finger on it. And Lin's brows knitted into a frown. An eternally undying light seed. This is most likely a physical application of the heavenly Tao power. Can you let me visit Chen? I'm fairly experienced with the use of heavenly Tao power. Cyril sighed. If you're doing this out of guilt, it's not because of guilt. And Lin cut Cyril off and said with a resolute expression, it's because I want to save Chen. The ancient dragon empress expression changed slightly. Cyril fell silent again. Within the heaven-crushing glazed palace's heaven-condensing mystic realm, Chen sat cross-legged in the center of this mystic realm. Everything here appeared to be static and unmoving. The temperature in this space was infinitely close to absolute zero, and the flow of energy was also suppressed to an extremely minimal level. In spite of all this, the orb of light in his chest still continued to relentlessly erupt with devastating explosions. The level of suppression provided by the mystic realm to the orb of light was extremely limited. Shuiyan, who was sitting next to him, suddenly opened her bright blue eyes and stared at the three people who had entered. And Lin, why did you still come? The female was a bit angry. However, she still forcefully lowered her voice, so as to avoid disturbing Chen. Right now, Chen had already entered a state of voidness. He had completely shut out the outside world and was focusing all his attention on dealing with the light seed in his body. This process was extremely important, and Shuiyan didn't even dare to speak too loudly. Shui Yan, don't be disrespectful, Cyril said. I'm the one who brought Lin here to visit. What's the point of visiting? It's not like he can cleanse the power left by the heavenly light goddess. This matter can only be dealt with by Chun Chun himself. Senior Cyril, even you're unable to provide Chun Chun with any help. There was a hint of bitterness in Shui Yan's aloof voice. And Lin didn't reply. He walked toward the cross-legged Chun Chun and gazed at the gaping wound in his chest as well as his extremely pale face. Then, he thought back to his warm and gentle smile when he had carried the heavenly fire god over to him. His heart suddenly started to throb in pain. He carefully observed the continually exploding orb of light in Chun Chen's chest. He could feel a might that he had never experienced before radiating from this orb of light. This light seed was compressed to an extraordinary level, and it possessed an almost infinite amount of energy that could fuel its never-ceasing explosions. It could easily obliterate a planet, and it could easily decompose and assimilate everything into the light. However, the feeling it gave off was as if it were a blessing from the heavens. It was as if it were the final destination of life, and it was as if it were the future and the hope. Is this the ability of the heavenly light power? Transform everything into the light, then allow the light to thenceforth evolve all matter. When this is achieved, the cycle can repeat unceasingly and in line with both nature and the heavenly principle. An eternally undying light seed is a power that can perpetuate itself forever. Its existence is eternal, material, and an irrefutable reality. And Lin's eyes turned snowy white as he attempted to analyze the heavenly light power in Chun Chen's chest. However, his divine inspection technique couldn't detect any flaw in the spell technique formed by the heavenly light power. The only feedback he received was that this spell technique was extremely impressive and powerful. In fact, it was perhaps even uncrackable. You've already had a look. Do you understand now? Your powers are completely insufficient to provide any help. Now hurry up and get out. Stop disturbing Chun Chen. Shui Yan's anger subsided somewhat upon seeing Lin's earnest expression. However, she still waved her hand and tried to shoo him away, and Lin didn't budge from his spot. A look of determination appeared on his face, and he said, "Failing to observe a flaw doesn't mean that there's no flaw. It merely means that my technique just then was insufficient. Since that's the case, then I'll try another technique." A formless ripple suddenly proliferated outward before fusing into heaven and earth. Countless intertwining silver-white patterns appeared in Lin's eyes. They formed into a large, all-encompassing net, then gradually spread out into the surroundings. All the matters of the world appeared in Lin's eyes. Physical matter, formless matter, tangible matter, intangible matter, static matter, moving matter. This was a deductive technique that he hadn't used in a long time. This was a technique that could deduct and analyze all matter, the divine simulation technique. Everything in the world became extremely clear in his eyes. Not only could he observe the movement of particles, but he could even observe the past movements taken by these particles, as well as the future movements that would be taken by these particles. And Lin focused all of his attention on the orb of light in Chun Chen's chest. He suddenly felt an unbearable stabbing pain in his eyes. Ah! Blood tears flowed from Lin's eyes as he screamed in pain. In fact, his divine sense was suffering from an even greater pain right now. It felt as if there were rays of light violently exploding in his divine sense. If it wasn't for the fact that his divine sense had already reached the God of Creation stage, then it was very likely that his divine sense would have already been obliterated by now. And Lin! Cyril's expression changed drastically. "Are you okay?" The ancient dragon empress was also given a huge fright. She immediately dashed to Lin's side. "Don't come over. I can endure this." And Lin roared at them to stay back as he continued to use his divine simulation technique. His blood-teared eyes were still staring intently at the orb of light in Chun Chen's chest. Shui Yan couldn't help but feel moved upon seeing this. Why? The divine simulation technique could analyze all matter in heaven and earth, and it could also see through to the past and the future. Any and all powers would reveal their flaws under this technique's penetrating gaze. Although the heavenly light power was an extremely high-level power, it was still a power that could be suppressed and challenged by Qianqin. As such, it was a power that was neither invincible nor flawless. And Lin was confident that he could discover a flaw. It was just that he didn't expect to receive such a terrifying backlash from analyzing the heavenly light power. However, he didn't take a single step backward. Instead, he drew on the full power of his divine sense to hold back the devastating backlash emitted by the heavenly light power. I'm almost there. This eternally undying light seed has a peculiar method of reincarnating and alternating. As long as I discover and destroy a single link of its process, I'll be able to terminate its undying nature. A god of creation stage power erupted from Lin's body as blood tears continued to flow from his eyes. Boom! An extremely powerful divine sense rapidly proliferated into the surroundings. Shui Yan, Cyril, and the ancient dragon empress were all deeply astonished by the power of Lin's divine sense. They didn't dare believe that this was a power unleashed by a cultivator of the return to void stage. Found it! A crimson divine halo suddenly appeared above Lin's head. Meanwhile, four heavenly god power-infused Dao Jades also materialized around his body. 5 nomological powers suddenly erupted from Lin's body and lunged at the light seed in Chen Chen's chest. Chen Chen, I'll definitely save you. In fact, I'll save you right now. The ancient dragon empress expression changed drastically. Heavens! She exclaimed in astonishment. And Lin, he can unleash 5 types of heavenly god powers at once? Shui Yan was also transfixed to the spot upon seeing Lin's complete disregard for his own body as he fought to save Chen Chen. And Lin could sacrifice so much for Chen Chen. What right did she have to criticize Lin and Chen Chen's relationship? Rumble, another burst of power suddenly materialized in the mystic realm and lunged at Lin. Shit! The heaven-crushing sex autonomous protection spell formation has been activated. Cyril's expression changed slightly, and he immediately used his powers to suppress the attacks of the spell formation. The heaven-crushing sex autonomous protection spell formation had evidently categorized Lin as a heavenly god. After all, the powers that he had unleashed were far too similar to the heavenly god's powers. No, they were genuinely heavenly god powers. And Lin had already discovered a tiny flaw in the light seed. However, he still needed more power to prise open and destroy it. The level of this heavenly light power was scarily high, and ordinary powers didn't even possess the ability to near it. However, Lin wasn't worried at all. This was because he possessed several heavenly god powers. Both he and the heavenly light goddess were using heavenly god powers. Although their levels were different, they were at least the same type of powers. As such, the repulsive forces that he experienced would be much lower, and he would definitely be able to drill a small hole into heavenly light goddess power. If one heavenly god power wasn't enough, then he would use 2 heavenly god powers. If 2 heavenly god powers were still not enough, then he would use all 5 of his heavenly god powers. Within the eternally undying and unceasingly exploding orb of light, there was the screech of metal, the roar of lightning, the tremor of mountains, the crackling of flames, and the howl of winds, according to some peculiar pattern. And Lin's 5 heavenly god powers relentlessly attacked the flaw that he had discovered. Under these ferocious attacks, a thin black line suddenly appeared on the pure orb of light. He actually succeeded? A look of disbelief surfaced on Cyril's face. Shui Yan was so elated that she had already lost the ability to speak. She clenched her fists tightly as she stared at the scene before her, and she was completely oblivious to the fact that her fingernails had already dug into her palms. Chun Chun had clearly placed himself in a state of voidness already. Yet, it was as if his and Lin's hearts were connected at this moment. He actively cooperated with Lin's power and started to launch a final assault on the orb of light in his chest. Once the eternal nature of the light was shattered, it was plunged into a state of irreversible decay. The thin black line in the orb of light grew larger and larger, and in the end it eventually engulfed the entire orb of light. Then it disappeared into nothingness. Without the relentless explosions of the light seed, The gaping hole in Chen Chen's chest started to heal at a speed that was discernible to the naked eye. In no time, it had already made a full recovery. PFFF? Chen Chen spat out a mouthful of black blood. He then started to cough violently. Chen Chen, are you okay? Shui Yan immediately ran over to help Chen Chen up. I'm fine. Chen Chen nodded as he opened his eyes with great difficulty. He looked in front of him and said, Enlin, thank you. I never thought that you'd be able to help me cleanse. His words lodged in his throat as his eyes eventually focused on the male before him. Enlin's eyes were bloodshot, and tears of blood were streaming down his incredibly pale face. Even his aura had become like a flickering candle, and it was as if his existence could be blown out at any moment. It's good to hear that you're fine. I finally managed to help you out. Your appearance before made us all feel extremely anxious. A smile appeared across Enlin's face. As he smiled, blood started to seep out from his nose and ears as well. Chen Chen's mouth gaped open. Your appearance now is what's truly making us all feel extremely anxious. Enlin still wanted to speak, yet a feeling of extreme exhaustion and dizziness had already engulfed his consciousness. Enlin, sect leader Enlin. Chen Chen dashed forward and caught Enlin's falling body. He didn't care at all that blood was drenching his linen clothes bright red. His indifferent expression had been replaced with one of worry, and the rims of his eyes had already become red with emotion. Enlin, did you really need to do this? I clearly could have dealt with that power by myself. Chen Chen used all his powers to stabilize Enlin's condition as he held onto his bleeding body. Initially, I didn't understand why you risked enraging the heavenly light goddess in order to capture the heavenly fire god for Enlin. Cyril sighed and said, Now, however, I feel that everything you did was very worth it. Shui Yan pursed her lips as she recalled her attitude toward Enlin. A feeling of shame welled up in her heart, and even her ice-cold face felt like it was burning in embarrassment. As for the ancient dragon empress, she already didn't know what to say apart from shouting words of praise. Time and time again, Enlin had flipped her view of the world on its head. This was especially the case now, as Enlin had managed to eliminate the light seed that even Cyril couldn't deal with. It was impossible not to feel impressed. The cultivator who'd had to hide in a turtle shell when he first saw her had already grown to become a supreme being who was even more powerful than her. The ancient dragon empress had initially thought that her growth was already extremely quick. Compared to Enlin, however, the speed of her growth paled into insignificance. Within a vast expanse of darkness, everything was murky and unclear. After what felt like an eternity, Enlin suddenly saw an expanse of pure light within the murkiness. He had a feeling that his relatives, friends, disciples, and home were all contained within that expanse of pure light. That light signified all possessions and existence, beauty and hope, and everything that he craved for and desired to protect. He wanted to go near that light, yet no matter what he did, he was unable to draw closer to it. He could only stare at the distant light as he struggled within an infinite realm of darkness. Like a beached fish, he could only thrash about in agony as he waited for death to befall him. And no, save me. Let me head over there. Enlin extended his arms and grabbed toward the light. However, he discovered that the darkness before him was slightly coarse. Moreover, it also carried a hint of warmth. The light became brighter and brighter. Enlin finally opened his eyes. He discovered that one of his hands was clutching at Chen Chen's clothes, while his other hand was lightly caressing Chen Chen's chest. Air! Enlin was slightly dazed. The atmosphere around him had become extremely awkward. A dark expression had fallen across Shui Yan's face. However, Chen Chen's expression was still fairly natural. He smiled happily and said, Enlin, you're finally awake. Do you feel better now? Enlin immediately retracted his hands and checked the condition of his body. To his surprise, he found that the wounds caused by the backlash of the heavenly light power had all been healed already. Not only that, but his body was also full of energy and vigor. He had already made a full recovery. I'm fine, Enlin replied excitedly. Of course you are, Shui Yan muttered softly. Chun Chun fed you all of his most valuable pills. Chun Chun shot a glance at Shui Yan. Shui Yan immediately shut up. A short moment later, however, she spoke again. And Lin? Huh? What's the matter? And Lin looked toward the beautiful female. Shui Yan took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry. I went too far when talking to you before. I apologize for my words. It's okay. You also had Chun Chen's well-being in mind. And Lin said with a kind smile. Like a blooming lotus on a snowy mountain. A beautiful smile appeared on Shui Yan's face. Thank you, and Lin. After resting for a while, and Lin farewelled Chun Chun and the others and returned to the 4-9 Immortal sect. His trip had been very fruitful this time. Not only did he kill the heavenly game god, but he also absorbed the heavenly god power of the heavenly fire god. This caused his power to increase significantly. Now that the heavenly light goddess and heavenly earth god had both made their moves, it was also very likely that the remaining heavenly gods would all lie low for a while. At the very least, the paramount heavenly gods wouldn't send heavenly gods to hunt powerful cultivators of the Taichu continent anymore. Welcome back, sect leader. The sect leader's might is peerless, and his power is unparalleled in the world. If the Tao is the mountaintop, then the sect leader is the emperor that stands above it. A group of disciples stood outside the gates of the 4-9 Immortal sect and respectfully welcomed their sect leader back. And Lin smiled faintly. Just as he was about to speak, however, a refreshing fragrance blew over. Immediately afterward, a soft and slender body leaped into his arms. Where did you go? I was so worried about you. There was a hint of displeasure in Su Xiaolan's anxious voice. Aha! I went on a trip to bait heavenly gods. If I brought too many people, then the chance of my intention being discovered would have increased significantly. And Lin patted the female's back as he explained this to her. Humph! Su Xiaolan pouted her lips and said, You already have me, yet you're still going out to capture heavenly gods. Scum! And Lin? Sect leader and Lin, was your trip fruitful? Bai Ling stood at the front of the group of disciples, and she had a curious expression on her face at this moment. It was all right, and Lin replied indifferently. I killed 2 heavenly gods, the heavenly game god and the heavenly fire god. Gasp! The group of disciples stared at their sect leader in shock and amazement. He had killed 2 heavenly gods, yet he mentioned it as if it were no big deal. It was almost like he had gone out and hunted 2 harmless rabbits. Should they say, as expected of our sect leader? Many of the disciples' eyes were burning with a fervent passion. In their minds, and Lin was as mighty as a god. Feelings of admiration, reverence, and pride welled up in their hearts. It seems like ordinary heavenly gods already pose no threat to our dear sect leader, Bai Ling said lightly. There was a relaxed smile on her face. Perhaps. However, we still can't underestimate any heavenly gods. And Lin said sternly. And Lin returned to his sect to rest, eat, sleep, and bash little Huang. When he was bored, he would help Yi Ling practice her sword techniques. He was finally able to enjoy a brief period of peace. Before he knew it, half a month had already passed. A loud explosion suddenly erupted in Lin's sea of vital energy. Following a resentful wail, the heavenly true immortal's essential Tao bone was thoroughly digested and fused into Lin's body. Congratulations! Mission successfully completed. Now imparting high-rank god of war mystical technique. Dark immortal transformation. A huge amount of information suddenly surged into Lin's mind. At the same time, an incredibly vast Tao realm true intent dragged him into a strange realm. As he stood on a boundless expanse of land, he saw the back of a figure who was standing proudly in the distance. He appeared ethereal and otherworldly, and the aura that he exuded felt mighty and majestic. Although this figure clearly existed within heaven and earth, it was equally evident that he was also transcendent beyond heaven and earth. With a light wave of his hand, winds and clouds rumbled while heaven and earth shattered. With a slight clench of his fist, the sun, moon, and stars were all grasped within his hands. This was a monarch who could rule over all matters. Even heaven and earth were unable to contain him. Even heaven and earth dreaded his unfathomable existence. Is this a heavenly true immortal? And Lin's eyes became brighter and brighter as he attained some form of enlightenment. The dark immortal transformation was actually a certain state that the heavenly true immortal could enter. Through this dark immortal transformation technique, Lin could receive a portion of the power that the heavenly true immortal possessed in this peculiar state. The stronger he became, the longer he would be able to maintain the dark immortal transformation state. The power he could unleash would also become more complete as he grew stronger. This was an extremely terrifying enhancement technique. After receiving the dark immortal transformation technique, Lin took a few days to fully understand and digest it. Finally, on a bright and sunshiny morning, Lin approached Bai Ling, big sister Bai. I want to use a practice arena. Practice arena? What level practice arena do you need? Bai Ling was currently sitting in her laboratory. She adjusted her specially made research glasses as a gleam of curiosity radiated from her bright eyes. Lin blinked innocently and said, I don't know what level practice arena I need either. However, the power that I'm going to unleash might be extremely devastating. It'll very likely exceed my peak power. Exceed your peak power? Bai Ling's expression instantly became solemn. Finding a suitable arena is going to be difficult. She started to ponder the options. Her first thought was her own small phoenix world. However, she was afraid that Lin would accidentally destroy the small phoenix world. If that happened, then it would truly be a huge loss. How about this? I'll classify the zone from our grassland territory to the Purple Star Ruins as your practice arena. Then, I'll place some restriction spells in the surroundings and also set up some energy-absorbing protective barriers. When you unleash your technique, just aim toward the direction of the Purple Star Ruins. How does that sound? Lin mulled over this for a moment. The Purple Star Ruins was an uninhabited realm. Thus, there was no worry of him wounding any innocent victims. Moreover, Bai Ling would place several energy-absorbing protective barriers along the way, and these would absorb and reuse the power that was contained within his technique. This suggestion was fairly good. So Lin quickly nodded and expressed his approval. Like an infinitely long passageway, a blue light barrier stretched throughout the grasslands of the realm of the fallen phoenix. This blue light barrier measures 6,500 kilometers in length. Not only is its defense invincible, but it also possesses an extremely powerful energy absorption and conversion ability. Under the effects of the energy from your technique, countless active particles can transform into a huge stream of energy and flow into the sect. This energy can be used for our sect's daily energy consumption. A proud look appeared on Bai Ling's face as she explained this to Lin. Feel free to unleash your most powerful technique inside this light barrier, Bai Ling added confidently. This barrier is infused with the top-notch technology of the Purple Star civilization. The barrier exists in a fluid state, and it can absorb your power like a sponge. It'll prevent your energy from destroying the external environment. Lin immediately felt relieved upon hearing this. Wonderful. I'll test out my new spell technique then. Dark Immortal Transformation. Boom! A pitch-black light column soared into the sky and blotted out heaven and earth. It was as though this pitch-black power was going to engulf all matter. For the rest of her life, Bai Ling would never forget the sight that appeared before her eyes at this moment. The blue light barrier was instantly torn to shreds by the pitch-black energy. Meanwhile, a black blade projection cut through the entire expanse of land, stretching all the way from the realm of the fallen phoenix to the distant Purple Star Ruins. It seemed as if this power was going to slice the land into two and sear out a bottomless abyss. What kind of power is this? Bai Ling's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She realized that the events occurring before her were already beyond her comprehension. The pitch-black power slowly dissipated, and Lin silently remained where he stood. He still maintained his slashing posture, and his body was also completely unmoving. Lin! Bai Ling quietly called out at Lin as she recovered from her shock. Lin didn't respond. Bai Ling became even more worried. Has he entered a state of Qi Deviation 1? He's not even responding to my calls. If I rashly go near him, will he suddenly go insane and start to hack at me with his sword? Bai Ling, who feared neither heaven nor earth, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of panic after seeing Enlin's terrifying sword strike. Thump! Enlin's rigid body crashed into the ground. Like a statue, however, his body still remained in an unmoving slashing posture. Enlin! Bai Ling finally came to a firm resolution and dashed toward the fallen Enlin. As Bai Ling held onto the rigid Enlin, she realized that Enlin had never been this hard before. It was as if she were carrying a rock statue in her soft and slender arms. Enlin, what on earth has happened to you? Are you still alive? If you can't talk, then can you use your divine intent to communicate? Bai Ling anxiously asked a series of questions. Yes. Stop talking nonsense. I'm really tired. Really tired. Let me rest for a while. Enlin used his divine intent to reply to Bai Ling's questions. His speech was slurred and choppy, and it was clear that it was extremely difficult for him to communicate right now. He sounded like a speaker that had run out of power. Oh, okay. Leave it to me, Bai Ling chuckled and said. Enlin, your technique was indeed extremely terrifying. However, its after effects seem to be a bit too severe. Is it the 3-second true man technique? No, that's not right. It should be the 1-second true man technique. You only lasted 1 second just then. Bai Ling pondered for a moment before correcting herself. Enlin, big sister Bai, I feel like I can still be saved. Are you really going to keep talking nonsense and tire me to death? Enlin was on the verge of tears. He could feel his life force draining away, yet he was completely unable to move. Bai Ling stamped her feet as she carried Enlin's body on her shoulder. The space around them instantly distorted and transformed. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in a gigantic laboratory. Thump! Bai Ling tossed Enlin into a tank of oily green nutrition solution. Enlin instantly felt a large amount of energy-rich liquid flow into his body. It nourished every inch of his body, and even his divine sense was healed at an extremely rapid speed. A pitch-black pen that was pinched between Bai Ling's slender fingers speedily danced across a piece of paper. Bai Ling adjusted her glasses and said, although the power of your technique was outrageous, it instantly emptied your body of all its blood essence and emptied your sea of vital energy of all its energy. Even the power of your divine sense was completely emptied. In other words, unleashing that technique required you to expend every last drop of power in your body. Once your body was emptied of all its power, the vitality of your cells would be plunged into a state of dormancy. Thus, you successfully entered a state of suspended animation. You were only able to maintain your consciousness thanks to the powerful nature of your divine sense. As Enlin listened to Bai Ling's analysis, he thought back to the first time that he had used the origin energy of the netherworld. Back then, it was also very common for his body to be emptied of all its energy. However, there's something else that's very interesting. This mystic technique, which drains all of your energy in an instant, surprisingly doesn't have any side effects. In fact, it has caused absolutely no damage to your body. This has genuinely left me stumped. There was a glimmer of excitement in Bai Ling's eyes as she spoke. Enlin was feeling extremely pleased with himself. Of course, this is a high-rank god of war mystic technique. It's the highest rank mystic technique that the system has ever given me. Even the 6 strikes of the war god was only an intermediate rank god of war spell technique. Thus, it's only natural that this mystic technique is super badass. So what if I'm a 1-second true man? Even if it's only 1 second, that's still more than enough time for me to conquer all those bitches out there. Just as Enlin was thinking about this, he suddenly felt as if his entire body were being lightly caressed by countless pairs of hands. Some of the oily green liquid even transformed into thin trickles that surged into his body through the pores in his skin. This, Bai Ling, what are you trying to do? Enlin used his divine intent to scream in fright. Nothing much. I'm just treating your wounds. Bai Ling's breathing quickened in excitement. Enlin's eyes widened in shock. Looking through the glass tank, he could see Bai Ling's extremely excited face. Her expression was as if she had just received a sample that she had wanted to study for a long time. She was completely unable to contain her excitement, and it was clear that she wanted to probe him extremely thoroughly. Be a good boy and accept your treatment. And Lin? A pure and beautiful smile stretched across Bai Ling's face. Stop. Don't. Ah! The humiliated cry of a male echoed around the Purple Star Research Institute. Outside the 4-9 Immortal sect, Su Xiaolan, who was wearing a jade dress, lightly walked across the void and stood before the incredibly gigantic fissure in the earth. This isn't simply a fissure anymore, and Lin has carved out an abyss. Shenyuan Cheng, who was standing beside Su Xiaolan, gasped in surprise. Su Xiaolan's eyes became a pure gold color. True dragons swam within them, and vermilion birds soared throughout them. It was as if she could see the end of this fissure that seemed to stretch an infinite length into the distance. And Lin's sword strike cut all the way from the realm of the fallen phoenix to the Purple Star ruins, Su Xiaolan said. Shenyuan Cheng. This attacking range was already beyond what words could describe. That's right. How is Lin doing right now? Shenyuan Cheng asked. Su Xiaolan smiled faintly and replied, Lin's a bit feeble after using his mystic technique. However, Bai Ling said she'll nurse him back to full health. Although we're temporarily unable to visit him, I'm sure that he's in good hands. After all, Bai Ling is extremely earnest and responsible. 5 days later, Lin walked out of Bai Ling's laboratory. Looking up at the warm sun in the sky, he felt as if his experiences during these past few days were like an illusory dream. At the start, he had felt extremely unhappy and even tried to reject her methods. After a while, however, he started to find that kind of feeling particularly comfortable and stimulating. The adaptive ability of humans was truly terrifying. Lin, you're welcome to my laboratory at any time. Bai Ling smiled and said, and Lin shuddered and fled in disarray. Anyhow, he had finally mastered the dark immortal transformation and understood its unique characteristics. This test run was well worth the pain. If he came across emergency situations in the future, he could use this technique as a super powerful trump card. And Lin, are you feeling okay now? There was a happy smile on Su Xiaolan's face as she walked through the void toward him. I'm feeling fine now. And Lin nodded and said. He felt a sense of shame every time he thought back to what he had experienced during those 5 days. Oh, that's right. Principal Wang came to look for you. He's already been waiting for 4 days, and he's at our sect's drill ground right now. Su Xiaolan suddenly recalled this matter and told it to Lin. Principal Wang came to look for me? And Lin was a little surprised. He felt a bit weird as he recalled the image of the bubble-blowing principal. Principal Wang probably wants to discuss his whale body with you, Su Xiaolan speculated. It's already been over 100 years. He still hasn't resolved his whale body yet? Doesn't he just need a divine pill? And Lin was astounded. Su Xiaolan rubbed her brows. You think everyone makes money as quickly as you do? There was a look of incredulity on Lin's face as he flew toward the 4-9 Immortal sect's Dao Plaza. On a gigantic Dao Plaza, numerous sect disciples were gathered nearby to look at the whale. Some were pointing and commenting, while others couldn't help but chuckle. A significant portion of them had graduated from the United University of Cultivation, so they were quite familiar with this principle. Upon seeing their principal's current appearance, however, they still couldn't help but laugh out loud. The reason for this was simple. Principal Wang's appearance had become even more bizarre. Although Wang Shenyu still had the appearance of a Kuan Peng, his body had shrunk significantly compared to before. He had become a little whale that measured around 10 feet in size. Other than that, his external appearance still remained the same. A pitch-black body, for small legs that glided through the void, and a pair of large round eyes. Right now, he was blowing bubbles in boredom. As for why the disciples found Wang Shenyu's appearance bizarre, it was all because of his peculiar head. Right now, his head had become extremely big. Initially, Wang Shenyu's body had been that of a sleek whale. Now, however, it was as if his head had been pumped full of air. In fact, it had expanded into the shape of a giant watermelon. It looked extremely ridiculous. Sigh. This is giving me a massive headache. Wang Xinyu sighed in a voice that sounded extremely young and childish. Wang Xinyu genuinely had no other choice. No one in the heavenly court could help him. Following the meteoric rise of Enlin's reputation, Wang Xinyu also learned of Enlin's mysterious abilities. He brought with him a go-for-broke attitude as he came to try his fortunes with Enlin. Sigh. Who knows if he can help me with this matter? Wang Xinyu knew that Enlin was extremely capable. However, treating his problem was also an immensely difficult task. Thus, he had no confidence that Enlin would be able to resolve his problem. The sect leader has come. Sect leader Enlin. The disciples suddenly started to scream in excitement. Wang Xinyu looked up at the sky. A male who was dressed in elegant white clothes flew over with the wind. His eyes were jet black and piercing, and his aura was more so ethereal and otherworldly. Principal Wang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This student's demeanor is truly becoming more and more like a transcendent immortal. Principal Wang. Sorry for the long wait. And Lin respectfully saluted toward Wang Xinyu. That's fine. I know that student Enlin is a very busy person. I haven't been waiting for that long either. Wang Xinyu tried to put on a friendly smile. Puffed. Enlin couldn't help but burst into laughter. When he had first seen Wang Xinyu's watermelon-like head, he had already been trying his best to hold in his laughter. After hearing Wang Xinyu's childish voice, however, he finally couldn't help but burst into a fit of uncontrollable laughter. Wang Xinyu. Principal, it's been 100 years since we last met, and you've sure changed a lot. Enlin tried to hold back his laughter as he spoke. Sigh. Student Enlin, this is a long story. There was a heavy-hearted look on Wang Xinyu's face as he swayed his fishtail. Did you not gather enough money to buy a divine pill? Enlin asked. If I remember correctly, all you needed was a divine pill to reverse your fish transformation problem. Unexpectedly, Wang Xinyu shook his head upon hearing this. No, how could one divine pill be enough to solve my problem? There's already no one in this world who can refine the type of divine pill that I need. What do you mean? And Lin blinked in confusion. Has your problem become more serious? Has it become more difficult to revert back into human form? Wang Xinyu shook his head. If I simply wanted to transform back into a human, then there would be no difficulty at all. The problem is, I don't want to become human anymore. And Lin? Don't want to become human? Principal Wang Yu? And Lin was at a loss for words as he stared at the whale before him. What's so good about being human? They're nowhere near as free as fishes. Wang Xinyu swayed his sleek body and continued to blow bubbles. Only fishes can swim through the water. Only fishes can run along the earth. Only fishes can fly through the sky. Moreover, how beautiful are fishes? Those flowing lines, those sleek shapes. Fish is simply the most perfect form of life form. The corners of Enlin's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't know how to reply. Principal, are you serious? Enlin gazed at the short-legged whale before him as he spoke. Of course I am. You haven't become a Kuan one before, so you're unable to understand how delightful it is to live as a Kuan. Living as a fish is far more awesome than living as a human. Wang Xinyu was full of passion as he explained his situation to Enlin. Okay, so, how do you want me to help you? Enlin felt like it wasn't his problem whether Principal Wang wanted to live as a human or not. Wang Xinyu sighed softly. Then, he continued to explain in his childish voice. To tell you the truth, I've come across an obstacle while trying to transform into a fish. 100 years ago, a Kuan Pang used their core mystic technique on me and caused me to transform into a Kuan. During this process, a unique marking has already been imprinted into my body. As such, I'll be at an inherent disadvantage if I come across any Kuan Pang. In fact, I might even become their slave. I tried to erase this marking, yet the marking has already implanted itself deep into my bloodline. It's completely fused together with my transformed fish body. Not long ago, I tried to forcefully remove this marking. However, this triggered a severe side effect whereby my bloodline suddenly went wild. As a result, my head swelled to this giant size. Sigh! This is giving me a massive headache. As Wang Xinyu spoke, 2 streaks of tears had already flowed down his face. Wah, little friend and Lin, please don't mind me. After becoming a fish, I've gained a lot more fluids and have also developed a habit of crying. Wah. Wang Xinyu continued to speak as he cried. The reason I'm here is that I want you to see if there's any way of comprehensively erasing the marking left in my body by the Kuan Peng. Rest assured, I'll definitely compensate you well. I'm willing to give you the 200 million spirit stones that I had initially prepared for buying a divine pill. And Lin was slightly swayed by this offer. 200 million spirit stones wasn't a small sum, and it was already enough to buy a fairly high-end divine pill. Even to super mighty beings of the Tao integration stage, this was still a huge sum of money. Fine, I'll have a look for you. And Lin shuffled forward and placed a hand on Wang Xinyu's large and round head. Then, his divine sense transformed into a wisp of energy and started to dive into Wang Xinyu's bloodline. Relying on his extremely powerful divine sense, and Lin indeed identified the problems with Wang Xinyu's bloodline, including the power of the Kuan Peng's marking. However, the Kuan Peng's marking had already fused into Wang Xinyu's bloodline and had become an inseparable part of his blood. Thus, it was impossible to remove it unless Wang Xinyu was willing to transform back into a human. As if reading in Lin's thoughts, Wang Xinyu once again reiterated his wish. Student in Lin, I, Wang Xinyu, am only going to live my life as a fish. And Lin fell silent for a moment. Then he unsheathed his evil-slaying sword. Little Xie, will your purification technique work? After ranking up to become a divine weapon, the evil-slaying sword had developed 3 special skills, one of which was purification. Upon piercing its target and activating this skill, the evil-slaying sword could cleanse its target of all debilitating effects. The amount of power that I can unleash is directly correlated to your strength. If it were the past return to void initial stage you, then I would have had no chance of succeeding. Now, however, I reckon that I can give it a try. Little Xie's aloof yet childish voice sounded, and Lin's eyes lit up. Then I'll leave it to you, little Xie. Principal Wang, I'm going to stab you with my sword in a moment. Please don't resist. Wait, student and Lin, why do you want to stab me with a sword? To treat your problem, of course. No. How is stabbing me treating my problem? There's no time to explain. Here I come. Ah! 15 minutes later, and Lin happily returned to the sect leader palace 200 million spirit stones richer. He had earned 200 million spirit stones simply by stabbing Principal Wang with his evil-slaying sword. This transaction was totally worth it. Wang Xinyu's heart involuntarily throbbed in pain as he watched Lin happily return to the sect leader palace with that huge sum of money. And Lin had stabbed him with a sword, yet he still had to pay him 200 million spirit stones. Just thinking about it pained him immensely. However, he quickly readjusted his own mentality. His watermelon head had disappeared, and his body had once again returned to its initial smooth and sleek appearance. He took out a mirror and gazed at his handsome self. Those thick lips, that round head, those big eyes. This was an absolutely mesmerizing beauty. A satisfied smile stretched across Wang Xinyu's face. I can finally live a happy life as a fish again. Thank you, and Lin. I, Wang Xinyu, will take my leave now. Ha ha ha. And Lin felt like his wealth was increasing again. On his trip to the spirit realm, he had obtained huge amounts of wealth from the powerful beings of the spirit tribe. Adding to that his original wealth, he was once again in possession of an unimaginable sum of money. However, treasures that lay in his storage ring weren't technically considered as money. After all, those treasures had to be used to be considered as useful. Thereupon, he visited Emperor Ziwei and exchanged all the weapons in his storage ring for immortal swords. After emptying the Heavenly Court's treasure storage of all its immortal swords, and Lin traveled to the 4 great sects and 9 imperial families to continue exchanging his treasures for immortal swords. In the end, all the available immortal swords in the kingdom of the 9 states were obtained by him. That being the case, and Lin started to set his sights on the entire Taichu continent. And Lin's frenzied purchase of immortal swords shocked numerous top-echelon cultivators of the Taichu continent. The first-rate organizations who were allied with the humans all gave Lin a hand and cooperated with his immortal sword exchanges. After hearing of the news, even the West Sea's Lan Xiaoni acted on behalf of the West Sea Alliance and gifted Lin 5 immortal swords. Of course, Lin couldn't accept these for nothing. Thus, he returned a gift of 5 immortal tools that were of equal value. These items were all exquisitely beautiful and dazzling in appearance. Lan Xiaoni had initially wanted to turn down Lin's gift. Upon seeing the appearance of the 5 immortal tools, however, she instantly changed her mind. There was nothing she could do about this. After all, those 5 immortal tools were truly too beautiful. She liked this style of immortal tools immensely. As expected, Big Boss Lin knows me so well. He definitely took great care and selected these items just for me. Xiaoni has accepted your gesture of kindness? Lan Xiaoni's beautiful face was flushed red, and she quietly whispered to herself as she lovingly fondled the immortal tools in her hands. Half a month later, within the 4-9 Immortal Sex conference chamber, Lin laughed heartily as he gazed at the mountain of immortal swords before him. The immortal swords of this world are all in my possession now. Before him, 360 immortal swords dazzled with brilliant colors. In fact, the energy fluctuation caused by the gathered auras of the swords even caused the surrounding space to become twisted and distorted. Sun Yulua, who had come from the Heavenly Sword sect, almost kneeled down to Lin upon seeing the massive pile of immortal swords. Holy Mother of God! There are more immortal swords here than I've seen in my entire life. Such a blinding radiance. I'm going blind. Ah! My dog eyes are about to be blinded. Woof! Dubai covered his eyes as he let loose cries of surprise. Why are you going blind? This radiance clearly isn't that dazzling. Su Qianyun blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. Xiao Chou covered his eyes and said, what Dubai meant was, Big Brother and's insane wealth is far too dazzling. Even Su Xiaolan was stunned by the sight before her. Each immortal sword is worth a few million spirit stones, perhaps even tens of millions of spirit stones. This many immortal swords. Did you exchange your entire fortune for these immortal swords? Most certainly not. I haven't even exchanged all of my random treasures yet, let alone use a single spirit stone or pill. However, the entire Taichu continent has already run out of stock. I'm also feeling extremely distressed. A look of frustration appeared on Lin's face. Gasp! Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. He still hasn't exchanged all of his random treasures. Yet he's already obtained all of the immortal swords in the entire Taichu continent. Ah! I'm going blind. My eyes! Su Qianyun started wailing in grief. Dubai, of course. Saying that Lin had obtained all the immortal swords in the Taichu continent was an exaggeration. After all, other supreme beings and supermighty beings still needed to use immortal swords themselves. Sword cultivators wouldn't go as far as to exchange their own personal swords for hammers or other random weapons, would they? Lin had only obtained the immortal swords that weren't currently owned or in use. Even so, this was still an incredibly astonishing feat, Master. Why are you collecting so many immortal swords? Merlin asked curiously. I have an idea in mind. This is going to become my strongest tycoon attack. Lin's eyes glimmered with an eager expression. Bai Ling lightly tapped at a hologram screen. Then, she said in an aloof voice, okay, we've completed the first agenda of our meeting now. The observe as our sect leader flaunts his wealth agenda. Let's move on to the second agenda now. Lin reluctantly put his immortal swords away and looked toward the hologram that was displayed in the center of the conference chamber. Displayed on the screen was a boundless expanse of ocean. In the center of the ocean, there was a gigantic pitch-black hole that looked as if it desired to swallow anything that neared it. All the ocean currents that flowed past it swirled into a vortex before eventually descending into the hole. Directly above the ocean, there was an immensely majestic projection that was composed of countless orbs of blue light. Its head towered into the sky, and its feet trod upon the sea. Its face was blurry and hard to make out, yet from the shape of its figure, its humanoid outline was vaguely discernible. This is an image sent over by the West Sea Alliance. The location of this unexpected phenomenon is none other than where the spirit fish clan and heavenly turtle tribe's previous high priest and high priestess are buried. Bai Ling looked toward Enlin meaningfully. Enlin fell deep into thought as he recalled the tomb that he and Lan Xiaoni had entered, as well as the alien realm that they had mysteriously stumbled into. Not long ago, a heavenly god appeared in the West Sea for the very first time, Merlin said in a grave voice. This heavenly god, the heavenly liquid god, fought an intense battle with Alliance leader Lan Xiaoni. Neither side emerged victoriously, but both sides were heavily wounded. And now, this pitch-black hole has appeared in the depths of the West Sea. Could it be that another heavenly god is about to appear? I'm afraid that this isn't an ordinary heavenly god, but rather one of the 6 paramount heavenly gods, the heavenly sea god, Enlin said. I saw this paramount heavenly god back when I was completing the trials in the tomb. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. The atmosphere in the conference chamber also started to become heavy. Evidently, the others had also become aware of this possibility. Thinking back to the past, Enlin had lied to the supreme beings of the Spirit Fish Clan and Heavenly Turtle Tribe by claiming that he was the Heavenly Lightning God. He had claimed to be acting on behalf of the heavens and said that the heavens' desire was to rejuvenate the human tribe. Now, however, it was likely that many supreme beings had discovered that they had been lied to. After all, he wasn't merely the Heavenly Lightning God. He was also the Heavenly Wind God, Heavenly Mountain God, Heavenly Metal God, and Heavenly Fire God. How could a simple title of Heavenly Lightning God explain his outlandish powers? However, it was already too late for them to regret their decisions. The West Sea Alliance had killed countless heavenly humans already, and they were now on the same boat as Enlin and the allied human forces. Regardless of whether Enlin was the Heavenly Lightning God or Heaven fucking God, all they could do was put all their eggs into his basket. Up until now, the West Sea Alliance has already sent 5 scout teams to investigate the hole in the sea. However, not a single one of the dispatched powerful beings managed to return. Bai Ling paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, all forms of contact were lost after the scout teams entered that hole. Thus, it's clear that an extremely powerful energy field, one that's capable of blocking out everything, exists there. And Lin stretched lazily. Then, he chuckled and said, "Forget about it. I'm quite familiar with that place, so I may as well go and investigate it myself." Sect leader Enlin always liked to take initiative and resolve things by himself. Long Outyen sighed with emotion. Who knows if this habit is a good or bad one? Enlin likes to fight, and there's nothing that we can do about it. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes and huffed. He's grown considerably more powerful recently, yet there's not even a suitable opponent for him to practice his techniques on. Thus, he's actively looking for powerful enemies now. Xiaolan understands me best, and Lin said cheerfully. Afterward, they discussed the recent state of affairs, the movements of the heavenly human tribe, and the development of the sect. After discussing these matters, the meeting concluded, and Lin and Su Xiaolan walked out of the sect. Do you really need to be in such a hurry? Do you need my help? This trip is going to be very dangerous. Am I right? Su Xiaolan suddenly turned toward the male beside her and asked these questions in a soft and gentle voice. We don't have much time, and Lin sighed. Xiaolan, stay behind at the 4-9 Immortal sect to guard against any sudden incidents. I'll be able to deal with those matters by myself. Perhaps the heavenly sea god still hasn't broken its seal yet. This is my best opportunity, and I can't let it slip. Rip! A spatial fissure was torn open, and Lin stepped into the spatial fissure and disappeared from this expanse of heaven and earth. In the westernmost region of the West Sea, this was a realm where the sky and the sea were reversed. A boundless expanse of the surging sea appeared above the sky. Meanwhile, the original location of the sea had transformed into a limpid, mirror-like sky. This was the westernmost region of the Taichu continent, the Sky Realm. A gate that measured 100,000 feet tall stood magnificently in this sky realm. Meanwhile, the gate pillars pierced through the sky and sea, appearing especially majestic and spectacular. Three beings who had divine halos hovering above their heads were currently huddled together and gazing at a mirror. The images shown on the mirror were that of a continent that was held up by a gigantic column of water. This was none other than the main base of the West Sea Alliance. Capturing these images was the Heavenly Mirror God's ability. The Heavenly Mirror God could transform the sky into a mirror, thus reflecting everything that occurred in the world. As such, this Heavenly God knew the world like the back of its hand. We must retrieve the Heavenly Water Power before the paramount Heavenly Sea God returns. One of the Heavenly Gods said. This Heavenly God's entire body was silvery gray, and the divine halo above its head flowed like a body of rapidly churning liquid. Heavenly Liquid God, we must act immediately lest unforeseen circumstances arise. A Heavenly God said in a shrill voice. I heard that a battle broke out at the Eastern Heavenly Gate not long ago, resulting in the loss of another two Heavenly Tao-wielding Heavenly Gods. Both Chun Chun and Enlin had a hand in this battle. The divine halo of this Heavenly God was like a mirror that reflected both sky and water. Moreover, the body of this Heavenly God was also like an oval-shaped mirror. This was the well-renowned subordinate of the Heavenly Sea God, the Heavenly Mirror God. Fuck! Enlin and Chun Chun are just shit-stirrers. The Heavenly Liquid God cursed in anger. A fatty whose body was made up of various types of gases sucked on its finger. Then it giggled stupidly. If Enlin and Chun Chun are shit-stirrers, then what does that make us? The surroundings suddenly became deathly silent. Boom! The fatty's head was suddenly smashed into Sky Realm by the Heavenly Liquid God. If you can't speak properly, then sit still and shut the fuck up. The Heavenly Liquid God flared up in rage. Wah! Wah! As the fatty struggled, a burst of energy suddenly erupted from its massive belly. A terrifying wave of clouds, mists, snow, and ice surged out and swatted the Heavenly Liquid God's hand aside. At the same time, it also blasted the Heavenly Liquid God tens of thousands of kilometers into the distance. Swish, whoosh, wind and snow continued to lash through the surroundings. The Heavenly Mirror God, who held a large mirror in its hands, stared at the deranged fatty speechlessly. Then, he said in exasperation, Heavenly Liquid God, what's the point of arguing with a retard? The Heavenly Liquid God cut a sorry figure as it flew back. When we're retrieving the Heavenly Water Power, we'll just toss the Heavenly Weather God into the West Sea Alliance's base. We'll let this retard wreak havoc through the West Sea Alliance, and our task will be done. Is there really no way to recover the Heavenly Water Goddess? The Heavenly Mirror God was still a little hesitant. Recover my ass. Who knows how the human tribe managed to brainwash her? She's completely on the human tribe's side now. When I went to persuade her before, she started attacking me without even saying a word. In what way is she like a fellow heavenly god? The Heavenly Liquid God seethed in anger as it recounted this matter. It had initially wanted to hold a secret meeting with Lan Xiaoni to discuss how to destroy the human forces. Unexpectedly, however, Lan Xiaoni had launched a vicious attack and almost killed it on the spot. The Heavenly Liquid God became angry every time it thought about this matter. I even used the sigil of the sea that the Heavenly Sea God gave me. The Heavenly Liquid God spat. Theoretically speaking, this sigil can forcefully elicit compliance from a heavenly god. However, by relying on her extraordinary willpower, Lan Xiaoni actually managed to free herself from the sigil of the sea's control. The Heavenly Mirror God sighed upon hearing this. It's clear that the Heavenly Sea God made an incorrect move. Although fusing a heavenly god power with a native life form can indeed suppress the backlash from the heavenly Tao, what's the point if we can't control them? A bright blue and semi-transparent nail that was carved full of divine patterns materialized in the Heavenly Liquid God's hands. Let's go. It's time to retrieve the Heavenly Water Power and strip that mermaid of everything that she's got. I'll have her understand that, without the Heavenly Water Power, she's nothing but a measly fish. Within the West Sea Alliance's base, in the immortal land above water, dark clouds suddenly blotted out the sun in the sky. It was as if the rumbling black clouds were about to crash down upon the immortal land above water. Lightning roared through the dark clouds. The sea started to freeze over, with ice emanating all the way from the distance to the immortal land above water. Eventually, even the water column that held the continent up was frozen into a ginormous icicle. The blare of a warning siren blasted through the entire West Sea Alliance. The West Sea Alliance was the core power of the army that fought against the Western Front of the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. Right now, the siren that was sounding signified the highest level of threat. In other words, the West Sea Alliance was facing an existential crisis. Within the immortal land above water, countless sea monsters gazed at the three distant light orbs in terror. Each of these light orbs instilled a sense of indescribable fear in their minds. It was as though they were facing the supreme gods of heaven and earth, and it was as though they could do nothing but give up and surrender. Heavenly Sea Formation, activate. Lan Xingyang, who was suited in a sea blue battle cloak, roared in rage. A gigantic blue spell formation rose up from the immortal land above water and expanded thousands of kilometers outward. The 5 Dao integration stage cultivators of the West Sea Alliance all unleashed their divine Dao powers as they stood at different locations around the immortal land above water. These powers converged at the center of the spell formation and summoned a colossal figure that blotted out heaven and earth. This was a mermaid goddess who held a golden divine trident and had an oily green turtle shell on her back. This was the West Sea Alliance's supreme battle spirit, Amor. Battle goddess Amor raised her divine trident and spoke in a holy and ethereal voice. I am the holy ruler of the great sea. Boom, boom, boom. Countless columns of water suddenly shattered the frozen sea surface and burst into the sky. Ha ha ha. Trash, trash, trash. This is nothing but a false facade of power. The gray-bodied heavenly liquid god immediately lunged over and swatted a hand toward Amor. A black liquid that contained an unimaginable momentum shot out of the heavenly liquid god's palm and violently tore the blue spell formation apart. Then it hammered into Amor's chest. Boom! Amor's body swayed dangerously as a gaping hole was blasted into her chest. I'll finish you off with my next strike. The heavenly liquid god smiled sinisterly as it unclenched both its hands. Black liquid appeared on its palms again, and it was just about to shoot these toward the distant Amor. Heavenly liquid god, your opponent is me. A crisp shout suddenly sounded above the heavenly liquid god. The sea suddenly started to churn, further obliterating its frozen surface like a celestial sword descending from the heavens. A blue streak of light viciously crashed toward the heavenly liquid god's body. Origin Water Divine Sword. Lan Xiaoni's raven-black hair billowed behind her as she shot down from the sky. A blue shell guarded her comely chest, but large parts of her delicate and smooth skin were left uncovered and exposed. Her slender waist swayed with the movement of her fishtail, and the sea-blue sword in her hand radiated with a piercing aura. At this moment, she was like a battle goddess who was raging with battle intent. Meanwhile, a blue divine halo hovered above her head and pulsed with a supreme divine light. A burst of supreme power fused into her sword and bestowed upon it a boundless and magnificent might. The heavenly liquid god hastily shot the black liquid on its palms toward Lan Xiaoni. Shatter! Lan Xiaoni slashed her sword down with a relentless might. Rip! The sea-blue sword tore through the black liquid and slashed a bloody wound into the heavenly liquid god's chest. Damn it! The heavenly liquid god frantically flew back in retreat. After fusing together with the heavenly water power, the heavenly Dao suppression that Lan Xiaoni faced was extremely minimal. Thus, the heavenly god power that she could unleash right now was even more impressive than the 3 genuine heavenly gods. One had to realize, Lan Xiaoni was only at the Dao integration initial stage. If she reached the Dao integration pinnacle stage, then how devastating would the might of her heavenly god power become? Where do you think you're going? Lan Xiaoni swished her fishtail and chased after the heavenly liquid god upon seeing it escaping. At the same time, she brandished her sea-blue sword and relentlessly slashed toward it. The heavenly liquid god's hands suddenly expanded. Then, it transformed into a golden liquid and started to ripple outward. It proliferated extremely quickly, and it even caused the surrounding air to tremor along with it. Liquid shockwave. Lan Xiaoni's nearing body suddenly started to undulate with the ripples of the golden liquid. Moreover, a destructive power that existed throughout the golden liquid crashed into her body and caused her momentum to falter. However, in this moment of imminent danger, she promptly shielded her body with the heavenly water power and blocked out a large majority of the liquid shockwave's devastating power. Lan Xiaoni, did you think I would come unprepared this time? A menacing expression appeared on the heavenly liquid god's face. Heavenly mirror god. Heavenly weather god. Attack! Snap! 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 Countless mirrors suddenly materialized in the void around Lan Xiaoni. An oval-shaped, mirror-like monster suddenly appeared behind Lan Xiaoni's back. Lan Xiaoni, you possess a supreme power that countless beings of this world lust for. However, you fail to cherish it properly, and you even dare to defy the heavenly sea god's wishes. Now, as the representatives of the sea, we shall strip you of your heavenly god power. The heavenly mirror god's shrill and piercing voice traveled into Lan Xiaoni's ears. He. A deep and majestic giggle echoed throughout the entire heaven and earth. A bulging round fatty giggled stupidly as it appeared from another direction. Wind, lightning, clouds, mists, frost, snow, and all kinds of other meteorological phenomena floated around its gigantic belly. This made it appear like an unpredictable bomb that could unleash a devastating explosion at any moment. The powerful cultivators of the West Sea Alliance were all gripped with despair upon seeing another two heavenly gods appear. Their expressions were fearful, and it was as if they had been plunged into an icy abyss of doom. One heavenly god was already enough to cause them a huge headache. Now, however, three heavenly gods had appeared at the same time. What were they going to fight them with? They wouldn't be able to hold them off even if they sacrificed their lives. Were they going to let Lan Xiaoni handle all three of them? Heavenly weather god, go and destroy the West Sea Alliance's headquarters. The heavenly mirror god and I will deal with the cultivators here. The heavenly liquid god chuckled coldly as it spoke. The fatty giggled stupidly as it continued to gaze at Lan Xiaoni. In fact, it even raised a hand and started to pick its nose. Heavenly mirror god. Fuck the hell off! The heavenly liquid god roared in anger as it aggressively smacked the heavenly weather god in the chest. Boom! Ow wow! The fatty howled in pain as its body rocketed toward the immortal land above water. Hurry! Hurry up and block it! The expressions of the West Sea Alliance's super mighty beings changed drastically. They poured all of their powers into battle goddess Amor, who raised her golden divine trident and thrust it toward the attacking fatty. The fatty was given a fright when it sensed the powerful heaven-crushing true intent that was imbued within the nearing trident. It immediately transformed into mist and scattered into the surroundings. Rip! The divine trident stabbed into empty air. Where did it flee? Lan Xingyang swept his gaze around the surroundings. High Priest Gu Yu's pupils contracted, and he pointed toward the center of the immortal land above water's palace cluster. It's there! Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. Rings of destructive wind and lightning energy fused together and rippled outward. Before they could even react, numerous powerful beings of the West Sea Alliance were already ripped into shreds. Under the pounding of this devastating energy shockwave, hundreds of large palaces in the surroundings were also pulverized into bits. Hurry! Stop the heavenly god! Lan Xingyang roared. Without needing any more directives, the powerful beings of the West Sea Alliance had already started to launch a torrent of powerful spell techniques at the heavenly weather god. The area surrounding the heavenly weather god was instantly turned into a sea of explosions. Boom! 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 All kinds of spell techniques erupted on the heavenly weather god's body. Wah! The heavenly weather god's flesh shuddered under the effects of the relentless explosions. Meanwhile, like a balloon that was being intermittently jabbed by countless fingers, its huge belly caved in and then bounced back out, then caved in and then bounced back out. Continue attacking. Don't forget to infuse your heaven-crushing true intent. Even if it's a heavenly god, it'll definitely still be wounded under the attacks of so many cultivators. Die! The powerful beings of the West Sea Alliance frenziedly launched spell techniques at the heavenly weather god. A dazed look spread across the fatty's face as it was relentlessly pounded by countless spell techniques. It sucked on its finger and murmured, "What are you guys doing? It's so itchy. So very itchy." The fatty, who was practically drowned in a sea of explosions, scratched its body in annoyance. Some powerful supreme being swayed in disbelief upon hearing this. No. How is this possible? How can our spell techniques be ineffective? This is impossible. I'm a powerful being who's reached the third echelon membership of the heaven-crushing sect. How can my full power attack merely be an itch to this fatty? A return to Void Pinnacle Stage Supreme Being had already started to question their fish life. Meanwhile, the heavenly weather god didn't show any signs of wanting to attack either. Instead, it stayed in the same spot and continued to twist its body around. Boom! 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 It's icy. And cool. So comfortable. The pressure in this spot isn't enough. Harder. Ooh. The power has increased. Did someone use their sacrificial mystic technique? So amazing. The heavenly weather god continued to readjust its posture as it was relentlessly pounded by the cultivator's attacks. Its obese body undulated continuously, and there was a look of enjoyment and satisfaction on its face. Fuck! What the hell is that retard doing? I told it to attack, not to go over and cop a beating. The heavenly liquid god was infuriated upon seeing the heavenly weather god's situation. Xianxia transformed into a streak of blue light as she swished her fishtail and tried to dash toward the West Sea Alliance's headquarters. However, her body accidentally crashed into a transparent mirror. Xianxia, why are you fleeing so quickly? You still haven't returned your heavenly water power yet. The heavenly mirror god's head suddenly stuck out from within the transparent mirror. At the same time, its crystal-like hands lashed out and clamped down onto Xiaoxi's neck. Mirror crush, revealing of true colors. 9 mirrors that all fluctuated with supreme nomological energy suddenly materialized in the void around Xiaoxi. Then, each of Xiaoxi's 9 reflections was crushed into the void by a tremendous golden-colored power. At the same time, the Xiaoxi in the real world was also crushed by an unimaginable power. This power tried to force Xiaoxi into the exact same situation as her reflections on the 9 mirrors. These 9 mirrors each radiated with a completely different type of power. However, all of them contained an extremely formidable power of karma. This power first constructed the reflections in the mirror, then, through the power of the mystical karma, forcefully converted them into reality and compelled the real Xiaoxi to be crushed into the void. You want to submit me with the mere power of karma? Xiaoxi activated the full force of her heavenly water power as she gritted her teeth and defended against the relentlessly attacking power of karma. The heavenly mirror god mightn't be able to suppress you alone. But what if I join? The heavenly liquid god smiled faintly as it flung a hand through the void. Like a sharp sword, a stream of black liquid shot through the air. Xiaoxi humphed softly as the blue divine halo above her head pulsed with a burst of light. A water shield instantly materialized in the void and stopped the powerful black liquid in its tracks. Rip! A bright blue nail that was carved full of divine patterns appeared from within the shattered black liquid. Then, bringing with it a power that naturally suppressed the heavenly water power, it ripped through the water shield and mercilessly stabbed into Xiaoxi's heart. Blood flowed down the long nail. Indescribable pain shot through her heart. Xiaoxi groaned in agony, and blood also flowed down the corners of her lips. Dazzling light erupted forth from the divine patterns on the surface of the bright blue nail, and the power of Absolute will try to force her into submission and make her give up everything she had. Xiaoxi, concede to the ocean and you will be granted power, immortality, everything. I will give you another chance to choose. The heavenly liquid god's voice was like a heavenly decree. Hee. Give me 10,000 more chances to choose, and I'll still stand with Big Boss and Lin and the human race. Xiaoxi raised her chin, and a hint of unyielding determination appeared on her gorgeous features. All right, then die. The heavenly liquid god's voice turned extremely cold. Return everything to the sea. The heavenly mirror god brought its palms together. The 9 massive mirrors suddenly began to glow with scintillating light at the same time. Boom! 9 bursts of powerful sealing force stacked on top of one another before crashing down upon Lan Xiaoni, sending her plummeting from the sky and into the frozen ocean, upon which her body pulverized the thick layer of ice and swept up a massive splash. She fell into the ocean, and everything became silent. All sound was muffled by the water. Lan Xiaoni could feel her power of the heavenly god being sucked away by the nail that had been driven into her heart. This power of the heavenly gods had already completely fused together with her body, and if it was to be forcefully extracted, she would perish as a result. She was going to die. Lan Xiaoni's body sank, and she suddenly felt very sleepy. All she wanted to do was to go into a deep, long slumber, and the divine halo of water above her head also began to gradually dim. Ever since she had decided to oppose the heavenly human tribe, she had mentally prepared herself for death. However, when she was truly confronted by death, she was still extremely horrified and hoped more than anything else that someone would come to save her. Please, please, I haven't even finished writing my will yet. I really don't want to die. Tears flowed from Lan Xiaoni's eyes, merging with the seawater around her. Only in the final moments of her life did she revert back to the vulnerable crybaby princess that she was. But even if someone could hear her pleas for help, no one would be able to save her. She was the most powerful being in the West Sea Alliance, so who could she rely on? Thump! Her feeble body was suddenly enveloped in a tight hug with one arm behind the small of her back and another under her beautiful fish tail, and her head was rested on a warm, reliable chest. Lan Xiaoni forced her eyes open, upon which she was completely dumbstruck by the sight of the man she had been thinking night and day about. Hey, underling Lan, there won't be any problems if I just pull this nail out of your chest, right? And Lin asked with a concerned expression. Is this a hallucination before my death? This is not bad. Being able to die in your arms is the best way to die that I can think of. Lan Xiaoni's eyes were glazed over as she wrapped her arms around Lin's neck. Seeing as this is just a hallucination, let me indulge myself one last time. Hey wait, this isn't And Lin's words were abruptly cut off. Lan Xiaoni had used up the final reserves of her strength to press her lips against Lin's. Felt so real. The entire world seemed to have fallen silent. Within the deep, blue sea, the beautiful mermaid princess closed her eyes and offered a scorching kiss to the man of her dreams prior to her death. Above the ocean, the heavenly liquid god and the heavenly mirror god's expressions shifted drastically. Who's down there? Crap. My power has been dispelled. Could it be that Lan Xiaoni struggled free from the deep sea burial nail? Impossible. I can sense that it's still embedded in her body. The conversation between the 2 heavenly gods reached Lan Xiaoni's ears. She felt like something wasn't quite right, and she drew her head back before opening her eyes to stare blankly at the man before her. You're real. Lan Xiaoni's heart thumped violently, sending sharp pain running through her wounded heart, and she winced as she gritted her teeth. And Lin was a little dumbstruck. Underling Lan, you don't have to give me such an enthusiastic welcome just for saving your life. Lan Xiaoni's face immediately flushed red. Crack. Perhaps it was because she was too excited, but a crack appeared on her divine halo of water. Tell me what I need to do to save you. Can I just pull this nail out of your body? And Lin could sense the precursor for the heavenly god's demise from Lan Xiaoni's body. Yes. This nail saps away at my power of the heavenly god. So just pull it out of my chest. Lan Xiaoni's voice was quite feeble, and Lin immediately reached for the nail, which was shimmering with the light of countless divine symbols. However, when he tried to extricate the nail, he sensed an extremely vast power resisting him, as if he was fighting against the power of a boundless, immovable ocean. Leave the nail alone, you impudent swine. Die! 2 enraged roars erupted overhead. Sharp bursts of liquid shot through the seawater toward Lin, while countless mirrors appeared in the air, sending massive sealing power crashing down upon Lin's body. You think trash like you can stop me? And Lin harumphed coldly as he summoned both his divine halos and Dao Jade to keep the attacks of the two heavenly gods at bay. At the same time, 5 types of powers of the heavenly gods gathered on his fingertip as he clamped down upon the nail embedded on Lan Xiaoni's chest before pulling it out in one quick motion. Spurt. The nail was pulled out of Lan Xiaoni's chest. Lan Xiaoni tried to stay strong, but she still let loose an involuntary cry of pain. Sinister objects like these must be completely destroyed, and Lin exerted even more force upon the nail and crushed it into a million pieces. No! Curse you! The wrath of the two heavenly gods erupted forth, making space tremor and quake. After having the nail extricated from her chest, Lan Xiaoni's aura was slowly recovering, and the crack on her divine halo had already healed over. Thank you, Big Boss and Lin. Thank you for saving me, Lan Xiaoni said with genuine gratitude. She had thought that she was dead for sure, but Lin had saved her once again at the most critical moment. She still felt like she was in a dream. The underling has already done so much, so it's my job to protect my underling now. And Lin smiled. A vibrant smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face. You're the best big boss ever. In the air above the ocean, the expressions of the heavenly liquid god and the heavenly mirror god had become extremely grave. He blocked our combined attacks, and he managed to destroy the deep-sea burial nail that the heavenly sea god had given me. Wait, he looks really familiar. Could he be? The two heavenly gods' eyes widened as a hint of unease welled up in their hearts. Boom! A massive splash erupted into the sky. Divine technique, origin water heavenly cage. Lan Xiaoni's eyes glowed as a boundless divine light erupted from her body. The vast ocean suddenly began to surge. Immediately afterward, massive waves over 10,000 kilometers tall erupted from all directions before converging toward the two heavenly gods. What terrifying power of water! How can she manipulate such an enormous quantity of water? Not only is there an extremely vast quantity of water, but the power imbued within the water is also extremely pure. All of the waves contain extremely potent power of water and can shred all living beings who dare to enter those waves. What are we still doing here then? Run! The two heavenly gods rose into the sky, intending to escape the origin water heavenly cage. However, a white-robed figure appeared above them in the blink of an eye. You want to run? The divine halo of mountains appeared above Lin's head, and his fists crashed down upon the two heavenly gods with devastating mountainous power. Boom! The heavenly mirror god and the heavenly liquid god were thumped into the ocean. At this moment, Lan Xiaoni's origin water heavenly cage was already fully constructed. You two think you can just run away after flexing on my underling? And Lin stood in midair and looked down upon the two heavenly gods. Lan Xiaoni was very excited as she placed her hands on her hips. You two sure had a good time bullying me. What are you going to do now that my big boss is here? At this moment, the high and mighty leader of the West Sea Alliance appeared more like a bullied child whose parent had arrived to stand up for her. The heavenly mirror god's body reflected Lin's body. He really is Lin from the 4-9 Immortal sect. We're in trouble now. The heavenly liquid god harumphed coldly. So what? Is Lin more powerful than a god of creation? Our combined powers will definitely be able to break through their defensive line. And Lin instantly burst into laughter upon hearing this. If you split up and run away, I may only be able to kill one of you. But don't forget that I still have my underling here. Lan Xiaoni's fish tail swayed, and the entire ocean roared. She stood proudly above the origin water heavenly cage, and she was like the master of the sea looking down upon the two heavenly gods below. The entire ocean is now under my control. You want to run away? You'll have to evaporate the entire ocean first. The expressions on the two heavenly gods' faces shifted once again. Run! The heavenly liquid god's entire body transformed into silvery white liquid before materializing into an arrow that shot through the air toward the origin water heavenly cage. Mirror clones. The heavenly mirror god's divine halo cracked into countless tiny fragments before transforming into heavenly gods with the same auras and identical energy fluctuations. Over 10,000 heavenly mirror gods escaped in different directions. There are over 10,000 clones here, and all of them are actually my true body as well. As long as one of them can escape, I will have escaped. What are you going to do now? Ha ha ha. The heavenly mirror god's arrogant laughter reverberated throughout heaven and earth. All of the clones then crashed into the walls of water around them, unable to force their way through. The mirror clones continued to force themselves against the origin water heavenly cage, but they were unable to break through. Lan Xiaoni looked at the heavenly mirror god as if she were looking at an idiot. I possess heavenly god-level power as well, so why do you always ignore me? You think your clones can break through my trapping formation? Whoosh! The heavenly liquid god transformed into a silvery white arrow before striking viciously into the wall of water before it. It was a lot smarter in its approach and concentrated all of its power toward one point, thereby creating unmatched penetrative power that slowly tore through Lan Xiaoni's origin water heavenly cage. However, before it had a chance to celebrate, a hand suddenly closed itself around the arrow. This hand was imbued with the paramount powers of wind, lightning, mountains, metal, and fire, sending excruciating pain shooting through the arrow's body. Arg! The heavenly liquid god howled in agony, but it was unable to escape from Enlin's grasp. You want to run away after hurting my underling? Get the fuck back. Enlin tightened his grip, and his 5 paramount powers of the heavenly gods erupted at the same time, creating a terrifying ball of vibrant energy that could destroy all things it came into contact with. Arf! It hurts! Extreme liquid body. The silver arrow suddenly became extremely slippery, and it slipped out of Enlin's hand like an eel. It then transformed back into the heavenly liquid god's original form, which was already in an extremely sorry state and completely charred black. The heavenly liquid god surveyed Enlin with a cautious expression. In its eyes, Enlin was becoming more and more terrifying. Enlin stood in midair with the divine halo of mountains revolving above his head, while the 4 different types of heavenly god Dao Jade revolved around his body, making him appear as if he were a paramount god with mastery over multiple elements. In fact, to call him that would not be an exaggeration. After all, Enlin could already use all 5 different types of powers of the heavenly gods at the same time, which allowed him to unleash the paramount powers of those respective elements. I'm going to kill you! The heavenly liquid god roared with rage before waving its arms through the air and creating 2 streams of scorching hot liquid that warped and twisted the space around them. Thermal energy extreme liquid. The scorching, red streams of energy shot forth like a pair of whips. Fire Sage Mode. Enlin's skin suddenly became crimson as the 7 different types of holy flames fused together perfectly with his body, elevating his aura to such a terrifying extent that it struck fear into even the heavenly liquid god's heart. At the same time, the divine halo of fire appeared above his head, further enhancing the 7 holy flames and making Enlin's aura soar explosively once again to an absolutely incredible level. This was the first time Enlin had used his Fire Sage mode with the assistance of his divine halo of fire. Even he didn't have a clue just how powerful he was. Whoosh! The 2 scorching whips tore through the air. They carried with them terrifying destructive power and devastating heat. But Enlin's expression remained unchanged as he reached out and caught the 2 whips in a vice-like grip. You call this thermal energy extreme liquid? Looks like you don't know much about thermal energy. Enlin's hands sizzled, but a scornful smile appeared on his face. Let me show you what thermal energy is. Bam! Enlin's body disappeared on the spot. However, before he had even reached the heavenly liquid god, the surrounding space was already twisted and scorching hot. The heavenly liquid god's expression shifted, and a yellow liquid flowed from its body. Liquid rebound. In the next instant, Enlin's fist had reached it. The fist was as dazzling as the sun, and an indescribably high temperature had turned the fist into a scintillating white color. Enlin's fist struck the heavenly liquid god's body, and he could feel a rebounding force. But before he had a chance to do anything, he discovered that the heavenly liquid god's body had already been melted by his fist. Arg! The heavenly liquid god's chest was punctured by Enlin's fist, and its entire body was set on fire as it crashed down into the ocean below. The heavenly liquid god was in complete despair. It discovered that it was completely no match for Enlin. Nice one, big boss Enlin. Lan Xiaoni waved her fists with worship and reverence on her face. The heavenly mirror god was trembling in fear, and it did everything it could to break through the origin water heavenly cage, but it was still unable to do so. Whoosh! Enlin tore through space and unleashed another fist toward the severely wounded heavenly liquid god. This was a full-force fist unleashed by Enlin in his Fire Sage mode with his divine halo of fire to enhance his power. It was a punch imbued with absolute flame power and physical power. The fist crashed down like a sun with muscles upon the heavenly liquid god. Infinite liquid defense. The heavenly liquid god roared as its entire body shrank into a water droplet, thereby allowing it to defend itself against all physical and energy attacks. Boom! It was as if the sun had fallen into the ocean. A massive hole had been burned into the ocean by the boundless, scorching temperatures. The sea churned and evaporated as a massive tsunami was triggered. Even Lan Xiaoni was blasted away by the force of this punch. However, she was not displeased in the slightest. Instead, she stared at Enlin with scorching excitement in her eyes. Big Boss Enlin is so powerful. I'm almost unable to bear it. The heavenly mirror god pleaded with despair. If you're unable to bear it, then open your origin water heavenly cage. Lan Xiaoni shook her head with a resolute expression. No, I must hold on for the sake of Big Boss Enlin. The entire ocean caved in. The scorching flames slowly dissipated. The heavenly liquid god was revealed to Enlin once again with its body completely riddled with wounds. Its divine halo was already cracked, and it wore a broken expression, completely devoid of the arrogance it once had. Its aura had also become extremely diminished, and it was appraising Enlin with a hint of horror in its eyes. The heavenly liquid god knew that if they couldn't find a way out of this situation, both of them were most likely screwed. Right when Enlin was about to end this battle, an earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted from the immortal land above water at the West Sea Alliance. Arg! It Hewerts. The heavenly weather god's stomach had been punctured by the West Sea Alliance's most powerful battle spirit. Amor, using his golden scythe, blood stained its stomach. However, before the West Sea Alliance powerful beings had a chance to celebrate, a nightmare struck. They had opened Pandora's box. The heavenly weather god had been on the back foot this entire time, but the scythe wound inflicted upon it sent it into an enraged frenzy. Erf! A roar of rage and anguish erupted. All types of weather phenomena erupted from the heavenly weather god's stomach, and in that instant, countless terrifying natural disasters ensued. Ferocious winds howled for over 3,000 kilometers. Countless West Sea Alliance powerful beings were sliced into pieces by the terrifyingly powerful winds. Lightning fell like rain, each and every bolt imbued with the paramount heavenly lightning power. This lightning could even vanquish the power of the divine Tao and instantly reduce return to void stage mighty figures to charcoal. At the same time, heaven and earth transformed into a realm of frost and ice in which the power of extreme frost wafted through the air, transforming one sea monster after another into ice statues. In the sky above, hail imbued with extreme kinetic energy fell, pulverizing one living being after another into mincemeat and even puncturing the ground of the immortal land above water. Cloud and mist transformed into the most powerful trapping formation, ensnaring all living beings on the immortal land above water within. Aside from that, acid rain, heat waves, freezing rain, all types of devastating natural weather disasters fell, killing countless powerful beings on the immortal land above water. Crap! My father won't be able to fend off the heavenly weather god even with the assistance of Yu Feiyu and Guyu. I have to go and help them. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted as she sought to leave and lend her assistance to that battlefield. Her family, her comrades, and the foundation of the entire West Sea lay in the West Sea Alliance. She couldn't bear to see the West Sea Alliance destroyed right before her eyes. Looks like the heavenly weather god has been completely enraged. The heavenly mirror god's expression shifted. This is a good thing, is it not? If the heavenly weather god can draw Enlin's attention, we'll be able to run away. The heavenly liquid god transmitted its voice surreptitiously to the heavenly mirror god. The two heavenly gods exchanged knowing smiles. Wait, underling Lon. This is not an opponent you'll be able to take care of. And Lin could sense a peculiar aura from the heavenly weather god's body. Allow me. The two heavenly gods were ecstatic upon hearing this. And Lin recognized the fact that the hundreds of thousands of powerful beings stationed at the West Sea Alliance headquarters were more important than these two heavenly gods. The heavenly gods were then greeted by the sight of a semi-transparent, blue divine sense Enlin. The divine sense Enlin detached itself from Enlin's physical body before waving at Lan Xiaoni with a smile. I'll be back before you know it. Divine sense Enlin flew toward the heavenly weather god while the two dumbstruck heavenly gods looked on. Heavenly liquid god. What the fuck is that? The heavenly mirror god drew a sharp intake of breath. That human's consciousness can separate from his body? It then turned toward Enlin, only to discover that Enlin's physical body was scrutinizing it with a sinister smile as a perilous aura permeated through the air. The heavenly mirror god shuddered. Holy shit! Enlin can still move his physical body even after his consciousness has left, and his power has not decreased as a result. The heavenly liquid god was in complete despair upon hearing this. So we're still screwed? No! The heavenly liquid god's eyes suddenly lit up. The fact that the power of his physical body hasn't been debilitated indicates that his physical body is the main source of his power. As such, his consciousness must not be very powerful. The heavenly weather god is not going to be easy to deal with, and he'll soon have to deploy his physical body there as well. Boom! Arf! Right after it said that, the heavenly weather god's anguished wail erupted from the distance. The heavenly weather god was struck by a surprise attack from divine sense Enlin, and golden soul swords imbued with terrifying soul power pierced into its body before wreaking havoc. You were saying? The heavenly mirror god clones trembled uncontrollably as they appraised the battle between the heavenly weather god and divine sense Enlin. This is God of Creation stage consciousness. Heavenly liquid god. Can somebody tell me why a return to void stage cultivator possesses a God of Creation stage spirit body? The heavenly liquid god was about to have a mental breakdown. Could it be that Enlin had been hiding the power of his consciousness this entire time? Maybe the power of his consciousness is disproportionately more powerful than his physical body? The heavenly mirror god murmured. No, nothing about me is disproportionately powerful. Enlin crossed his arms as all 7 holy flames revolved around his body. An enormous, suffocating aura descended as he added, my physical body can beat the crap out of you, as can my consciousness. I am an all-rounder. The heavenly liquid god and heavenly mirror god had no response to Enlin's words. Both of them were struck by an indescribable sense of humiliation and despair. Big Boss Enlin is so cool. Lan Xiaoni's eyes shimmered. Boom! Another violent explosion erupted on the immortal land above water. The heavenly weather god was blasted back several hundred kilometers by Enlin's Xian Wu fist, knocking it out of the realm of the immortal land above water. All of the powerful beings on the immortal land above water felt like they had dodged a bullet there. Is this Enlin's true power? This is incredible. He's belting the heavenly weather god. No, this is only a part of Enlin's power. Don't forget that his physical body is still fighting the other 2 heavenly gods. We were right to follow him and fight for him for so many years. His power has given me hope once again. The West Sea Alliance powerful beings knew just how terrifyingly powerful the heavenly weather god was. This was a heavenly god whom they wouldn't even be able to kill even if it just stood there and allowed itself to be their sandbag. However, Enlin was able to completely dominate it from the get-go. Seeing really was believing. They had all heard rumors about Enlin's power, but seeing him in battle was a completely different experience. The heavenly weather god's anguished wails reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Bolts of terrifying lightning crashed down upon Enlin, only to make sudden U-turns. Ferocious winds roared and transformed into blades of wind to cut down Enlin, only to suddenly make U-turns as well. Most importantly, the heavenly weather god in its current state seemed to be slightly mentally handicapped. After seeing this, it still didn't stop unleashing wind and lightning-type attacks. Instead, it continued to hurl them at Enlin like a stubborn child. Thus, Enlin found it a lot easier to combat the heavenly weather god. After slicing through the snow and frost attacks with his golden soul swords, he continued to stab the heavenly weather god to his heart's content. This was a one-sided beating. The heavenly mirror god and heavenly liquid god were starting to panic once again. Enlin's physical body was appraising them with a dangerous smile. Whoosh! Enlin's body streaked through the air before crashing into the heavenly liquid god, forcing it into complete defensive mode. We can't keep this up. Use the final technique, the heavenly liquid god roared. But if we do that, the heavenly weather god will... The heavenly mirror god was a little hesitant. One life for two is worth it, the heavenly liquid god yelled. The heavenly mirror god paused momentarily before finally gritting its teeth and nodding. All right, let's do it. The heavenly mirror god suddenly flew toward the heavenly liquid god. The two heavenly gods extended their hands and created a strange seal. Power restriction, release. The two heavenly gods yelled at the same time. The heavenly mirror god and heavenly liquid god were then blasted flying by Enlin. Rumble. The heavenly mirror god crashed down into the ocean, and its body began to explode from the terrifying force behind the fist. The heavenly liquid god was in an even sorrier state with countless holes all over its body, while its divine halo was lined with cracks, making it appear as if it were about to die. Power restriction release? It doesn't appear as if anything has changed. Enlin harumphed coldly. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering explosion erupted in the distance. Violent shockwaves swept forth, and a figure was hurled into the distance. Everyone was dumbstruck upon seeing this, as the figure that was flying through the air was none other than the divine sense Enlin. The semi-transparent, blue Enlin was missing an arm and looked to be in quite a sorry state. Is that fatso a monster? Enlin looked at the center of the explosion with a cautious expression. A gargantuan fatso several 100,000 feet tall appeared before his eyes. It was in a completely crazed and frenzied state, and several hundred types of natural disasters erupted from its massive stomach, all of which were more than 10 times more powerful than the natural disasters it had unleashed before. Wah! The massive fatso yelled. Bluish-white energy shockwaves suddenly swelled, destroying all things in front of it from the palaces and buildings, down to the tiniest microscopic particles in midair. Everything was annihilated and engulfed by the peculiar bluish-white energy and transformed into a part of its weather phenomena. The entire immortal land above water was reduced to 80% of its original size from the power of the fatso's roar, and even divine sense Enlin was blasted flying for several hundred kilometers. What the hell is that thing? How can it possess such a terrifying power? Enlin discovered that even when he tried to reverse the powers of wind and lightning hurled at him, he was encountering some resistance, as if his opponent were fighting with him for dominance over those two elements. A smug smile appeared on the heavenly liquid god's face upon seeing this. Do you see now? This is the heavenly weather god's true power. Its power is closest to the heavenly sea god, and because it's too powerful, even its cognitive functions have been impaired. Due to the fact that it's unable to control its full power, the heavenly sea god has placed a restriction upon it. Now that this restriction has been removed, no one can stop it. The heavenly mirror god tried to use its mirror to gauge the heavenly weather god's power, only for the mirror to immediately explode. Its power is beyond the measurement capacity of my mirror. Nothing can stop the heavenly weather god now. The heavenly mirror god was extremely excited. A thick layer of ice appeared over the sea again. This time, the ocean within a radius of several thousand kilometers was frozen. All-encompassing ice explosion. The fatso spread open its arms, and the power of extreme frost crashed toward Enlin's body. Enlin wielded a golden soul sword and slashed at the blue shockwave, slicing it in half. However, there seemed to be no end to this power. Enlin could slice through the shockwave, But who would have thought that his enemy would be able to keep unleashing shockwaves of this caliber like a perpetual motion machine? What the fuck is this fat bastard? Divine Sense and Lin was shocked. His golden soul sword began to crack open before being reduced to dust. His body was then frozen by the blue shockwaves before exploding with a resounding boom. Divine Sense and Lin had been destroyed by the fatso, and Lin let loose a pained groan from afar as blood trickled down the corners of his lips. His consciousness had already returned to his body, but it was extremely diminished and could no longer continue to be separated from his body. The heavenly weather god's true essence is the weather. The weather is boundless, and all weather phenomena within this world can be used as its weapons. How are you going to fight it? And Lin, the heavenly liquid god, was quite pleased. This heavenly weather god really is quite powerful to be able to destroy my spirit body. Who would have thought that this idiot is actually a hidden boss? And Lin took a deep breath before charging toward the heavenly weather god. He couldn't afford to hesitate now. He had to take out the heavenly weather god as soon as possible. And Lin's finally gone. We have a chance to escape. The heavenly mirror god was very excited. The heavenly liquid god also heaved a sigh of relief. We really do have to get away now. After having its power restriction lifted, the heavenly weather god can no longer discriminate between friend and foe. There's no way we can take it with us. Let it serve one final purpose before being buried in the West Sea. Hopefully, it can take Lin and Lan Xiaoni down as well. The heavenly mirror god nodded. If they don't escape as well, and Lin will most definitely die. The heavenly liquid god was very confident. This is a heavenly god closest in power to the heavenly sea god. Forget about that, we need to focus on getting away from here. The heavenly mirror god urged. Humph. Do you really think you can get away? And Lin may be gone, but don't forget that I'm still here. Lan Xiaoni's brows furrowed slightly. Haha. Do you really think you can stop both of us without Lin here to help you? The heavenly mirror god chuckled coldly as its countless clones merged back into one body. I suddenly have an idea. The heavenly liquid god turned toward Lan Xiaoni with a ferocious expression. We can't just let the heavenly weather god's sacrifice go in vain. How about we kill Lan Xiaoni before getting away? But, and Lin? The heavenly mirror god was a little more hesitant. And Lin will most likely perish against the heavenly weather god. What is he going to be able to do to us? The heavenly liquid god chuckled coldly. You're right. The heavenly mirror god's eyes lit up. The two heavenly gods turned toward Lan Xiaoni with sinister expressions. Come on then. I'll take both of you on. Lan Xiaoni whipped her fish tail through the air, and the ocean behind her roared. 6 water dragons over 100,000 feet in length rose into the air before glowering at the two heavenly gods. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to prevent the two heavenly gods from escaping. So their sudden decision to stay behind and face her in battle was an ideal situation for her. With her big boss here, Lan Xiaoni was absolutely fearless. There was no way she would fall to these two measly heavenly gods. The heavenly mirror god summoned 6 mirrors that were directed toward Lan Xiaoni. Origin mirror, replication. Boom, boom, boom. Pillars of water rose into the sky before transforming into 6 identical water dragons, which pounced toward Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni's expression immediately darkened. She absolutely loathed people who imitated her power. The water dragons fought one another, and both sides came to an impasse. However, that was not the end. The heavenly mirror god suddenly summoned 18 more mirrors. Origin mirror, 3 times replication. 18 mighty water dragons imbued with the same power as the original 6 rushed toward Lan Xiaoni. The situation was becoming very bad for her very quickly. Heavenly liquid god. We have to finish this battle as quickly as possible. The heavenly mirror god's face was quite pale. It was quite clear that the last technique was very energy-consuming. No problem. I'll finish her right now. The heavenly liquid god summoned a series of rivers, some of which were extremely viscous or had extreme surface tension, or scorching hot, or fatally toxic. All of them were extremely peculiar. Liquid essence. Return to the ocean. All of the rivers converged toward Lan Xiaoni. quickly creating a liquid ocean that was powerful enough to destroy all things. Lan Xiaoni's body was engulfed. The 24 water dragons crushed the 6 opposing water dragons before also diving into the center of the ocean. On the immortal land above water, snowflakes swept through the air like sabers. Metal! And Lin wielded his evil-slaying sword, and a burst of extremely sharp power of laws injected itself into the sword, making the inky black sword blade turn crimson in color. Whoosh! Just one slash of his sword was enough to vanquish all of the snowflakes, and Lin quickly approached the heavenly weather god. Wah! The heavenly weather god let loose an enraged roar. Blue shockwaves erupted from its stomach, all of which were imbued with blades of ice, lethal hail, and tornadoes of extreme frost, and they hurtled toward Lin with unstoppable force. This was the technique it had used to vanquish Divine Sense and Lin. Just because my spirit body fell to this attack doesn't mean that I will as well. A crimson divine halo appeared above Lin's head, and scorching waves of fire erupted forth, incinerating all things. And Lin unleashed his fire sage mode once again, and he hurtled toward the heavenly weather god like a miniature sun. The boundless blue shockwaves were all incinerated into nothingness before they could come into contact with Lin. This wasn't a case of who was more powerful. Instead, it was a case of elemental advantages. And Lin wielded the paramount heavenly fire power, which was naturally able to vanquish his enemy's blue shockwaves, which were imbued with the power of extreme frost. So what if there is no end to your power? I'll still crush you. And Lin's scorching body shot through the air and quickly reached the gargantuan heavenly weather god. His heavenly god Dao Jade glowed with a scintillating light, and he extended 5 fingers. One finger was as sharp as a sword, another was as heavy as a mountain, another roared like a bolt of lightning, another howled like the wind, and the final one was as scorching as fire. He had infused 5 different powers of the heavenly gods upon one hand. Break! And Lin's claws dug into the heavenly weather god's stomach. The 5 powers of the heavenly gods erupted at the same time. Boom! Despite the heavenly weather god's insane defensive prowess, it still had a massive hole several thousand feet in radius torn into its stomach. Ow, ow, ow. This was the first time the heavenly weather god had been wounded in its full power state, and it howled with anguish. Explode! A scintillating divine light suddenly erupted from the massive hole in its stomach. And then, right before Lin's incredulous eyes, the heavenly weather god's stomach exploded. Boom! Over 100 different types of weather disasters erupted in unison. All of a sudden, sandstorms, acid rain, lightning, blades of wind, hail, flying snow, and all types of other terrifying energies exploded at once. And Lin was caught off guard and emerged with his entire body riddled with wounds. Now only was the heavenly weather god capable of unleashing a vast quantity of attacks. Its power was also insane. And Lin almost felt like he was battling a heavenly god capable of wielding several different powers at once. Wind, lightning, sand, poison, cloud and mist, ice and snow, molten lava. The heavenly weather god was capable of unleashing a smorgasbord of different attacks, and Lin was finding it difficult to even manipulate its wind and lightning techniques. Wahahaha! I wounded you! I wounded you! The heavenly weather god chortled with glee as vital energy surged for several thousand kilometers, converging to form an unimaginably massive vortex that healed its stomach. What powerful regenerative abilities! And Lin's heart sank upon seeing this. He also swallowed an immortal pill to recover from his injuries. The heavenly weather god could absorb energy to regenerate, but he could only swallow immortal pills for regenerative purposes. This made him quite disgruntled. He couldn't allow things to continue like this. He had to find a chance. He had to find a chance to kill the heavenly weather god with one attack. Wah! The heavenly weather god pouted with its massive mouth and glared at Lin with a hint of mocking smugness. It was stupid, but it knew that Lin was not an easy opponent to face. In its current state, the heavenly weather god was like a primordial fiend celestial with a sandstorm revolving around its left hand, corrosive acid rain falling from its right hand, and a tail constructed from a tornado of wind blades. White cloud and mist transformed into an apron that enshrouded its massive waist while terrifying lightning exploded over its head. It made its way toward Enlin and transformed everything in its wake into a realm of extreme frost. Enlin looked at the approaching heavenly weather god, and he internally analyzed its special properties. This could be said to be the most powerful yet normal heavenly god he had ever encountered. The heavenly weather god could, as its name suggested, summon all types of weather phenomena in this world and juggle multiple powers all at once. Most importantly, its energy seemed to be inexhaustible, thereby allowing it to fight with reckless abandon. Furthermore, it had extremely powerful regenerative abilities. Even after self-detonating, it could still use the omnipotent energy between heaven and earth to quickly heal itself. The types of powers it could use, its explosiveness, and its stamina were all at the pinnacle among normal heavenly gods, and Lin's flesh crawled after making this analysis. The heavenly weather god was unreasonably powerful. However, it was not invincible. In reality, no heavenly god was invincible. Even the heavenly time god, who could infinitely rewind time, was still forced into self-detonation in the face of absolute power. With absolute power, anything was possible. Do I have to use that technique? If I can't kill it with that technique? And Lin fell into deep thought. It was also at this moment that invisible, paramount power suddenly permeated throughout heaven and earth. The ocean surged while the heavens fell. When everyone came to their senses, they discovered that heaven and earth had completely transformed. The sky had become the heart, while the ocean had become the sky. Countless West Sea Alliance powerful beings were caught off guard and crashed heavily onto the invisible sky as if they had crashed into a clear pane of glass. Even the heavenly weather god fell head first onto the ground, which was now the sky. Isn't this the scene at the end of the West Sea? Why would it appear here? Gu Yu was astonished. This is Little Lan's ability. Lan Xingyang wore a grave expression. This is the most powerful domain she is able to unleash after using her power of water. It transforms the heavens into earth and water into the heavens, thereby giving water the paramount status. Within the origin water heavenly cage, Lan Xiaoni's entire body was enshrouded by boundless divine water, and her battle intent surged from her body. She unleashed her aura and was able to keep all attacks at bay. Streams of water that were pure to the extreme, as if it were holy water capable of cleansing the entire world, tore through the different elemental liquid streams around her. She extended a hand toward the ocean in the sky. The water is the heavens, which means I am the heavens. A clear cry erupted throughout heaven and earth. The sea hanging in the sky surged and roared. Pillars of water fell from the sky, crashing down upon the massive water dragons and instantly pulverizing all of them. Lan Xiaoni was very powerful in her current state and could even fight two heavenly gods simultaneously. Has underling Lan unleashed her heavenly god domain? And Lin was quite concerned. After fighting so many heavenly gods, he knew how heavy a price they had to pay in order to unleash this type of power. Lan Xiaoni wouldn't be able to keep this up for long. If she was unable to vanquish her enemies while maintaining her domain, she would leave herself completely defenseless to a counterattack once her energy became completely depleted. He couldn't let her take that risk. A big boss couldn't let their underling take such risks. And Lin's expression gradually became more resolute. He took a deep breath before pulling out and swallowing 3 first-grade Immortal pills from his storage ring. It was time to use that technique. The heavenly weather god rushed toward Enlin with an unstoppable force while the space around it tremored and quaked, as if it were fearful of the heavenly weather god's devastating aura. Enlin closed his eyes and raised his evil-slaying sword high into the sky. Dark energy permeated from beneath his feet, instantly staining heaven and earth black. Ice and frost were still spreading along the ground beneath the heavenly weather god's feet. But when the ice and frost came into contact with the black energy, it became corroded at a rate discernible to the naked eye. The top half of Enlin's robe exploded, and black divine patterns spread over his entire body, shimmering with a black light. The divine patterns on his chest were like the face of a man brimming with battle intent and majesty. Meanwhile, The black divine patterns on his back transformed into a pair of black, bony wings. The wings looked quite abstract, but it gave one the impression that those wings could carry him toward ascension. High-rank war god mystic technique. Dark immortal transformation. Huh? So dark. Is it nighttime already? The heavenly weather god discovered that aside from the divine light emanating from its body, everything had fallen into complete darkness. Regardless of whether it was the hanging ocean or the earth that was covered in frost and ice, everything was reduced to a vast expanse of inky blackness. Up ahead, and Lin still had his long sword held aloft. In the next instant, he suddenly opened his eyes. Within his eyes, black and white yin-yang diagrams revolved as an ethereal power erupted forth. His aura gradually elevated. It wasn't a very alarming change, but it was as if he had transcended beyond this world. He scrutinized the heavenly weather god as if he were scrutinizing an ant on the ground. They were seemingly no longer even life forms on the same plane of existence. The idiotic heavenly weather god experienced horror for the very first time. It felt as if it was being scrutinized by an extremely terrifying being. Boom! Black sword intent rose into the sky, converging to form the sharpest sword between heaven and earth and puncturing heaven and earth before extending into infinity and beyond. It then fell as an unstoppable streak of black light, which sliced through all things in its wake. Wah! The heavenly weather god was struck by a sense of impending doom, and it instinctively unleashed all of its powers. Over 100 types of calamitous weather phenomena erupted at once, sending unimaginable power hurtling toward the oncoming black sword. Whoosh! The black sword intent fell. All of the weather phenomena were sliced apart like tofu before the black sword intent struck the heavenly weather god's head and quickly sliced through its body, as well as the ground upon which it stood. Everything in the path of the black sword was sliced cleanly in half. Heaven and earth were transformed into a vast expanse of darkness. All of the West Sea Alliance powerful beings trembled uncontrollably and didn't dare to move. Even Lan Xiaoni, who had unleashed her heavenly god domain, felt like her power of the heavenly god was conceding to the darkness, as if the darkness before her eyes were the noblest existence. When the devastating black sword blade fell, her heavenly god domain was sliced apart even though she was not in the direct path of the attack. Heaven and sea reversed once again. The ocean appeared below. The sky reverted back to a blue sky with white clouds. The absolute darkness had already dissipated. However, the ocean had been sliced in half. A massive sword gash of indeterminate depth had appeared on the seabed and boundless seawater gushed into it. But it seemed as if no amount of water would ever be sufficient to fill this gaping trench. The massive body of the heavenly weather god had been sliced in half, and its body was quickly and completely engulfed by the absolute darkness. The heavenly weather god disappeared before it could even cry out. Deathly silence ensued. It felt like an eternity had passed, but only less than 3 seconds had actually elapsed. Within this short span of 3 seconds, the heavenly weather god had perished. It had completely disappeared, and if it weren't for the fact that the ocean had been literally sliced in half, it would have been easy to imagine that the heavenly weather god had never been here in the first place. Seawater was still gushing into the trench like 2 waterfalls with no end in sight. Hundreds of thousands of West Sea powerful beings turned toward the man in the sky. He stood there with his sword in his hand, completely still, but everyone revered him like a god. Lan Xingyang murmured to himself, "Isn't Lin this terrifying already? I would believe you even if you told me Lin was a god of creation. No, even a god of creation might not be capable of such an attack." Even the perpetually calm and collected Yufeiyu was stunned beyond belief. Guyu smiled. "This is the man who will lead our West Sea to unprecedented heights. Big Boss Lin is so cool." Lan Xiaoni's eyes glowed as she turned toward Lin before turning toward the 2 heavenly gods in the distance. The 2 heavenly gods were still waiting for Lan Xiaoni to completely deplete her own power before launching a counterattack. However, their final trump card, the most powerful heavenly god below the heavenly sea god, had just been insta-killed. And Lin turned around and aimed a friendly smile at the 2 heavenly gods in the distance. Both the heavenly liquid god and heavenly mirror god were struck by a sense of indescribable horror. If Enlin was to replicate that sword strike on them, their logic told them that Enlin should not be capable of unleashing such a powerful attack for a second time. But what if just the sight of Enlin struck fear into their hearts and rid them of all of their logic? Run! The heavenly liquid god screamed before unleashing the power of its divine halo to the very maximum and fleeing into the distance as if its life depended on it. Wait for me! The heavenly mirror god also screamed before transforming the space before it into a mirror and disappearing on the spot. It then re-emerged from the mirror and repeated the process to make its escape. Lan Xiaoni summoned countless chains imbued with the power of water, which hurtled toward the two fleeing heavenly gods. You're not going anywhere. I'm going to keep both of you here, even if it means giving up my life. And Lin almost shit himself upon seeing this, and he immediately transmitted his voice. Don't let them get away. I know I can't let them get away. Watch this. Origin water, heavenly wings. Lan Xiaoni unleashed the power of her divine halo to its fullest extent, and golden wings over 10,000 feet in length appeared on her back while the entire ocean surged violently and bestowed its power upon her. No, I'm saying don't give chase. Let them get away. And Lin transmitted his panicked voice. Ha! Lan Xiaoni had gotten a little carried away, and she hesitated upon hearing this. Aren't we going to take advantage of this opportunity to kill them? And Lin heaved a faint sigh of relief upon seeing Lan Xiaoni stop in her tracks. Are you going to be able to kill them by yourself? Lan Xiaoni paused momentarily before replying. I won't be a match for both of them in a prolonged battle. And Lin splayed open his hands. In my current state, any piece of soul formation stage trash can kill me. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted, and she immediately hurried over to Enlin. Big boss Enlin, are you all right? Oh my god. Your energy and consciousness. How could they be so severely diminished? Lan Xiaoni was given a massive fright upon laying her hand on Enlin's chest to inspect his condition. She felt like his entire body had been sucked dry and was completely devoid of energy, as if he were on the brink of death. Why else would I tell you to not give chase? Enlin heaved a resigned sigh and said, if it weren't for the fact that I took 3 first-rank Immortal pills in advance to replenish my energy, I would have blacked out on the spot and wouldn't even have been able to scare those two away. Tears welled up in Lan Xiaoni's eyes as she gripped tightly onto Enlin's hand. Big boss Enlin, I didn't think that you would take such a risk for me. She was very touched and very elated that she had someone like him to act as her support. All she wanted to do now was to dive into Enlin's arms and weep into his chest. All of a sudden, Enlin's aura began to elevate explosively. An enormous amount of information along with boundless Tao realm true intent began to flow into his body. The system also began to rattle off one notification after another. The divine liquid creation technique has been elevated to the 2nd stage. The divine liquid creation technique has been elevated to the 3rd stage. The divine liquid creation technique has been elevated to the 4th stage. The divine liquid creation technique has been elevated to the 5th stage. Congratulations, host. The divine liquid creation technique has been elevated to the 9th stage. His water-type cultivation method had been perfected. A rainbow divine halo appeared above Enlin's head. That's the divine halo of the heavenly weather god. My god, how? This is most likely how Enlin was able to obtain so many powers of the heavenly gods. What a terrifying being. Even though they were somewhat mentally prepared, all of the West Sea Alliance powerful beings were still given a massive shock. Enlin quickly withdrew the divine halo, but an elated expression still lingered on his face. Congratulations on obtaining a new power, Big Boss Enlin. 2 lovely dimples appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face as she smiled. Enlin patted Lan Xiaoni's head with a gentle smile. It's all thanks to you for attracting the target. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have an opportunity to obtain this power. Ever since he perfected his Earth-type cultivation method after absorbing the power of the heavenly mountain god, he knew that he didn't necessarily need to absorb the power of the heavenly water god in order to perfect his water-type cultivation method. He just had to absorb the power of any heavenly god that had something to do with water. The heavenly weather god possessed the power of extreme frost, which was related to water, And it was exactly because of this that Lin managed to perfect his water-type cultivation method. Now, he was only missing his wood-type cultivation method among the 5 elemental cultivation methods. As soon as he perfected his wood-type cultivation method, he would achieve phenomenal success in his body of the war god. The power of the heavenly weather god appeared to be a bit disorderly. However, what was undeniable was that its power was very suitable for large-scale attacks. After absorbing the power of the heavenly weather god, Lin knew that he would be able to transform an area over several million square kilometers into a lethal realm just with a casual wave of his hand. Most importantly, the heavenly weather god's power included mastery over all types of energy. Things like thermal energy and frost energy were just the start when it came to the energy he could control, while the ability to control vital energy and other forms of higher-level energy was far more important. If he could utilize this ability correctly, he would not have to ever worry about energy depletion in battle again, as he would have an unlimited supply of vital energy and insane stamina, making him essentially invincible. I was only able to kill the heavenly weather god after using up all of my power. And Lin mused to himself, according to the heavenly liquid god, the heavenly weather god is the most powerful heavenly god under the heavenly sea god's control. That means that ordinary heavenly gods will no longer be able to pose a threat to me in my current state. I wonder how far away I am from the paramount heavenly gods. He recalled back to that golden woman he once saw at the Purple Star Civilization ruins again. She had tens of thousands of types of essential phenomena behind her, and just a nonchalant strike from her unleashed devastating power. That was a power that plunged him into despair even when he thought about it now. The paramount heavenly gods were completely different from the normal heavenly gods. Perhaps he would be able to combat a paramount heavenly god only after he achieved phenomenal success in his body of the war god. Sect leader Lin, thank you for your timely rescue. Guyu swam through the air quickly and arrived before Lin. No need to thank me, Senior Guyu. The West Sea Alliance has done so much for the human race. How could I just stand by idly and watch in a situation like this? Furthermore, my most important underling is here as well. And Lin patted Lan Xiaoni's head with a smile. Lan Xiaoni wore a shy expression, and she tucked her head into her chest like an embarrassed little girl, which was in complete contrast to her mighty and domineering self as the leader of the West Sea Alliance. Ha ha ha, we thank you wholeheartedly for your support, Sect leader Lin. We'll have to rely on your power in future battles against the heavenly gods. Lan Xingyang laughed heartily before flying over from afar and shooting Lan Xiaoni a glance of encouragement. With sect leader Lin's might, we won't even have to be afraid of the heavenly sea god. Yu Feiyu chimed in an appreciative voice. A round of flexing ensued, and Lin was welcomed into the main palace of the West Sea Alliance to discuss the next step of their plan. He had actually come here to investigate the massive hole that had appeared in the West Sea, but who would have thought that he would slay one of the heavenly sea god's trusted subordinates right after getting here? This was akin to a declaration of war. The heavenly sea god definitely wasn't going to be so friendly next time and give him a Starfire battleship as a present. A full-blown war was probably going to ensue the next time they met. I suggest dragging your defensive line back 500,000 kilometers to where the land meets the sea. We can then set up a powerful alarm system from the place where the black hole is situated, all the way to the West Sea Alliance headquarters, so that the headquarters will immediately be alerted if the heavenly sea god appears. And Lin looked at all of the West Sea Alliance mighty figures before him with an earnest expression. The heavenly sea god is not something you can handle. All you can do is to keep watch, then notify me as soon as possible if a sighting of the heavenly sea god is made. And Lin was basically telling all of the mighty figures to act as scouts. However, the mighty figures were not enraged upon hearing this. Instead, they nodded in full agreement. Just the heavenly weather god alone was enough to annihilate all of them. If the heavenly sea god arrived, it would be able to pick them off like flies. All of them had pride, but they also had self-awareness. They knew that among all of the powerful beings present, only Lin would be able to combat the heavenly sea god. Pulling back the defensive line gave the West Sea Alliance a lot more breathing room and also placed them closer to all of the gods of creation on the Taichu continent. Thus, this suggestion quickly received unanimous approval. The conference concluded very soon. Next, it was time to repair the immortal land above water before making preparations to move the defensive line back. The 5-DAO integration stage supermighty figures could take care of this, so Enlin didn't need to do anything. Big Boss Enlin, you can rest and recuperate here. Lan Xiaoni guided Enlin to a courtyard with the most abundant vital energy, and she wound her arms around Enlin's with a smile as she asked, "What seafood do you like? Underling Lan will personally cook for you today." Enlin faltered slightly before pinching Lan Xiaoni's delicate cheek with a smile. "Anything is fine. I'm not a picky eater." He always had one mantra that he upheld when it came to food. He would eat it as long as it was delicious. Sigh. What an unhelpful answer. Lan Xiaoni pouted with displeasure. Even though that was what she said, she was actually already quite excited. She had trained in the way of cooking for many years, all for the chance to be able to cook for Enlin someday, so she was definitely not going to pass up on this opportunity. She knew that Enlin was a foodie. She also knew that Su Xiaolan was the heavenly court chef goddess. However, she was not scared. "I may not be able to match you in other types of cuisine, but when it comes to seafood, my cooking will definitely surpass yours," Lan Xiaoni murmured to herself, and a ball of flames shone in her sapphire eyes. Her cooking skills were quite exceptional, and her power of water could maintain the freshness and flavor of seafood ingredients to the largest extent, thereby allowing her to cook outstanding seafood dishes. "What are you mumbling about?" And Lin blinked. "Huh? No, nothing." Lan Xiaoni shook her head hurriedly before scampering into the distance. "Rest up, Big Boss and Lin. Xiaoni is going to cook for you." Lan Xiaoni had fled the scene, seemingly in quite a flustered state, and Enlin didn't really know what was going on. However, he decided to focus on his recovery and cast these thoughts out of his mind. With the power of the heavenly weather god, his regenerative ability exhibited a marked improvement. Even without relying on medicine, he would be able to return to full health within 2 days. At this moment, on the white nectar sea of the Taichu continent, at the center of the pure white sea, a divine tree extended all the way into the clouds. A woman in a light green dress sat on an overarching branch and gently swung her delicate feet. She tucked a few strands of green hair behind her intricate ear, and a smile appeared on her absurdly beautiful features. And Lin Shure is exceeding expectations. He has even managed to take out the heavenly weather god. In the sky above, a massive aged human head appeared. The head was constructed from cloud and mist, and its face encompassed almost the entire sky. This is not enough. There is still too much of a disparity between the two sides. We have to give Lin a bit more help. You still want to continue? The woman was taken aback upon hearing this. And Lin's power level is already at the most powerful among normal heavenly gods. It's still not enough. I want to nurture him into a being that can threaten even paramount heavenly gods. The human face in the sky replied slowly. Have you gone insane? The woman glowered at the human face in the sky. That's far too risky. I won't agree to this. That human face was none other than one of the 6 paramount heavenly gods, the heavenly heaven god. The extraordinarily beautiful woman with green hair was the heavenly life goddess. Don't worry. My divination tells me that even if Enlin becomes a match for one of the paramount heavenly gods, the human race will still become extinct in the near future. They won't be able to stand up against the combined power of the 3 paramount heavenly gods. The heavenly heaven god's expression remained indifferent. Your heavenly divination technique is perfectly accurate, but that only applies to events taking place under the heavenly Tao. You can't take into account things that transcend beyond the heavenly Tao. The heavenly life goddess was still quite hesitant. It's all right, even if things develop out of control, we still have that final technique. Do you think anyone can vanquish our final trump card? The heavenly heaven god insisted. The heavenly life goddess fell silent. Think about it. If light, sea, and earth all survive even after the human race has been annihilated, our plan to destroy all living beings in the world won't be able to progress smoothly. We need 2 of them to perish. the heavenly heaven god urged in a meaningful and heartfelt manner. Another long silence followed. Tree leaves rustled in the wind. A few ethereal cries sounded from the branches up above. The heavenly life goddess stared into the horizon with her dreamy, orange eyes, which were as dazzling as the setting sun yet as bright as stars, giving the onlooker a sense of entrancement. Sigh. A resigned sigh finally escaped her lips. "What do you need me to do?" the heavenly life goddess asked. The heavenly heaven god replied, "Enlin is able to absorb the powers of the heavenly gods, right? Then let's give him what he wants. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. I can already sense that he has collected metal, water, fire, and earth, so all he's missing is wood. Give him a wood-type heavenly god." The heavenly life goddess. By the way, make sure it's not too obvious. Don't let him realize that we're giving him free presents. The heavenly heaven god added. The heavenly life goddess massaged her brows with an exhausted, exasperated expression, but she still nodded. In the West Sea Alliance, the immortal land above water had been moved to the border of the West Sea. The sudden appearance of such a colossus on the border of the continent alerted many coastal-dwelling living beings. There was a massive pillar of water supporting a gargantuan continent. This was a unique sight even on the boundless Taichu continent. And Lin sat on a lounge chair and sunbathed as he sampled Lan Xiaoni's cooking with relish. "Big Boss and Lin, what do you think?" Lan Xiaoni was a little uneasy. "This sashimi is very smooth and delicious, and it has retained its moisture and freshness. Furthermore, all impurities have been removed, so it could be said that this dish is flawless. The addition of the water emperor sauce as a condiment is a masterstroke. It's very delicious. I didn't think your cooking skills would be this good, underling Lan." And Lin sampled the sashimi as he praised with a smile. A vibrant smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face, and her heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. "If you like it, I can make it for you every day." "That would be great." And Lin was elated. This was the most delicious seafood he had ever had. The texture, the taste, and even the presentation were all exemplary. Lan Xiaoni supported her chin in her hand before delivering a slice of translucent sashimi into her mouth using a pair of chopsticks. It's so delicious." Her eyes narrowed with enjoyment. For some reason, she felt like it tasted even better than normal. The two of them sampled the seafood, and before they knew it, a day had passed. The next day, and Lin was back to full health. "Big Boss and Lin, I want to investigate the hole in the West Sea with you," Lan Xiaoni insisted with a firm expression, and Lin's brows furrowed slightly. "It's very dangerous there." Lan Xiaoni showed Lin the divine symbol on the back of her hand with a smile on her face. "Don't forget that I am the paramount master of water, which makes me even more powerful than the average heavenly god. I won't weigh you down. Furthermore, I am the leader of the West Sea Alliance. I have a responsibility to eradicate all things that may be of detriment to the West Sea." Lan Xiaoni refused to yield, and Lin thought about it for a moment and decided that there really weren't that many enemies who could threaten Lan Xiaoni, so he decided to let her come along. "All right, but you have to promise me that if we encounter any substantial danger, you have to run away," and Lin urged. "All right, I promise." Lan Xiaoni nodded with a smile. Thus, the two of them traveled toward the hole in the depths of the West Sea. Along the way, Lan Xiaoni hurled a series of large bubbles into the sky. According to her, these bubbles acted as surveillance devices to scout for enemies, and each bubble could survey an area with a radius of over 5,000 kilometers. Of course, these bubbles could only survey the heavenly human tribe united army. The mysterious and powerful heavenly gods had countless ways to avoid detection from these bubbles, which was why Lan Xiaoni was caught off guard and forced into a 3-on-1 battle in the first place. After flying for a while, the two of them finally saw the hole in the sea. From a distance, it looked as if there was a piece missing from the boundless, blue ocean. A peculiar force field enshrouded the surroundings and managed to disrupt even Lin's divine sense. The force field was very chaotic, and upon approaching the hole, it gave one a perpetual sinking sensation. They would sink relentlessly into depravity, and in the end, Even their consciousness would descend into nothingness, and they would fall into an eternal slumber. Could be said that living beings below return to void stage wouldn't even be able to remain conscious here. We deployed 5 teams to investigate the whole, and the last team even included a return to void stage mighty figure who had attained the power of the divine Tao, but all of them disappeared with no exception. Lan Xiaoni's expression was quite grave, and Lin nodded. Let's see what lies within this hole. Take care and follow me. A faint smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face as she looked at Lin's reliable back. All right, big boss Lin. A force field of this caliber was not enough to affect Lin and Lan Xiaoni. The two of them arrived at the center of the massive bottomless hole. This was a pitch-black hole with a radius of close to 500 kilometers, and an incessant, loud rumbling could be heard from seawater crashing down into the hole. It was very spectacular, but it was also quite terrifying. It was as if all of the seawater in the entire West Sea would not be able to fill this hole. They began to slowly descend and explore this hole. The two of them continued all the way down. Lan Xiaoni summoned a film of golden water that created a suit of semi-transparent armor that encapsulated her body, keeping all potential energy attacks and even disruption of one's consciousness at bay. And Lin couldn't even be bothered to take any defensive measures. After absorbing the essential Tao bone of the heavenly true Immortal, his body was so powerful that even if he just stood still and allowed a Tao integration stage super mighty figure to rain attacks down upon him, they might still be unable to hurt him. It could be said that his skin was the ideal suit of armor. After descending for a while, they were still unable to see the bottom. Even their divine sense was unable to detect the bottom. The light in the sky was being obscured by the force field, and it was getting darker and darker. This is where the two former high priests of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe and Spirit Fish Clan, Shi Haizi and Tianqinji, were buried. Theoretically, we should have already arrived at the place of their burial, so why is there still nothing here? Lan Xiaoni was confused. With the phenomenon that has taken place here, not only will the terrain be drastically transformed, even space will undergo peculiar changes. As such, it's not too much of a surprise that we can't see some things that were once here. And Lin was not all that surprised. The two of them were only confused, but they were not really fearful. And Lin had no fear as he was very powerful, and Lan Xiaoni had no fear as Lin was very powerful. The two of them continued to descend further and further. Within the hole, the sound of rushing water gradually disappeared. Everything had also become pitch black and deathly silent. This was a hole without any water, but Lin and Lan Xiaoni both felt like they were submerged in water. There is an extremely pure power of water here. Lan Xiaoni gently swept a hand through the darkness, and ripples surged toward infinity and beyond. Aside from that, there are other liquids flowing in here. The floating minerals are imbued with terrifyingly high levels of power, and there are many living beings that I do not recognize here, some of which strike fear into even my heart. And Lin looked around at their surroundings as a white light flashed through his eyes. It's quite possible that we have already entered a certain mystic realm. How could that be? Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted slightly. I didn't detect any spatial fluctuations at all. This shows that we're dealing with someone powerful enough to lure us into a trap without us noticing. Even though this trap was set up in advance, it's still quite a terrifying notion. And Lin sighed. Is it the heavenly sea god? Lan Xiaoni was getting a little scared now. And Lin replied, the heavenly sea god has never appeared in this world. But that does not mean it can't use its power to influence the Tai Chu continent. If it wants to get to us, it would just have to set up a passageway and make us enter its territory. If you know all that, then why did you decide to come here? An ethereal voice tinged with a hint of confusion sounded within the darkness. Lan Xiaoni's heart thumped violently upon hearing this voice, and she involuntarily sidled up closer to Lin. I'm here for answers. And Lin replied with a calm expression. A bright blue ball of light erupted from below. It blossomed like a lotus before extending into infinity and beyond in the darkness, transforming the darkness into a boundless ocean glowing with blue light. Boundless, spectacular, majestic. This was Lin's first impression of this ocean. Countless golden crystals appeared within the ocean, emanating energy fluctuations that struck fear into even Lin's heart. A blue water human appeared at the center of the ocean. It had no facial features, as if it were an incomplete statue, but its proportions were quite accurate, and its body was very smooth and aesthetic. And Lan Xiaoni, we meet again. I am the heavenly sea god. And Lan Xiaoni had met the heavenly sea god once in a mystic realm outside of the Taichu continent. At that time, it was still quite rigid and mechanical with nowhere near as much humanized traits as it had now. Hello, heavenly sea god. And Lin smiled. Lan Xiaoni was a little scared. Hello. She was not only scared of the heavenly sea god's power, but also because she had taken the heavenly sea god's power of water, but she did not try to complete the mission assigned to her and was instead using it to combat the heavenly human tribe, and Lin had gone even further. He took the Starfire battleship the heavenly sea god had offered to him before using it to bombard the heavenly human tribe. Furthermore, he had also just slain the heavenly sea god's most powerful subordinates. In the face of this friendly water human, it was almost as if they were the bad guys. Why have you come here? Are you not afraid that I'll kill you? The heavenly sea god asked. One golden crystal after another cracked open behind it, revealing the liquid within. Extreme energy fluctuations erupted forth, and Lin knew that just a single drop of this liquid was capable of unleashing a power that far exceeded the Dao integration stage. Alright, it looks like this water human isn't all that friendly after all. Lan Xiaoni was grumbling internally. Do you think we want to come here? We're just trying to investigate why this massive hole appeared on the West Sea. We don't want to see you. And Lin immediately waved his hands with a friendly expression on his face. Don't be rash, brother. I knew I did some wrong things in the past, but that was all in self-defense. They wanted to kill me, so I retaliated and accidentally killed them. The heavenly sea god remained silent. Lan Xiaoni swallowed before chiming in a feeble voice. Me too. The heavenly sea god. If that's all you're here to say, then there's no need for this conversation to go any further. The heavenly sea god waved a hand through the water and countless golden crystals cracked open at once. Boundless liquid floated within the ocean, as if they were dazzling, shimmering stars, creating an extremely spectacular sight. Brother Sea, calm down. And Lin yelled, I'm actually here to ask you a question. What is it? The heavenly sea god raised his head to look at Lin. I want to ask you why you thought I was one of you back when we first met. And Lin replied. This question had been sitting on his chest for a long time. Back then, he didn't even possess any powers of the heavenly gods, so how was the heavenly sea god able to identify him as one of their own? The heavenly sea god's hand shuddered slightly before he fell silent. When I met you for the first time, I thought you were aware of your own identity. Perhaps the Purple Star incident made you incomplete and therefore eradicated your memories. The heavenly sea god sighed. The other paramount heavenly gods may not recognize you, but I do because we're best friends. And Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. Who the fuck is your best friend? Then, who am I? And Lin asked. The heavenly sea god floated over to Lin. You are the heavenly darkness god. You control the paramount power of darkness and can engulf all things, as well as restart all things. And Lin stood rooted to the spot upon hearing this. Even though he was already mentally prepared for a response like this, he was still stunned to hear everything confirmed by the heavenly sea god. So I really am darkness, but I'm clearly a human. I have parents that raised me from birth. How could I possibly be the heavenly darkness god? And Lin didn't know how to process this information. If he really was the heavenly darkness god as opposed to a human, then how was he supposed to face his family and friends? The master of darkness who is able to engulf all and restart all things? That's so badass. Lan Xiaoni became very excited upon hearing this, and she whooped with elation as she latched onto Lin's hands. That's not the point. I'm not even a human. And Lin was still in disbelief. So what if you're not a human? I'm not a human either. Lan Xiaoni held tightly onto Lin's hands, as if she was trying to instill a hint of calmness within him. There are so many beings who are not humans. It doesn't matter if Big Boss Lin is a chicken or dog or pig. I don't mind either way. Lan Xiaoni's expression was quite firm as she spoke. And Lin's lips twitched. Can't you use a better analogy? Lan Xiaoni leaned her head against Lin's arm. No matter who you are, you'll always be my big boss. And Lin was quite touched to hear this. However, he was still feeling quite confused and uneasy about who he was. I know what you're concerned about. The heavenly sea god looked at Lin with his eyeless head. You're worried that you'll no longer be yourself once you become the heavenly darkness god, right? And Lin nodded in response. The heavenly sea god splayed his hands open. You are Lin, and you are also darkness. This has been established ever since you were born. Otherwise, why else do you think you possess the Tian Ming Dao physique? This is just a way for the heavenly darkness god to refine your body and make you more able to accept the power of darkness should it return to you one day. Furthermore, why do you think you're able to absorb the powers of other heavenly gods? It's all because you used the engulfment power of darkness. You're scared that you'll become the heavenly darkness god? What a joke! You've always been the heavenly darkness god since the very beginning. The heavenly sea god's words struck Lin like a bolt of lightning. There was no point in worrying about whether he would become the heavenly darkness god. He was the heavenly darkness god already. And Lin looked at his palm and his eyes lit up. So I don't even need to worry about these issues. I've been the heavenly darkness god from the beginning, and I've been using the power of the heavenly darkness god since the very beginning. I'm very glad that you're able to see this, Brother Darkness. A mouth suddenly appeared on the heavenly sea god's featureless face, and the mouth slowly curled up in what it must have thought to be a very friendly and reassuring smile. It's just like how I've always been the sea. I am a part of the heavenly Tao, but ever since my sentient will emerged, I've always been me, and that will never change. Lan Xiaoni listened to the two of them conversing amicably with one another, and she couldn't help but feel like something was slightly amiss. Their conversation continued. Then why do I now have the divine halo of darkness? And why am I unable to use the power of darkness? And Lin asked. That's because your power is incomplete. The heavenly sea god revealed the answer to him. Back when the Purple Star civilization tried to crush the heavens, the first step was to secure darkness. Only after securing the power of absolute darkness can they terminate all things and create a new heavenly Tao. Thankfully, they failed, but unfortunately, darkness was severely wounded, and it fell into this world, where its broken and tattered power was forced to convert into a life form, thereby creating you. The heavenly sea god surveyed Lin with a meaningful glance. You also have a peculiar thing in your body that I can't identify nor see through, and that thing is using all types of methods to repair your power of darkness. And Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. Could the heavenly sea god be referring to the system? The system was repairing his power of darkness? The heavenly sea god continued. Furthermore, I've carefully analyzed all of your battles, and I've discovered through doing so that that thing can use a special method to overexert you and forcefully summon the power of darkness within your body when you fall into a dire situation. And Lin fell silent. Lan Xiaoni immediately asked in a panicked voice upon hearing this, what does this overexertion entail for Big Boss and Lin? The heavenly sea god glanced at Lan Xiaoni. Theoretically speaking, aren't I supposed to be your big boss? I only have one big boss, and his name is Lin. Lan Xiaoni responded with unyielding stubbornness. The heavenly sea god shook his head. Then your big boss should know what I mean when I refer to overexertion. Lan Xiaoni turned toward Lin with concern in her eyes. It's fine. And Lin pinched Lan Xiaoni's delicate cheek and offered a comforting smile. It's just that my power would decrease slightly every time I use the power of darkness. It's no big deal. Really? Lan Xiaoni was quite concerned. Her woman's intuition told her that things were not that simple. Yes. And Lin looked directly into Lan Xiaoni's eyes and asked, is the underling doubting her big boss words? All right, I believe you. Lan Xiaoni pouted. In reality, she would listen to whatever Lin told her. Even if he asked her to do something extremely out of line, she would still do it. This was her duty as his underling. Thank you for answering my questions, Brother C. and Lin extended a polite salute. No need to thank me, we're best friends after all. The heavenly sea god smiled and said, you'll figure this out for yourself as you continue to awaken some things. And Lin looked at the boundless expanse of liquid emanating terrifying energy fluctuations behind the heavenly sea god, and his lips twitched imperceptibly. This is how you welcome your best friend? Brother C, you've told me so much, so I'm sure you have something you want to say to me, right? And Lin knew that if the heavenly sea god wanted to battle him, there was no need for him to explain so much to Lin. Brother Darkness really does know me well. The water human revealed a smile that he thought to be quite friendly, but it was actually very ghastly to look at. Let me tell you what's on my mind. Light and Earth want to destroy the human race through divine retribution. Life and Heaven want to destroy all living beings on the Taichu continent and rebuild everything from scratch. I actually oppose both sides. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni's expressions both shifted upon hearing this, as if they had heard something incredible. Both of them stared intently at the heavenly sea god, trying to verify the authenticity of his words. All of the heavenly gods and living beings in the world think that I side with the faction that champions the destruction of the human race, but they're all wrong. All of this is just a front that I've put up for them to see. A front. And Lin was astonished. Never would he have thought that he would hear something like this coming from the heavenly sea god. You're even deceiving the other heavenly gods? And Lin felt like this was completely absurd. Yes, but I can swear to the heavens that I won't deceive you. The heavenly sea god replied in an earnest voice. And Lin was speechless. This bastard is the heavens. There's no point in swearing a vow to yourself. The heavenly sea god continued. The heavenly gods think that I haven't descended upon this world because I jumped the gun too early and am being more heavily restricted by the Taichu continent. However, in reality, I could have descended upon the Taichu continent a long time ago. If that's the case, then why do you still choose to confine yourself here? And Lin asked. The heavenly sea god turned toward Lan Xiaoni. Why do you think I created this passageway? And why do you think I tried to recover Lan Xiaoni's power of water after the passageway appeared? And Lin's expression shifted slightly. The heavenly sea god scrutinized Lin with a serious expression. That's right. It's all because of you. Did you think it was a coincidence that you would stumble upon 3 heavenly gods attacking Lan Xiaoni at the same time right after you arrived at the West Sea Alliance? This is all an act for the other paramount heavenly gods to see. In order to make things more convincing, I even sacrificed the heavenly weather god in order to create the false impression that we are sworn enemies. And Lin, I did all of this so that I could attract you to this place. Only in this place can our conversation escape the detection of the 4 paramount heavenly gods. The heavenly sea god spread his arms open, and the entire boundless ocean surged with his emotions. So why did you spend so much effort into getting me here? And Lin was starting to panic a little. The heavenly sea god had even sacrificed one of its heavenly god subordinates just to get him here. Just what was he plotting? Don't you think that exterminating the entire human race or annihilating all of the living beings on the Taichu continent are both very stupid ideas? The heavenly sea god smiled. I do very much so. And Lin nodded. Then it appears that we share the same opinion. The heavenly sea god nodded with approval. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni were both dumbstruck upon hearing this. The heavenly sea god's next words made them even more astonished. Join me, darkness. Will destroy light, earth, life, and heaven. Then I will become the heavenly Tao. The heavenly sea god smiled. Lan Xiaoni was rooted to the spot in shock. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. The heavenly sea god continued. This world is wrong. In other words, the will of the heavenly Tao has arrived at a false conclusion. It thinks that creating heavenly gods and giving them sentient will would allow them to regulate this world and make it a better place. But look at what's happening now. The 4 paramount heavenly gods do not see eye to eye, and life and heaven even want to kill light and earth. And Lin's lips twitched. It was funny how the heavenly sea god was trying to stake the moral high ground when he was trying to kill all 4 of the other paramount heavenly gods. The world does not need too many voices, nor does it need so many idiots. Just one wise being is enough to regulate it. Only through an autocracy can stability be ensured and conflict be avoided. Give all of the powers to me, and I will end all conflict and lead this world to a better future. The heavenly sea god vowed. Darkness, my best friend. I require your support. Don't you want to get rid of your identity as a representative of the heavenly Tao? In exchange for your help, I will use all of my power to separate the essence of your life from the power of darkness. Once all is said and done, you will retain your power and live happily ever after as a human. Exterminating the human race and exterminating all living beings on the Taichu continent are bullshit ideas. We just need to maintain the current situation, and the continent will develop as normal. Brother Darkness, what do you think? And Lin and Lan Xiaoni were both dumbstruck after hearing the heavenly sea god's bold plan. This bastard was more ambitious than anyone they had ever seen. The heavenly sea god didn't care about destroying the human race or cleansing the world of all living beings. He was trying to kill all of the heavenly gods and rule over the entire heavenly Tao with his own will. Who would have thought? The heavenly sea god was actually the final boss. He was already a paramount heavenly god, but he was still dissatisfied. He wanted to be truly paramount. He was a traitor among the heavenly gods. Initially, Enlin didn't believe the heavenly sea god when he said that he thought that giving the heavenly god sentient will was a mistake. However, he was beginning to believe those words now after hearing this follow-up spiel. Brother C, how can you guarantee that you won't attack the human race or other living beings on the Taichu continent once you succeed? How can you guarantee that you'll carry out your promises? And Lin asked. That's simple. If I want to become the only being with sentient will in the heavenly Tao, I have to fuse together with the realm core as the final step. Before I do that, I can swear to the realm core that I will keep all of my promises. If I go back on my word or tell a lie, the realm core will destroy me with the power of the entire world the moment I try to merge with it. The heavenly sea god explained. And Lin thought about this for a moment before nodding in approval. This was indeed a good idea. Brother Darkness, are you willing to help me now? The heavenly sea god asked. And Lin didn't entirely believe what the heavenly sea god was saying, but this was quite a good course of action, and he had no reason to refuse. The heavenly sea god required his power, but he also required the heavenly sea god's power. All right, tell me what you need me to help you with. And Lin nodded. The heavenly sea god plunged a hand slowly into his own heart before pulling out a crystal about the size of a thumb. This is my heart clone. You can refine it and wear it as an accessory. We can use it to communicate with one another and still escape detection. That's a good idea. And Lin smiled. The main reason I drew you to this place was to avoid detection from the heavenly heaven god and to give you this item. The heavenly heaven god smiled. The two of them conversed in a friendly manner with one another for a while longer. It's time for you to go back. If you stay here for too long, the other paramount heavenly gods are going to get suspicious. I'll tell you the specific details when I truly descend upon the Taichu continent. Continue to develop as normal for now. The heavenly sea god instructed. All right, I'll be taking my leave then. And Lin and Xiao Lan flew upward. Wait, you're forgetting something. The heavenly sea god extended a hand. What is it? And Lin was perplexed. Of course it's... The heavenly sea god smiled before the boundless golden liquid behind him began to emanate extremely fearsome might and surged toward Enlin. My attack package. This was the first time Enlin had faced an attack from a paramount heavenly god. An ocean of golden liquid hurtled toward him, every single drop of which was imbued with the power to topple mountains and part seas. Holy fuck! Are you serious? And Lin's flesh crawled when he sensed the insane amount of power imbued within those countless drops of golden liquid. His divine halo of mountains instantly appeared above his head as a suit of armor as thick and sturdy as Mount Buzhou appeared around his body. At the same time, his wind, lightning, metal, fire, and weather powers transformed into Tao Jades which revolved around his body, creating a defensive layer around him that consisted of 6 powers of the heavenly gods. Bam bam bam. One golden drop of liquid after another crashed into Enlin's multi-elemental defensive barrier, triggering a series of explosive booms. And Lin could sense that the golden liquid was imbued with the absolute might to infiltrate all things. This was the power of laws on an even higher level than the power he commanded, and he was struck by the urge to concede to this power. He could see that the golden liquid was like the natural bane of other powers of the heavenly gods. It was unyielding and refused to be destroyed as it crashed into his defenses, penetrating them layer by layer. Some of the liquid was only able to penetrate 3 or 4 layers, while others were able to penetrate all 6 layers before puncturing his body as well. Lan Xiaoni was in an even more dire situation. Her power was bestowed upon her by the heavenly sea god in the first place, so she stood absolutely no chance against him. The barrier of water she unleashed was seemingly non-existent in the face of the golden liquid, and her slender waist, her fish tail, and even her chest and head were all punctured, and the excruciating pain brought her to the point of tears. "Run! We have to get away from here!" And Lin latched onto Lan Xiaoni's hand and unleashed all of his power in order to flee into the distance. Lan Xiaoni looked on at the boundless sea of golden liquid hurtling toward her, and she knew that if they were allowed to fall upon her, she would most definitely be reduced to a piece of mermaid Swiss cheese. Golden liquid shot forth in a dense skirmish. They felt like they were 2 soldiers traversing through a lethal battlefield, and the only thought in their minds was to get away from this place. After escaping for what felt like an eternity, the golden liquid gradually dissipated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of immense amounts of seawater tumbling into the hole reached their ears. Huff, huff, huff. Big Boss and Lin were finally back. Lan Xiaoni's entire body was riddled with wounds, but she wore a relieved smile on her face. Escaping from the heavenly sea god really was extremely difficult. My defenses are almost completely ineffective against it. And Lin heaved a long sigh of relief and swallowed an immortal pill before feeding Lan Xiaoni one as well. The 2 of them emerged from the massive hole, and both of them were utterly exhausted. They could feel that the heavenly sea god's energy fluctuations still remained within their bodies. That vast and mighty power was still wreaking havoc upon their wounds. There were even some injuries to their vital organs, and if it weren't for the fact that their life forces were sufficiently powerful and they ran away quickly enough, they really could have died there. It looks like I'm still not powerful enough to face a paramount heavenly god after all. And Lin heaved a faint sigh. He didn't think that he would still be no match for a paramount heavenly god even after absorbing the powers of 6 heavenly gods. It was as if they were on different planes of existence. Humph! What an arrogant bastard. Big Boss and Lin, you're most definitely going to become more powerful than him in the future. And when that day comes, make sure you grind him into the dust. Lan Xiaoni pouted with displeasure. The 2 of them returned to the West Sea Alliance while treating their own injuries. The residual power of the heavenly sea god was extremely fearsome. Each and every drop of golden liquid was imbued with power as vast as the ocean. It had taken a lot of effort for Lin to rid himself of this residual power while Lan Xiaoni was still very much suffering. This heavenly sea god really was doing all he could to make everything seem more convincing. To think that he would be so cruel against his own comrades. Of course, neither of them was going to reveal the details about their encounter with the heavenly sea god. The 2 of them even refrained from discussing that topic, and they referred to the heavenly sea god as a sworn enemy. The heavenly sea god would descend upon this world 3 months later. Everything would have to wait until then. Lan Xiaoni already decided to return to the West Sea Alliance headquarters and only battle the heavenly human tribe when required in order to stall for 3 months. And Lin was also planning to return to his sect and chill there for the duration of the next 3 months. However, expectations often belied reality. All of a sudden, they were greeted by a peculiar sight in the distance. There was a man with a dark green halo above his head vomiting into the ocean. The entire section of the ocean within a radius of 2,500 kilometers had been transformed into a vast expanse of inky blackness. Countless marine living beings were dying, and even extremely powerful sea monsters were not exempt from a fate of gruesome death. Erg, erg, erg. The man continued to vomit, and that unidentifiable black substance poured out of his mouth as if there was no end to it. Only a radius of 2,500 kilometers had been stained black, but the contaminated area most likely encompassed a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, and it was still expanding, resulting in the deaths of countless living beings. I can sense from his energy fluctuations that he's a heavenly god. My god, what is he throwing up? And how could he throw up so much? And Lin was astonished. Lan Xiaoni had already flared up with rage. That bastard is poisoning the ocean. And Lin had only heard of sinister people poisoning the beverages of others, but this was the first time he had seen someone try to poison an entire ocean. Everyone has a responsibility to protect the environment. Let's go fuck him up. As an environmental activist, and Lin was very angry. He didn't know why that heavenly god was doing what he was doing, but his sinister plot had to be stopped. My thoughts exactly. Lan Xiaoni immediately unleashed her power of the heavenly god before charging toward the vomiting male heavenly god. And Lin also activated all 6 of his divine halos and rushed toward the enemy. The vomiting heavenly god detected the energy fluctuations in the distance, and he looked up to discover a gorgeous mermaid and a man with a crimson divine halo above his head, as well as 5 peculiar little balls revolving around him. Holy fuck! Why isn't Lin here? The heavenly god was completely dumbstruck. He knew that he was no match for Lin, so he immediately fled. He was the heavenly poison god, who was a subordinate to the heavenly life goddess, and he had been sent here to poison the ocean as well as to spread his toxins in order to survey the West Sea. In other words, he was a scout that had been sent to keep an eye on the West Sea Alliance. He was thinking that he would be powerful enough to run away at the very least even if he encountered the leader of the West Sea Alliance, Lan Xiaoni. But who would have thought that such a terrifying being would pop up now? Run! The heavenly poison god transformed into a cloud of poison mist and fled for his life. You're not getting away! And Lin and Lan Xiaoni gave chase. The heavenly poison god fled even faster. How was he so unlucky? He had only been here for less than an hour, and he was already being confronted by Lin. You want to get away after polluting the environment? Do you think we're not capable of bringing you to justice? A clear cry erupted from behind the heavenly poison god. The sea around him suddenly roared and surged as a massive wave over 100,000 feet tall appeared in front of him before crashing down upon him with an insane force. The heavenly poison god's expression shifted, and a divine light erupted from the dark green divine halo above his head. Hydrophilic poison wasp, he yelled. Urgh! He suddenly threw up a small, sticky poison wasp. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni both felt their stomachs churn in an unpleasant manner upon seeing this. Even though the technique was a little disgusting, it was quite powerful. The sticky poison wasp possessed extremely powerful engulfment ability, and it crashed into the massive wall of seawater before quickly chewing a massive hole into it. The heavenly poison god rushed through the hole and continued to flee into the distance. Boom! Space suddenly exploded behind him. Scorching temperatures threatened to set the heavenly poison gods back alight. An extremely terrifying aura approached him at an insane speed, and his heart jolted violently. Fire Sage Mode. Rocket Boost. Flames capable of boiling an entire ocean erupted from Lin's feet and elevated his speed to be roughly 20% faster than the heavenly poison gods, and it took him less than a minute to catch up to the heavenly poison god. The heavenly poison god's backside was already scorching hot, and Lin's sinister voice sounded from behind him, sending chills running down his spine. I spy with my little eye a heavenly god who is about to die. Boundless holy flames imbued with paramount power of laws erupted forth. The ocean within a radius of several dozen kilometers suddenly disappeared. There was no water vapor released as the seawater was instantly incinerated down to its most microscopic constituent particles. The heavenly poison god howled in agony as his backside melted. And Lin, you're going too far. The heavenly poison god roared. Heavenly demon poison. Urgh! He opened his mouth and threw up violently. A sinister demon with a disgusting, sticky body erupted from his mouth before instantly grew to become a demon over 1,000 feet tall and pouncing toward Lin. Its sticky body did not fear flames as there were countless maggot-like creatures squirming all over its body, and they were engulfing all of the flames. That's disgusting. But you think you can keep me at bay with those things? And Lin repressed the urge to retch as the golden lightning jade beside him glowed with a dazzling light. These things may not fear fire, but they must have a weakness. Boom! Lightning suddenly roared and illuminated heaven and earth. Golden lightning punctured the demon's body like a sharp sword. Lightning techniques were imbued with the power of pure yang and were ideal for eradicating all evil. Sure enough, the demon lasted less than a second before being eradicated by Lin's golden void lightning. The heavenly poison god's heart jolted with shock as he unleashed another heavenly god technique. Take this, heavenly realm poison flower. Erg! He threw up a sinister-looking flower bud this time. The flower bud quickly rotated and enlarged before blossoming, and boundless, colorful pollen permeated through the air. The pollen was immune to flames and lightning, and it was so toxic that even space itself was corroded to the point of crumbling. And Lin, what are you going to do against my pollen that is immune to both flames and lightning? The heavenly poison god looked behind him as he fled. All of a sudden, the ocean below surged. Billions of tons of water flew into the air before crashing down like a gargantuan hand. Right at the center of the palm was where the heavenly poison god was situated. What? The heavenly poison god let loose a cry of surprise before being swatted into the ocean. Hee. Did you get carried away and forget about me? Xianxia flew through the air and washed away all of the poison hanging in the air with her seawater. The pollen was immune to fire and lightning, but that didn't mean that it could withstand a trial of water. The heavenly poison god was struggling at the bottom of the ocean when a bolt of golden void lightning quickly punctured the sea before blasting a massive hole into his chest. I have to get out of here. The heavenly poison god clasped a hand over his chest and relinquished the aerial route, choosing to swim through the ocean instead. At the same time, he was vomiting incessantly into the ocean, staining the seawater black. If Lin was to continue to give chase, then he would have to deal with this poisonous seawater along the way. Is this bastard an octopus? He keeps on polluting my West Sea. Xianxia was greatly enraged upon seeing this. Weather, extreme frost realm. And Lin unleashed his power of the heavenly weather god, and the power of ice and frost froze the ocean within a radius of over 500 kilometers. The heavenly poison god was swimming through the ocean when the ocean suddenly froze. Crack, crack, crack. He felt like he was a submarine traveling through the ice, and his speed was drastically decreasing. At this moment, Xianxia had already used her power of water to transform the water frozen by Lin into ice swords, which plunged viciously into the heavenly poison god's body, inflicting upon him several dozen puncture wounds in the blink of an eye. Ow, ow, ow. Erg! The heavenly poison god threw up yet again. This time, he threw up a series of black vines, which contained unimaginably potent poison, that corroded the surrounding ice before he flew into the sky directly toward Lin and Xianxia. Oh, you're not running away? Very good. You're finally learning to fight like a man. And Lin's eyes lit up as his 7 holy flames formed an incredibly scorching suit of armor around him. The oncoming vines hadn't even reached Lin before they were reduced to nothingness by the insanely high temperatures. Xianxia flashed through the air and evaded all of the oncoming vines through a series of extremely agile maneuvers. Her hands danced through the air at an extremely fast speed, unleashing one water blade after another that sliced and diced the vines. You think you're powerful enough to attack both of us at the same time? You must be delusional. And Lin shook his head. Arf! The heavenly poison god suddenly unleashed an almighty roar. Crack! The divine halo above his head suddenly cracked open. Before Lin even figured out what had happened, the chest region on his armor of flames turned inky black before melting away, upon which a burst of invisible power instantly pierced through the armor before stabbing viciously into his chest. Immediately afterward, his flesh and blood began to decay, and his vitality quickly receded. This is poison? Invisible poison. And Lin's expression shifted drastically, and he immediately unleashed his power to restrict the toxins that had been injected into his body. It was quite clear that the crack that had appeared on the heavenly poison god's divine halo was a result of him suffering heavenly Tao backlash from unleashing a technique beyond his maximal capabilities. Ha ha ha. How does your daddy's poison feel? See you later, suckers. The heavenly poison god was extremely elated as he fled into the distance while Enlin fought to repress the toxins within his body. Even though the heavenly poison god was in quite a sorry state, he was very elated. To be able to escape from both Enlin and Lan Xiaoni was quite a difficult feat to accomplish, even for heavenly gods. He could go back and boast about his exploits here to the other heavenly gods for a long time to come. Perhaps even the beautiful heavenly life goddess would be moved by his brilliance. The heavenly poison god was quite infatuated with the heavenly life goddess. What a flawless and gorgeous heavenly goddess. Die! Blat! A golden water sword suddenly punctured his body. Lan Xiaoni had arrived before the heavenly poison god without him noticing, and she was holding a golden water sword, which was protruding from the heavenly poison god's chest and had now been stained red by his blood. The heavenly poison god's eyes widened. When did you? How dare you hurt Big Boss Enlin? Die! Lan Xiaoni roared with rage. Spurt! The golden water sword suddenly melted before flowing into the heavenly poison god's blood and wreaking havoc upon his body. The heavenly poison god howled in agony, and the divine halo above his head became lined with cracks. Lan Xiaoni possesses the power of water and has the ability to fuse her body into the ocean in order to instantaneously cover a certain distance. You're a heavenly god, yet you don't know that. And Lin flew over with a disdainful expression on his face. He had already cured himself of his poisoning by stabbing himself with his evil-slaying sword. The heavenly poison god was forced into a dire situation again, and Lan Xiaoni's power of water was wreaking havoc within his body. He looked up at Enlin with a ferocious expression. Enlin, you forced me to do this. Even if I die, I'm going to take you down with me. I'd like to see you try. Enlin chuckled coldly. He spread open his arms, and the demonic star Holy Flame, Supreme Holy Flame, Heavenly Void Holy Flame, Setting Moon Holy Flames, Blood Phoenix Holy Flame, Golden Dragon Holy Flame, and Holy Vermilion Flame erupted at once to surround the heavenly poison god. After being enhanced by the power of the heavenly fire god, all of these holy flames were extremely pure and imbued with the paramount power of laws to incinerate all things. Just their presence alone was enough to make the ocean within a radius of over 500 kilometers bubble and churn. The heavenly poison god was surrounded by the 7 holy flames, and his body had turned crimson from the scorching heat. Watch as I vanquish your holy flames. A crazed expression appeared on the heavenly poison god's face as he unleashed poisonous mist to protect himself. Right when he was about to retaliate, about a dozen devastating tornadoes appeared between heaven and earth, all of which were imbued with the paramount power to shred all things. The heavenly poison god's expression shifted. Very good. Watch as I vanquish your holy flames and tornadoes. And Lin waved a hand through the air, and a Kirin constructed from golden void lightning descended upon the world with the power to annihilate all things. Just its presence alone was causing the space around it to crack and shatter. The heavenly poison god's face turned deathly pale. And Lin, I'm not scared of you just because you've got many powers. Watch as I vanquish your holy flames, tornadoes, and lightning Kirin. And Lin snapped his fingers. Countless crimson, metal swords imbued with the paramount power to slice through all things appeared in the sky. He snapped his fingers again, and a gargantuan Mount Bujo projection with no end in sight appeared overhead, radiating boundless might that threatened to crush all things. At the same time, over 100 types of devastating weather phenomena erupted. They seemed as if they were ready to crash down upon the heavenly poison god at a moment's notice. And Lin appraised the heavenly poison god with a cold expression. All right then, let's see you take me down with you. The heavenly poison god. He suddenly realized just how frail and powerless he was. This was what it felt like to be crushed. Each and every one of the attacks Lin had unleashed was imbued with a power that could rival his own. Now, there were 6 of these attacks that were stacked on top of one another. How was he supposed to combat this? At this moment, the 7 holy flames surged forth, the lethal tornado swept through the air, the crimson swords pierced through space, the lightning Kirin and the massive mountain fell, and the smorgasbord of weather disasters descended. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Arf! I'm gonna fucking kill you. Urgh! The heavenly poison god let loose a cry of despair before unleashing his most powerful vomit and released his most potent poison mist at the same time. Dark green poison mist erupted, keeping all of Enlin's attacks at bay. However, this impasse only lasted for several short moments before the heavenly poison god was inundated by boundless energy. The heavenly poison god had fallen amid indignation and despair. The energy dissipated. A massive indentation several hundred kilometers in radius had appeared on the ocean. The seawater swirled to create a huge vortex. The heavenly poison god's body had already crumbled, and he disappeared into specks of light. And Lin panted slightly in the aftermath of that battle. Unleashing all of his powers of the heavenly gods was quite energy-consuming, but it was all worth it as he was able to destroy a heavenly god. Immediately afterward, the system notifications arrived. Ding dong! The evergreen technique has been elevated to the 4th stage. The evergreen technique has been elevated to the 5th stage. The evergreen technique has been elevated to the 6th stage. Congratulations, host. The evergreen technique has been elevated to the 9th stage. Your wood-type cultivation method has been perfected. Now obtaining the power of poison. An immense amount of information surged into his mind. Extremely profound true intent as well as the paramount power of a heavenly god also rushed into Enlin's mind at the same time, giving him a massively pleasant surprise. Never would he have thought that the heavenly poison god would be somehow related to wood. However, thinking about it now, many plants were poisonous, and the heavenly poison god had unleashed a poisonous flower as well as poisonous vines, so there was indeed a connection there. And Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was quite concerned about how he was going to find a wood-type heavenly god, only for the heavenly poison god to deliver himself to his doorstep. This was like providing a pillow to him right when he was on the verge of falling asleep. Now that all 5 elemental cultivation methods had been perfected, it was time for him to reach the phenomenal success stage of his body of the war god. And Lin was extremely excited while the power of the heavenly poison god continued to merge with his body. However, a peculiar expression appeared on his face, and his excitement was slightly dampened. This power of poison was a little disgusting, and Lin was astonished to find that in order to use his power of poison, all of his attacks had to be thrown up. No wonder the heavenly poison god was always throwing up. And Lin had initially thought that this was some sort of twisted fetish, and Lin's stomach churned a little as he envisioned how all types of gooey, slimy, stinky things would come out of his mouth. This was probably the most disgusting power he had ever obtained. A disdainful expression appeared on Enlin's face as he murmured to himself, "Sigh, so be it, I'll just have to never use the power of poison. The only purpose for its existence is to perfect my evergreen technique." At the center of the Tai Chu continent, within the white nectar sea, atop a gargantuan divine tree, a woman with long green hair looked into the distance to the west. "That disgusting guy is finally dead," the woman murmured to herself. "As the heavenly life goddess, shouldn't you view all life forms as equal? Why do you despise the heavenly poison god so much?" A massive head constructed from cloud and mist appeared in the sky overhead. "I despise the heavenly poison god? No." The heavenly life goddess played with a flower in her hands as she elaborated in a lazy voice. "All things are beautiful. He is also beautiful in his own way. It's just that I happen to choose him, that's all." The heavenly heaven god fell silent upon hearing this. She was just referring to him as disgusting, and now, she was saying all things were beautiful? What a blatant lie. The heavenly life goddess looked up into the sky. "I've done my part. How's Lin going? Have we succeeded?" The heavenly heaven god nodded. "He's currently undergoing an evolution." An incredibly gorgeous smile appeared on her face. "I'm really looking forward to seeing how much he will grow. I sacrificed a heavenly god for him, so he better not disappoint me." At this moment, within the West Sea, the sea within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers surged violently, as if some extremely terrifying power were descending. Gold, green, blue, crimson, yellow. 5 types of energy fell from the sky before descending upon the West Sea and converging toward one point. That point was Enlin's body. Enlin had already completed what could be said to be an infernal difficulty level mission and successfully perfected his 5 elemental cultivation methods, thereby allowing him to reach the phenomenal success stage in his body of the war god. Lan Xiaoni could sense the changes taking place within Enlin's body, and she obediently stayed by his side to guard him. Vital energy swirled violently within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, creating a phenomenon the scale of which Lan Xiaoni had never seen before. At the very least, it was far more insane than the phenomena triggered by a breakthrough to the Tao integration stage. The most essential powers of the 5 elements flowed relentlessly into Enlin's body, reconstructing his body and making it more terrifyingly powerful. Isn't he going to explode from taking in that much energy at once? Lan Xiaoni was in complete disbelief, and Lin was engulfing everything around him with reckless abandon. The essential powers of the 5 elements, the vital energy, all wandering energy in the air, all of them were being engulfed by him. At the same time, Enlin's body was also constantly swelling in size. He grew from his original height of 1.8 meters to 2 meters, then to 3, then to 5, 10, 100, 1,000. He was still engulfing energy to his heart's content. If his body couldn't contain that much energy, then he would just have to expand his body further. In any case, he was going to engulf this energy no matter what. Not only that, but extremely rich powers of the 5 elements were circulating within his body, and even his skin was glowing from the 5 different colors of the 5 elemental powers, making him appear like a colorful giant. Big Boss Enlin has become so big. Lan Xiaoni looked on with wide eyes at the massive Enlin, who was now several kilometers tall. Is he always going to be this big from now on? How am I going to hug him? Enlin had really become giant Enlin. Lan Xiaoni could sense that Enlin's body contained powers of the 5 elements that were extremely pure and condensed to the extreme. There was no way to compress them any further, and they could only be housed in such a massive vessel. Just as these thoughts were running through Lan Xiaoni's mind, change struck. The energy within Enlin's body was being compressed in a way that was completely beyond her. How is this energy being compressed? Lan Xiaoni was perplexed. She unleashed her heavenly water power to analyze the water-type energy within Enlin's body, only to discover that the water-type energy within Enlin's body was interacting with the energy of the other 5 elements in a peculiar way before merging together with them to form a new energy that she couldn't understand and had never seen before. This was like 5 balls of different colors crashing together in a special way to form a new ball, thereby transforming from 5 units of mass to 1 unified unit of mass. In the end, this special type of energy flowed into Enlin's organs, meridians, blood, energy, and consciousness. Lan Xiaoni could sense that this new energy could easily destroy a Tao integration stage supermighty figure. This was an energy that was completely beyond her comprehension. She didn't know why Enlin's body was able to absorb this new type of energy with such reckless abandon, and she didn't dare to ask. All she could do was to stand by and silently watch. As this new energy continued to merge into Enlin's body, his body began to shrink. He slowly reverted back to the handsome man 1.8 meters tall from the colorful giant that was several kilometers tall. Lan Xiaoni swallowed silently. She knew that Enlin had shrunk, but she also knew that he had not become weaker in the slightest. On the contrary, he had become even more terrifyingly powerful. This was an unfathomably immense amount of energy that had merged into Enlin's body and had elevated Enlin to a new level. A golden ring appeared behind Enlin, and it spun incessantly. 5 divine symbols appeared in 5 different directions on the golden ring, emanating dazzling divine light. Most importantly, the divine light converged in a set trajectory toward the empty space at the center of the golden ring to form a small, black vortex. Lan Xiaoni had only taken a glance at the small black vortex when she was struck by a sense of dizziness and nausea, as if her entire being were going to be engulfed by that small vortex. Enlin clenched his fist before unleashing a gentle punch. The golden ring behind him tremored slightly. Bam! Heaven and earth were completely transformed. A resounding boom erupted into infinity and beyond. Boundless power instantly flattened and twisted the space up ahead. The boundless ocean was punctured by an unstoppable force that extended for 10 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers. Lan Xiaoni's mouth gaped open upon seeing this. "Holy shit, that's insane," she murmured. That was the result of a gentle punch? It would be difficult for her to accomplish this even if she unleashed all of her power. The divine halo behind Enlin slowly dissipated, and he exhaled as an elated smile appeared on his face. After reaching the phenomenal success stage in my body of the war god, not only have my physical body and consciousness reached new levels, I also have this 5-elemental body. The Fire Sage mode is activated from the 7 holy flames, while the 5-elemental body is triggered from combining the powers of the Wings of True Fire, Divine Weapon Origin Energy, Earth Lotus Supreme Skill, Divine Liquid Creation Technique, and Evergreen Technique to bring out unimaginable latent potential from within my body. If the Fire Sage mode was 1, then the 5-elemental body culminated in a supermaximal state where 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 greater than 5. Even Enlin himself didn't know just how powerful he was in this state. This feeling, Enlin felt the boundless power coursing through his body. It's the feeling of invincibility. Big Boss Enlin, congratulations on your, whatever this is. Lan Xiaoni made her way over to Enlin, and she was a little uneasy, but she still pinched Enlin's arm as her sapphire eyes blinked with curiosity. "It feels the exact same as before." Enlin smiled upon hearing this. "Even though I don't look any different, I can lie down on the ground and allow a Dao integration stage super mighty figure to attack me to their heart's content, and they still won't even be able to tear through my skin." Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted upon hearing this. Really? One had to realize that some exceptionally powerful Dao integration stage super mighty figures could even destroy immortal tools with their full power. Did that mean that Enlin's skin was now even more resolute than an immortal tool now? Enlin and Lan Xiaoni recuperated for a short while before flying back to the West Sea Alliance. The heaven and earth phenomena had already disappeared, but the entire West Sea was in shock. All living beings within the West Sea, no matter where they were, could see the powers of the 5 elements falling from the sky. They were as dazzling and spectacular as a divine miracle, misleading the West Sea Alliance powerful beings into believing that the heavenly sea god had descended upon this world and sending everyone into a state of anxiety and panic. All of them only realized what had happened after Enlin and Lan Xiaoni returned to the West Sea Alliance and provided an explanation to everyone. "Congratulations, sect leader Enlin. As expected of the future hope of our West Sea. I am now well and truly convinced that you will lead the West Sea to unprecedented heights. Senior Enlin, may I ask what cultivation method you cultivated in to trigger heaven and earth phenomena of this caliber?" A Spirit Fish Clan general made their way over to Enlin with curiosity in their eyes. Enlin replied with a serious expression, "My cultivation method is very powerful. It's called the Heaven and Earth Almighty No Extremes Miraculous 5 Elements Creation Cultivation Method." Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. One could tell that this cultivation method was super badass just from its name. After that, praise and congratulations were showered upon Enlin. Enlin was already desensitized toward situations like this and retained his poise amid all of the attention he was getting. "By the way, sect leader Enlin, did you and Alliance leader Lan discover anything about that mysterious hole in the West Sea?" High Priest Guyu asked. "We sure did," Lan Xiaoni interjected. "We discovered that the heavenly sea god was in there, and we even battled him." Her words created another massive stir in the palace. "My god, you too fought the heavenly sea god. Furthermore, you fought a paramount heavenly god and lived to tell the tale? Doesn't that mean that sect leader Enlin and our alliance leader Lan can match a paramount heavenly god in power? That's unbelievable. Sect leader Enlin has made a breakthrough right after that battle too. Doesn't that mean that sect leader Enlin is even more powerful than the heavenly sea god now?" All of the West Sea mighty figures revered Lan Xiaoni and Enlin like gods. Lan Xiaoni was quite embarrassed by all of the undue praise. However, Lin took it all in stride and responded with a calm smile. Everyone can rest easy. The heavenly sea god won't be able to invade the West Sea for as long as I live. Long live Sect Leader Lin. Sect Leader Lin is invincible and unmatched. Paramount heavenly gods are nothing. Sect Leader Lin will destroy all of them sooner or later. All of the mighty figures roared with excitement as if they had taken performance-enhancing drugs. The situation was spiraling a little out of control. Lin was initially planning to boost morale and provide encouragement, but it appeared that a little too much morale had been instilled. All right, quiet down, everyone. Don't forget that the heavenly sea god is going to descend upon the West Sea in 3 months. Another arduous battle will be inevitable when that time comes. So let's make some preparations in advance. Lan Xiaoni made a timely interjection to dampen the celebrations. She was clearly held in extremely high regard by all of the West Sea powerful beings as everyone immediately piped down after hearing her words. Lan Xiaoni began to make preparations for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Lin sunbathed near a picturesque lake. Gorgeous mermaids splashed and played within the lake, displaying their youthful energy for all to see. All of them were very elegant, and their skin shone like beautiful jade under the sun. The battle against the 3 heavenly gods had only just taken place a few days ago, and these mermaids were already back to having fun. For some reason, Lin felt very relaxed when seeing these mermaids in such a relaxed state, and he basked in this rare moment of peace and serenity. An old turtle slowly crawled over before offering a cup of fruit juice to Lin. This cup of fruit juice was no ordinary fruit juice either. It was emanating immortal rank energy fluctuations. Sect Leader Lin, I am the caretaker of the immortal land above water, Wuxia. This is the juice made from the most renowned fruit on the 1,000-star island of the West Sea, the setting star fruit. Please enjoy. The old turtle was a return to void stage mighty figure, but he still spoke in an extremely respectful voice. Thanks. Lin did not refuse and sampled the fruit juice with elation. Sampling immortal rank fruit juice while sunbathing and watching gorgeous mermaids play in the water really was a very enjoyable package. Wuxia did not leave after offering the fruit juice to Lin. Instead, a slightly sly smirk appeared on his face. Sect Leader Lin, are you interested in those mermaids swimming in the lake? If you are, you can sample them as well. Cough, cough, cough. Lin almost choked on his fruit juice. What did you say? I don't eat mermaids. I'm not a freak. Wuxia was astonished. Were they talking about the same thing here? Sect Leader Lin, when I say sample, I mean in a different way. Wuxia's smirk grew even wider as a meaningful expression appeared on his face. Mermaids possess regal beauty and present a unique sense of temptation. Those mermaids are all renowned beauties of the spirit fish clan, and sampling them will make for an unforgettable experience. Lin, if you're worried that they're non-consensual, you don't have to be. They're all extremely reverent toward you and are willing to do anything for you. Wuxia chuckled, and Lin's mouth gaped open. Who would have thought that such a reliable and honest-looking turtle would be so sly at heart? Are you not afraid that Lan Xiaoni would hang you upside down and bash you for doing this? Lin asked. Not at all. That would be worth it if I can provide you with a good time. Wuxia responded with a resolute expression. All right, then I'll grant you your wish. A frosty voice sounded from behind Wuxia. Wuxia turned to discover that Lan Xiaoni had appeared behind him without him noticing and was glaring coldly at him. Alliance Leader Lan, let me explain. Guards! Hang Wuxia upside down and bash him. Several Spirit Fish Clan mighty figures immediately heeded her call and dragged Wuxia away. Wuxia withdrew his head and limbs into his turtle shell and trembled uncontrollably with remorse. Lan Xiaoni harumphed coldly. He was trying to get Big Boss Lin to sample those mermaids? What a joke! She hadn't even sampled Big Boss Lin yet. All of the Spirit Fish Clan beauties splashing in the lake panicked after seeing Lan Xiaoni, and some of them had even dived into the water with only the air bubbles rising to the surface indicating their existence. Big Boss Lin, these perverts didn't do anything to do you, did they? Lan Xiaoni sat down beside Enlin and asked in a gentle, mellow voice. Of course not. Your big boss is not someone that anyone can just do anything to. Enlin turned to look at Lan Xiaoni's flawless features and her delectable, slender waist. She was curvy and slender in all the right places. Why would he need to sample other mermaids when he could just admire his own underling? Lan Xiaoni set up a lounge chair beside Enlin and lay down lazily. Her gorgeous body unfurled on the chair as she turned toward Enlin with a hint of attachment in her eyes. Big boss Enlin, I heard that you're leaving tomorrow? I am. There are still things that need to be taken care of over at the sect. If anything happens in the West Sea, contact me via voice transmission talisman, Enlin replied. Lan Xiaoni nodded before looking silently up at the sky. She had waited for him for over 100 years, but they had to part once again after just a few days together. I really hope this war can end more quickly. I'm so exhausted. Being an alliance leader or whatever is no fun at all. Lan Xiaoni heaved a forlorn sigh. Don't worry. This war will be over very soon. My dream is to just become an ordinary cultivator and live a happy life with no conflict, no peril, and the occasional flex here and there. This dream will become a reality at the conclusion of the war against the heavenly human tribe. And Lin felt like it was time to end this war one way or another. Lan Xiaoni's eyes lit up. This was the first time she heard Enlin talk about his dreams, and his dreams suited her taste very well. Big boss Enlin, can I go flex with you at the conclusion of this war? Enlin was more than happy to have her come along for the flexing journey. Of course. The next morning, Lan Xiaoni bade farewell to Enlin on the immortal land above water. Enlin set off to return to the 4-9 Immortal sect. This trip to the West Sea had resulted in unimaginably bountiful rewards. Firstly, he vanquished the heavenly weather god and heavenly poison god, thereby obtaining both of their powers. Secondly, he successfully perfected his 5-elemental cultivation method, thereby reaching the phenomenal success stage of his body of the war god and attained the 5-elemental body, elevating his combat prowess to an extent that even he did not understand. Lastly, he met with the heavenly sea god again and learned about his ambitious plan as well as establishing a confidential, cooperative relationship. And Lin looked at the crystal in front of his chest, and he began to look forward to how things were going to develop from here. The other 4 paramount heavenly gods had to be destroyed anyway, so it couldn't hurt to have the heavenly sea god help him with that endeavor. As for whether he would allow the heavenly sea god to take complete control of the heavenly Tao, that could wait until after the other 4 paramount heavenly gods were dead. He couldn't help but feel like things were progressing too smoothly. He had obtained so much recently that it felt like he was getting whatever he wanted. And Lin looked up into the sky. Could it be that he was being blessed by the heavens? He was a man that was going to crush the heavens, so why did the heavens bless him? Were the heavens retarded? Achoo! The heavenly life goddess sat on a branch of the divine tree and abruptly sneezed. Ha! That's awkward. I've been called a retard. She tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear with a smile on her face. And Lin has become a lot more powerful, so our efforts were not in vain. A voice suddenly sounded in the sky. How powerful is he now? The heavenly life goddess asked. He is invincible below paramount heavenly gods. As for specific statistical values, I can't calculate those for now. I'll have to see him in a battle to get an accurate gauge. The heavenly heaven god replied. Can he force a paramount heavenly god into unleashing their true form of Tao? The heavenly life goddess asked. That's definitely impossible. The heavenly heaven god gave a quick reply. The true form of Tao is the ultimate power for us paramount heavenly gods. We will only unleash it in an absolutely dire situation, and Enlin does not have what it takes to force us into using it yet. So how is he useful in any way? The heavenly life goddess was a little displeased. We only need him to temporarily oppose the heavenly heaven god. I believe Enlin is capable of doing that at the very least, the heavenly heaven god replied. A faint smile appeared on the heavenly life goddess' face. That's true. As long as light, earth, and sea are killed or severely wounded, no one would be able to stop us. Hopefully, the climax of the war will arrive soon, and hopefully, the outcome won't be a disappointing one. And Lin returned to the 49 Immortal sect. Several thousand disciples were once again gathered outside the gate, chanting in unison to welcome the triumphant return of their sect leader. For God's sake, Bai Ling, how are you able to predict my return in advance every time? And Lin looked on with an exasperated expression at the sight of the enthusiastic disciples below. A woman in white with a hint of a smile on her face made her way over to him. You know nothing about the power of science, so there's no point in explaining anything to you. And Lin, by the way, how did your trip go this time? Bai Ling asked. It was all right. I killed 2 heavenly gods. And Lin replied nonchalantly. All of the disciples were astonished upon hearing this. The sect leader was so badass. Every time he went out, it was always to destroy a heavenly gate or kill heavenly gods, or even do both at once. They felt like killing a heavenly god or 2 was as simple as eating and drinking to him, and he was so dazzling that the disciples were about to be blinded. It really was worth the effort to gather together and welcome him every time. He would always provide news that completely reinvigorated them. And Lin was the hero of their dreams. Even Bai Ling's cheeks became flushed with excitement upon hearing this, and her eyes lit up. Really? That's so impressive. Which 2 heavenly gods did you kill? I'll tell you during our conference. And Lin raised his head with a proud smile. Bai Ling pursed her lips upon hearing this. He was clearly just trying to gather everyone during the conference so that he had more people to flex to. Oh, by the way, there's something I have to tell you. Bai Ling suddenly recalled something. What is it? And Lin asked. Someone has extended an invitation to you for a sparring match. A mysterious smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. Sparring match? And Lin suddenly became quite excited. Who is it? He was looking for someone to test his newfound power against, so this was ideal. Bai Ling smiled. He has already waited for you for 3 days on the drill ground. Oh, right. His name is the Battling Buddha. The Battling Buddha. And Lin's eyes gradually lit up. This is indeed a fantastic opponent. Firstly, they were quite familiar with one another, so communication would not be a problem. Secondly, this was a very powerful monkey, so he could fight to his heart's content. Thirdly, the Battling Buddha had endured countless battles, so he shouldn't mind even if Lin accidentally wounded him. So are you going to hold the conference first, or undertake the sparring match first? Bai Ling asked. He has already been waiting for a long time, so we should probably attend to him, and Lin replied. A faint smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. He has been waiting for a long time already, so waiting a little longer can't hurt. This was a good suggestion, but Lin didn't want to do that. This was a friend coming from afar, and he couldn't bear to leave him out in the cold, so he decided to undertake the sparring match first. For 9 Immortal sect drill ground, there were already over 10,000 disciples gathered here, spectating the imposing monkey before them. This was a handsome monkey with eyes as bright as stars, a golden crown on his head, and iridescent armor draped over his body. He was quite muscular and imposing, and he only had to stand there with his golden bandit staff in his hand to attract over 10,000 spectating disciples. Hey, have you heard? He's challenging our sect leader to a battle. Does anyone in the sect still not know about this? This is extremely renowned news. I wonder if our sect leader will accept this challenge. There's no question about that. Our sect leader won't be afraid of some monkey. He'll definitely accept the challenge once he comes back. A female disciple replied without any hesitation. I'm still very much in admiration of the Battling Buddha. To think that he has the courage to battle our sect leader. I wonder how many of the sect leader's punches he can take. Don't underestimate the Battling Buddha. He is a super mighty figure at the Tao integration stage who is second only in power to the Sakyamuni Buddha in the Buddhist kingdom. Apparently, he's also a candidate to become a heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect. So, how many punches will he be able to take from our sect leader? All of the disciples were discussing spiritedly among themselves. The Battling Buddha was very powerful, but their sect leader was invincible in their hearts. He was a true war god in their eyes, and they never even considered the notion that he would lose. All of them were only speculating about how many punches the battling Buddha would be able to take. Elder Yao Mingshi gave a conservative estimate, stating that if this was only a friendly match, then sect leader Lin would be able to vanquish his opponent after a few hundred exchanges. However, if he fought at his full power, he would be able to defeat the battling Buddha in about a dozen exchanges. Most of the disciples thought that this was a reasonable guess. A black brick suddenly descended from the sky. All of the disciples present erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Their sect leader had returned. Su Xiaolan leaned on little Huang's back and looked up at the man in the sky with a resigned expression. Sigh! He's finally back. Yet the first thing he thinks about is fighting. A burst of hearty laughter erupted in the sky. Ha ha ha! Sorry to keep you waiting. The battling Buddha turned to look up at the man in the sky, and a smile appeared on his face. Not at all. I would gladly wait another year for the opportunity to fight you. And Lin was in his usual flowing white robe as an unfathomably vast aura emanated from his body. A dazzling, golden Buddhist light imbued with mercy and surging battle intent erupted from the battling Buddha's body. The sparring match was about to begin. All of a sudden, gale force winds roared and space tremored and quaked. All of the disciples were struck by a sense of asphyxiation, and some were even finding it difficult to remain standing. Their auras were simply too terrifying. Even though the disciples were not on the direct receiving end, they were still barely able to remain on their feet. Please go elsewhere if you would like to fight. This place cannot handle a battle of this caliber, Bai Ling cautioned. And Lin turned toward the battling Buddha. How about we go fight on the grasslands? My thoughts exactly. The grasslands are an ideal location. I can fight to my heart's content there. The battling Buddha nodded. The two of them flew toward the grasslands outside of the sect. They were followed by a bunch of spectating disciples. Bai Ling silently fortified the 4-9 Immortal sect's defenses before using her spatial power to prevent the spectating disciples from going any further. Are you all that eager to die? Without anyone to protect you? Sect leader Lin could accidentally erase all of you from this world just with the shockwaves from a single punch. All of the disciples only came to their senses upon hearing Bai Ling's words of caution. Their sect leader was a terrifyingly powerful being whose battles were far too dangerous for them to spectate in close quarters. But don't be too disappointed. I'll be using my Purple Star satellite to deliver a live broadcast of this battle in high definition on the drill ground. Bai Ling smiled. Long live Pavilion Lord Bai. Big Sister Bai is the best. I finally get to see sect leader Lin battle the battling Buddha. I'm so excited. Over 10,000 disciples whooped with excitement. Soon, an image appeared on the drill grounds. And Lin and the battling Buddha were confronting one another on a set of vast grasslands with no end in sight. Even though this was only a live broadcast, all of the disciples were still staring intently at the figures on the screen in fear that they would miss something through a momentary lapse in concentration. On a set of grasslands over 10,000 kilometers away from the 4-9 Immortal sect. And Lin and the battling Buddha were facing off. Seeing as I made you wait so long, I'll give you the first chance to strike. Come. And Lin clasped his hands behind his back. All right, then do look out. The battling Buddha was eager for this battle to begin. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had invited Lin many times for a battle in the Buddhist kingdom, but Lin didn't have the time to go. Hence, he arrived at the 4-9 Immortal sect to deliver a challenge to Lin. He was a powerful being who lived for battles, and he felt like it would be a massive regret in his life if he didn't get to fight someone like Lin. Take this. Boom. A golden banded staff thrust forward, elongating and expanding as it thrust through the air. The surrounding heaven and earth were transformed into a vast expanse of gold. And Lin could feel a very powerful sense of oppression from the oncoming golden banded staff. Ha ha ha, nice. The battling Buddha was a super mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, and Lin was curious to see whether his phenomenal success stage body of the war god would be able to withstand an attack from someone at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Thus, he stood won the spot and allowed himself to be struck by the golden banded staff. Boom! The massive golden-banded staff crashed extremely violently into Enlin's body, pushing him all the way back over 100 kilometers, leaving a deep trench in the ground. Hee hee. Don't underestimate me, brother Enlin. I won't be holding back. The battling Buddha smiled. He seemed to be quite pleased with the power behind this attack. Oh, that feels really good. A moan of enjoyment escaped Enlin's lips. The battling Buddha's golden-banded staff had crashed down upon him with boundless force and churned up all of the blood within his body. The battling Buddha's eyelids twitched slightly. What terrifying defensive prowess! But this is just the beginning. The golden-banded staff in his hand quickly shrank as he leaped into the sky. Boundless Buddhist light surged through the heavens, radiating an aura of great mercy and imposing might. Rainbow light then suddenly converged toward the staff. Countless peculiar images appeared behind the battling Buddha. Some were lively and bustling streets. Some were picturesque immortal realms. Some were battlefields stained by blood. And some were infernal realms where demons and ghouls reigned supreme. Myriad worlds strike. Boundless Buddha's true intent and great benevolence fused together with the countless worlds behind him before converging toward his golden-banded staff, imbuing his staff with the devastating might to puncture an entire world. Let me see how you're going to deal with this strike. The battling Buddha roared as his golden-banded staff elongated once again before falling from the sky. The staff hadn't reached Enlin yet, but the earth within a radius of several hundred kilometers was already caving in. Enlin's entire body trembled. He enjoyed the feeling of being confronted by such a devastating power. He extended a hand toward the descending staff. Bam! Buddhist light exploded forth while heaven and earth tremored and quaked. A bottomless abyss was instantly blasted into the ground within which boundless Buddhist light surged. All of the spectating disciples felt like their hearts had leaped into their mouths. Even Bai Ling, Su Xiaolan, and the other top-rate powerful beings were getting a little concerned. They believed that Enlin could win, but they didn't expect Enlin to be so arrogant as to take on the battling Buddha's attacks with his body alone. One had to realize that the last attack was a full-force strike unleashed by the battling Buddha after summoning his power of the divine Tao. Weaker Tao integration stage super mighty figures would be insta-killed by that attack. Yet Enlin was going to block it with his hand? Is Enlin going to be alright? Su Xiaolan spread open her holy flame wings and rose into the sky. He'll be fine as long as he's not dead. This will teach him a lesson so that he doesn't underestimate his enemies in the future. Bai Ling chuckled coldly before manipulating the satellite to zoom in on Enlin. However, they were then greeted by an unbelievable sight. The golden-banded staff that had embedded itself firmly into the earth was quickly rising into the air. The battling Buddha forced the staff down with all his might, but his efforts to do so were futile. Enlin rose into the sky with a calm expression as he supported the bottom of the golden-banded staff with a single hand. His white robe remained as pristine as ever, and there were no wounds on his body. He blocked it? The battling Buddha's eyes widened with astonishment. He blocked my myriad worlds strike with a single hand? In his heart, Enlin should have been roughly his equal in terms of combat prowess if he didn't use his powers of the heavenly gods. However, Enlin had now taken one of his most powerful attacks with his bare hand. That was not bad. Feel free to increase your power output. No need to worry about me. I can handle it. Enlin's eyes shimmered with excitement. The battling Buddha almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Increase my power output? That's already my full power. Do I have to unleash a sacrificial mystic technique to satisfy you? Enlin was extremely elated. He was using the battling Buddha to test out the limits of this body. The battling Buddha's attacks were making his blood churn and seethe, but he was still far from reaching his limit. After all, he hadn't even been forced to unleash his 5-elemental body, so he was hoping that the battling Buddha would be able to provide more of a challenge. The battling Buddha really wanted to tell Enlin that this was already the limit of his power. However, he couldn't do that as the battling Buddha never yielded to anyone. His eyes suddenly became as dazzling as the sun, and holy flames capable of incinerating all things erupted forth. If physical attacks didn't work, then he would just have to attack with spell techniques. Boom! The golden holy flames exploded upon making contact with Lin's body. Scorching heat waves proliferated through the air, reducing the grasslands around them to dust. However, before the battling Buddha even had a chance to survey the situation, he discovered that his holy flames were flowing like liquid, as if they were being engulfed by something. And Lin's mouth was wide open, and he swallowed all of the battling Buddha's holy flames in less than 3 seconds. Phew! What pure flames! The taste is exquisite. And Lin gave the battling Buddha a thumbs up. However, we can stop trying to test each out now, right? Let's unleash our full power and fight to our heart's content. The battling Buddha's teeth chattered. Unleash our full power? That was his full power. An indescribable sense of panic suddenly set in. However, a thought then suddenly occurred to the battling Buddha. Perhaps Lin was goading him into thinking that he was extremely powerful in order to dampen his morale. These were mind games. That must be it. The battling Buddha roared as his body expanded at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a divine monkey over 10,000 feet tall with an astonishing aura emanating from his body. And Lin, I'm not scared of you. It's your turn to attack me now, and I'll defeat you fair and square. The battling Buddha roared. Just the sound waves of his roar were enough to shatter the earth within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Ha ha ha, as you wish. And Lin was influenced by the surging battle intent erupting from the battling Buddha's body, and he immediately unleashed all of the power within his body of the war god to unleash a full-force fist at the massive divine monkey. The battling Buddha also launched an almighty fist, which was shimmering with a boundless Buddhist light. Everyone on the drill ground stared intently at the scenes unfolding on the screen. This was going to be an extremely intense and evenly matched showdown. Not only did they think that, but even Lin and the battling Buddha thought of the same thing. The two fists collided violently. Bam! The battling Buddha's mountainous fist suddenly exploded. What followed was his blood, flesh, bones, ligaments. His entire arm was pulverized by an invisible force. Not only that, but Lin's fist continued onward like an unstoppable divine mountain, causing the battling Buddha's chest to cave in before blasting a massive hole several hundred meters in radius into his body. PFFF? The battling Buddha threw up a massive mouthful of blood, and he was blasted flying for several hundred kilometers before tumbling to the ground in an extremely sorry state. The massive divine monkey struggled for a few moments on the ground before seemingly discovering that he was unable to get up anymore. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone was astonished by what they were seeing. One punch, and Lin had only unleashed one punch to completely disable the battling Buddha. Is this for real? Sect leader and Lin only used one punch. But the battling Buddha is the second most powerful being in the Buddhist kingdom, and a candidate to become a heaven-crushing sect heavenly disciple. How could he be unable to even take a single punch from our sect? Leader. The disciples knew that their sect leader was badass, but they didn't think that he would be badass enough to vanquish such a powerful enemy with one punch. Weren't they supposed to have an epic, evenly matched battle? How had this battle been decided by a single punch? Was the monkey too weak? No. The monkey's myriad world strike was extremely sensational. This was not the monkey's fault. It was their sect leader's fault for being too badass. All of the disciples were astonished once again. They were extremely embarrassed to find just how little they knew about their sect leader. Godin, I'm so sorry. I'm just a fucking idiot. As Lin's #1 retarded superfan, Yao Mingxi was already shedding tears of remorse. Wah! Big brother, I was wrong as well. Yao Xiao was also sobbing. To think that I thought Godin would require more than 10 punches to bring down the battling Buddha. How could I underestimate our idol so much? I have sinned. All of the disciples were either astonished or in remorse. Su Xiaolin, Little Huang, Long Outyen, Bai Ling, and all of the higher-ups were also given a massive fright. They knew what this punch from Lin entailed. He had clearly evolved during the short few days he had been away. Just what did Lin experience in the West Sea? Bai Ling murmured. Keeping up with him is proving to be an extremely difficult task. Su Xiaolin wore a vibrant smile. I have to strive harder as well. At this moment, and Lin had already rushed over to the battling Buddha before feeding him a regenerative immortal pill. I'm so sorry. I didn't think that this would happen. I'm having a bit of trouble gauging my own strength at the moment. I'm extremely sorry. And Lin apologized over and over again with a guilt-ridden expression. The battling Buddha had already reverted back to his original size, but he was still missing an arm as well as half of his chest, and he was coughing up mouthfuls of blood. He looked up at Lin with a dazed expression. Am I really that weak? I can't even take a single punch from you? No, you're not weak. I'm just too strong. And Lin offered words of consolation. Tears welled up in the battling Buddha's eyes as he listened to Lin's comforting words. I'm so stupid, I really am. He should have never challenged Lin from the beginning, the last time they had fought side by side in the Divine Mirror world. And Lin's combat prowess was clearly comparable to his. Even if he was slightly inferior to Lin, this should have been a thrilling and satisfying battle. However, they had only been apart for less than a year, so how was Lin so much more powerful than him already? He was trying to gain inspiration through this battle, not to completely crush his self-esteem. The battling Buddha was still wallowing in severe self-doubt. The more Lin tried to comfort him, the more emotionally unstable he became. In the end, Bai Ling had to step in order to make the battling Buddha recover some emotional stability. Bai Ling transported the battling Buddha to the healing formation to receive treatment. After this battle, Lin had a better gauge over his own combat prowess. His regulation combat prowess had already transcended beyond the Dao integration pinnacle stage. If he really had to compare himself to someone, he felt like his power was roughly equivalent to that of the half-step god of creation stage Ancient Fiend Celestial. As for how powerful he would be after unleashing his trump cards and activating his 5-elemental body, he didn't even dare to think about that. And Lin's battle against the battling Buddha created a massive stir throughout the 4-9 Immortal sect, and he unintentionally gained some more retarded superfans. Countless disciples revered and worshipped him like a god. However, this was actually not what Lin wanted to see. If things continued like this, the entire 4-9 Immortal sect was going to become the headquarters for all of his retarded superfans. And Lin had no choice but to gather all of the 4-9 Immortal sect pavilion lords and elders for an important conference. During the conference, he recounted his experiences in the West Sea where he slew 2 heavenly gods, scared away 2 more, and then enjoyed a significant power boost. His recount was met with more astonishment and reverence. Of course, he refrained from telling everyone about the heavenly sea god. It was not that he didn't trust his friends. He was only afraid that the other paramount heavenly gods would discover that something was amiss. 2 hours later, and Lin made his way out of the conference hall in high spirits after a round of flexing. He was planning to chill for 3 more months until the heavenly sea god descended upon the Taichu continent. Su Xiaolin followed along behind Lin, and she tugged on Lin's sleeve with a curious expression. Lin, I feel like you've been very tense ever since you came back. You're already this powerful. What could be making you feel so much pressure? And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this before a warm smile appeared on his face. You really do know me well. However, I can't tell you anything for now. The walls may have ears. Su Xiaolin nodded with a serious expression. I understand. Tell me if you need me to do anything. And Lin tapped her on the nose with a smile on his face. Then I want you to cook for me every day. I haven't had your cooking in a long time. That's easy. Pick any dish with any ingredients in any style you like. If you can state it, I can cook it. Su Xiaolin patted her chest with a proud expression. The 2 of them returned to their living quarters together. That night, Lin was served with Su Xiaolin's dinner of love. It was the taste of true love. After enjoying a delicious meal, the 2 of them went to the summit of the full moon mountain to do some stargazing. This was a rare quiet period for both of them, and they were making the most of it. Look, Lin. The white moon is growing brighter and brighter, while the red moon in the sky is becoming dimmer. Su Xiaolin pointed up at the 2 moons in the sky with an elated expression. The light of the moon shone down on her gorgeous features, making her appear as if she were an exquisitely beautiful holy maiden. And Lin knew what it meant for one moon to be brighter than the other, and he was also very elated. Xianxia has secured the upper hand? Wasn't she at a severe disadvantage last time? That was because she is a human, so she was being targeted by the power of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, how could she be forced onto the back foot by a newbie? Su Xiaolan explained, and Lin's interest was piqued. So how did she secure an advantage now? Su Xiaolan pointed toward a faint pillar of white light in the northeastern direction with a smile on her face. It's all thanks to Nuwa's mending of the heavens. She has provided an indirect assist to big sister Xianxia. And Lin came to a sudden realization upon hearing this. Oh, I get it. After the heavenly Tao became more complete, it's exerting more restrictions upon the heavenly gods. Those heavenly gods were the ones targeting Xianxia during her battle of Tao integration. Now that the heavenly Tao is restricting the heavenly gods, the power targeting Xianxia has been restricted as well, which has given Xianxia a chance to retaliate and turn the tables. He raised a cup of immortal wine to the white moon in the sky with a smile on his face. This is indeed worthy of celebration. Xianxia, I propose a toast to you. In the battle between the two moons, one of them had to die. He was actually very concerned when Xianxia was forced onto the back foot, as that was pushing her closer to her death. But there was nothing he could do. However, Xianxia had now turned the tables, which meant that not only would she not die, she was going to reach unprecedented heights. As her friend, and Lin was naturally extremely elated. In the next few days, the white moon in the sky grew brighter and brighter, while the red moon in the sky continued to dim. If no other mishaps occurred, Xianxia's victory was assured. Meanwhile, near the distant Earth, a white figure flew out from within a massive spatial gate between the two worlds. He had a pair of wings on his back, and he flew through space at an extremely fast speed with a white, crystalline defensive barrier around him that was capable of blocking all attacks from any weapons on Earth. However, he suddenly crashed violently into a powerful enchantment barrier. Oh, we've got a big fish this time. A little girl with flawlessly intricate features looked on with bright eyes as she manipulated a blue star formation to surround the enemy. Crap! No wonder we lost contact with everyone who went through that gate. There's a spell formation ambush here. The man was a heavenly human tribe great general, and he immediately turned and tried to flee into the spatial gate upon seeing this. He flew at an extremely fast speed and could unleash a Tao integration stage power for a short time. Hey, are you going back so soon? A crisp, pleasant voice sounded from up ahead. A woman with an explosive figure and a pair of white rabbit ears wearing a Lolita dress appeared right in the heavenly human tribe great general's path of escape. Piss off! The heavenly human tribe great general roared with rage. A holy light fell from the sky before converging to become a light sword several kilometers in length, which he then swept toward the woman. Wow! Such a powerful sword strike! The woman let loose a cry of surprise before kicking at the light sword with her long, beautiful leg. Bam! The heavenly human tribe great general's massive light sword was shattered by her kick. The heavenly human tribe great general's eyes widened as his head went completely blank. Since when did his attacks become so frail? Even Tao integration stage super mighty figures had to treat his attacks with caution. Could it be? In the next instant, a pair of white rabbit ears appeared right before him. The woman leaned forward, and her rabbit ears almost came into contact with his face as pink light enshrouded her fists. An indescribably terrifying burst of energy fluctuations erupted, threatening to freeze the space around him for all of eternity. Pink rabbit heaven-crushing fists. Bam! She launched an almighty strike. Her heaven-crushing true intent instantly tore through the heavenly human tribe great general's defenses. An expression of shock and horror appeared on the heavenly human tribe great general's face, but before he could do anything, he was reduced to nothingness by the petite, pink fists that crashed into his body. The rabbit maiden slowly withdrew her fists with an expression of shock on her face. What a powerful enemy! To think that he was able to take two of my fists. Xiao Fu looked on with a speechless expression. You insta-killed him, but you're praising him? Is this a new way of insulting your enemies? The rabbit maiden replied with an earnest expression. We should pay our respects to the enemies we have killed. Xiao Fu. The rabbit maiden sent a text message to Enlin. Rabbit maiden protected the earth again today. When are you going to bring your dishes to me? Within the white nectar sea, top a divine tree, great General Long Ying has perished. A woman with green hair opened her orange eyes. He died in less than a minute and didn't even get a chance to escape. There must be at least 3 Dao integration stage super mighty figures stationed at the spatial gate. Nuwa Shore is going to great lengths to protect Earth. Nuwa has already been enraged and is mending the heavens in advance. We have already completed our objective, so why are you still trying to destroy Earth? The heavenly heaven god asked. The woman replied with a faint smile. I haven't enraged Enlin yet. He would be very sad and infuriated if I was to kill his family and friends. Right? The heavenly heaven god fell silent for a moment. What's the point in doing that? Enlin is going to battle light, earth, and sea sooner or later. Incurring his wrath could make him turn on us instead. No, he won't do that. He will view the entire heavenly human tribe and all heavenly gods as his enemies. Perhaps doing this could also stimulate him and provide a further power boost to him. That would be beneficial to us, no? The woman replied in an indifferent voice. Who do you want to deploy? The heavenly heaven god asked. The powerful beings deployed to Earth may well be much more powerful than what you are envisioning. We're keeping tabs on all of the gods of creation as well as Enlin, and none of them have appeared on Earth. As such, the powerful beings deployed to Earth must be below the god of creation stage. We'll just have to deploy a heavenly god to take care of this. The heavenly life goddess smiled. Nuwa will react very quickly if we deploy a heavenly god. If we take too long, the heavenly god could be placed in great danger. The heavenly heaven god cautioned. Seeing as that's the case, we'll send the heavenly god most capable of slaughtering living beings quickly. The heavenly life goddess smiled. The heavenly heaven god. Who do you have in mind? The heavenly life goddess. Mind. Come on out. A semi-transparent, green lizard dragon with a pair of wings on its back appeared in front of the woman before kneeling to the ground. Heavenly life goddess. How long do you need to destroy a planet with 3 to 5 Dao integration stage super mighty figures and less than 10 return to void stage mighty figures? The heavenly life goddess asked. Do I have to kill the Dao integration stage super mighty figures? The lizard dragon asked. No, just kill everything else. The heavenly life goddess replied. 10 seconds is all I will need. The heavenly mind god replied earnestly. Even the heavenly heaven god was quite surprised to hear this. However, a smile appeared on the heavenly life goddess face. See? Destroying a vast number of living beings in one go can be achieved much more quickly through a mental attack rather than physical annihilation. Just one mental attack that affects the entire planet will be able to take care of all of the living beings there. What would you like me to do, heavenly life goddess? The heavenly mind god asked in a respectful voice. The heavenly life goddess waved a hand. Go and destroy all life forms on Earth. At the border of the solar system. This place was located roughly 1 billion kilometers from Earth, and the blue planet looked like a beautiful little ball from here. A massive gate of light stood within outer space. This was the only weak point on Earth as well as Earth's biggest weak point. If one was to discover the coordinates of this gate of light, most living beings would be able to force their way through it and descend upon Earth, even heavenly human tribe great generals and heavenly gods. The rabbit maiden floated in outer space and gently swung her lithe and beautiful legs. Her pink dress fluttered, revealing what was underneath for all to see. There were only 2 artifact spirits around, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. As for the humans on Earth, they didn't even know where she was or that she even existed, so there was no need to be concerned about them. Even if she were completely nude here, there would be nothing to be ashamed of as there was no one to see her anyway. The enemy should be a bit more cautious now that I've killed a Heaven Pioneer stage heavenly human, right? If they're scared of me and don't dare to attack Earth anymore, won't I be able to keep chilling like this? The rabbit maiden was very elated with this in mind. I'm so weak and pitiful and helpless. It would be best if I could just spend 100 years here doing nothing. When that time comes, I can recover my freedom and become a free rabbit." An expression of yearning appeared on her face. She was an activist for peace and loathed battle and conflict. However, just as she was thinking about these things, ripples erupted from the spatial gate once again. Why are they still coming? Is this a game to them? The rabbit maiden gritted her teeth with rage. I have to really show them what I'm made of, otherwise they'll think they can walk all over me. Crack. A semi-transparent set of green dragon claws suddenly clamped down upon the frame of the gate of light. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended. Immediately afterward, a massive body emerged from the gate between the two worlds. The green lizard dragon spread open its wings and let loose an almighty roar. Roar! Formation spirit Xiaofu was blasted by the resulting sound waves, and she felt like her head was about to explode as her Karma Star Protection formation became extremely unstable. She saw the divine halo above the lizard dragon's head, and her expression shifted drastically. A heavenly god. This is a heavenly god. The rabbit maiden sensed the paramount aura erupting from the dragon's body, and her white fur stood up on end as an expression of shock and horror appeared on her face. Is this a heavenly god? What a terrifying aura! I feel like I'm being confronted by a supreme being that I cannot oppose no matter what I do. Big Sister Rabbit, unleash your heaven-crushing true intent, Xiaofu urged. The rabbit maiden came to her senses and immediately unleashed the heaven-crushing true intent that had been taught to her by the ancient dragon empress. Only then was the overwhelming pressure crashing down upon her slightly alleviated. So this is a heavenly god? My god! How terrifying! Why would a ridiculously powerful being like this attack such a tiny place? The rabbit maiden trembled uncontrollably. There are two formations here that transcend the Tao integration stage. The lizard dragon was clearly a little surprised, but it was not really concerned. No wonder the great generals were all killed. This is indeed not something they can combat. So where's Earth? The lizard dragon looked around before discovering a tiny blue ball in the extremely far distance. The lizard dragon. Fuck! Why is it so far away? This is well beyond my spell-casting range. It was boasting to the heavenly life goddess that it could kill all of the living beings on Earth under the assumption that it could unleash its spell techniques as soon as it emerged on the other side. How the fuck was it supposed to do that when the target was so far away? So be it. I should hurry up and use spatial skipping to get there. The lizard dragon murmured to itself before using its enormous mental energy to smash a small hole into the Karma Star Protection formation. It was just about to tear open space when it discovered with astonishment that space had been sealed. Do you want to die? The lizard dragon glowered at the human woman with rabbit ears. It didn't want to have to fight these weaklings as time was of the essence, and it had to take care of all of the humans on Earth as its priority. But who would have thought that these weaklings would dare to provoke it? You're very terrifying, but I won't allow you to harm the human race. The rabbit maiden spread open her arms and positioned herself in front of the green lizard dragon with a firm expression. You think you can stop me? The lizard dragon detected the rabbit maiden's aura and was met with an inconclusive result. But the heavenly life goddess had told it that it would be confronted by someone with power equivalent to 3 to 5 Tao integration stage supermighty figures, so there was nothing for it to fear. If you want to die, then I'll grant you your wish. Remember the one who killed you. I am the heavenly mind god. Experience the horror and despair of being crushed by my mental power. The lizard dragon spread open its wings as a dazzling soul power erupted from its dragon claws. Die! The dragon claws were imbued with the power to crush the minds of all living beings, and even Tao integration stage supermighty figures with the powers of the divine Tao to defend them would be unable to withstand this attack. Bam! Divine power surged forth as space exploded. The lizard dragon's eyes widened as it discovered that its claws had been caught in a vice-like grip by a pair of soft, delicate hands, thereby preventing its claws from progressing any further. How could this be? The lizard dragon's expression shifted drastically. What a coincidence! You like to play with mental energy? The rabbit maiden's eyes lit up with excitement. I'm pretty good at that myself. One's mind and consciousness are connected, and I am Heavenly Monarch Xiling of the Spirit Tribe. You're unfortunate to have encountered me as your opponent. Within the white nectar sea, at the pinnacle of the divine tree, the heavenly life goddess was sipping some tea. 10 seconds have passed. The heavenly mind god still hasn't come back yet. The heavenly heaven god remarked, "Don't worry, perhaps it wants to have a bit of fun and kill a few powerful beings. 1 minute. 1 minute is all it will need before it comes back." The heavenly life goddess smiled and said, "I'm sure of it." At the edge of the solar system, boom! The heavenly mind god let loose a wail of anguish as a massive gash was inflicted upon its stomach and chest. Howl! Energy gushed like blood while its body tumbled backward. A woman in a Lolita dress and a bright blue cape made her way toward the heavenly mind god. Boundless soul power shimmered in her eyes, and her hands had transformed into a pair of crimson rabbit paws. "Come, don't go easy on me just because I'm adorable. Show me just how powerful a heavenly god is." The rabbit's voice was very pleasant and enticing, but chills ran down the heavenly mind god's spine upon hearing it. The lizard dragon looked at the beautiful woman walking toward it, and its body trembled involuntarily. Adorable? Adorable my ass. This was a demon. At the edge of the solar system, terrifying soul power permeated through space with reckless abandon, twisting space within a radius of several thousand kilometers. A burst of bone-chilling soul power swept toward the heavenly mind god's body. The lizard dragon almost swore out loud. The heavenly life goddess had screwed it over. This was no Tao integration stage enemy. This was a fucking goddess of creation. The heavenly mind god was about to have a mental breakdown. A goddess of creation was guarding this tiny world? This didn't even make any fucking sense. Roar. I'll be back. Just you wait. The next time I see you, I'm going to destroy you. The lizard dragon roared before spreading its wings and flying toward the spatial gate. Soul flash. The blue cape wrapped itself around the rabbit maiden's body. She then instantaneously appeared right in front of the spatial gate and brought her crimson rabbit claws down viciously. The claws were simply far too fast, and they fell like red streaks of light. The heavenly mind god's soul power was torn apart, and it wailed with anguish as its body fell back. "No need for next time, please kill me now." The rabbit maiden licked her rabbit paws with a wide grin. "Howl! I'm going to slaughter you." The divine halo above the lizard dragon's head lit up with a scintillating light as countless divine weapons imbued with paramount mental power appeared behind it. "Ha-ha! Only one of us is going to emerge from this battle alive." The rabbit maiden chortled wildly as she swept her crimson claws toward the heavenly mind god. The two of them clashed in outer space, triggering energy explosions that were even more terrifying than nuclear explosions. From a distance, it looked like gigantic fireworks going off again and again. If these clashes took place on Earth, they would definitely be able to reduce the entire planet to dust. Xiao Fu and Xiao Pang were currently cowering away in a corner of the formation, and both of them were completely dumbstruck by the sight of the rabbit who had gone berserk. Wasn't she supposed to be a kind-hearted, peace-loving rabbit? Why was she tearing apart the heavenly mind god's mental body? Why was she devouring the flesh of the heavenly mind god? And what was this deranged laughter erupting from her mouth? This was no gentle and adorable rabbit. This was a violent killing machine. However, even though the rabbit maiden fought in a very insane manner, her combat prowess was unexpectedly quite reliable. She was always ranting about how weak she was, but in a real battle, she was belting the heavenly mind god. Within the white nectar sea, at the pinnacle of the divine tree, a minute has passed. The heavenly heaven god mused. "What are you in such a hurry for?" The heavenly life goddess was a little annoyed as she said, "Perhaps the Tao integration stage super mighty figures stationed at the gate are quite powerful and have trump cards with which they have used to delay the heavenly mind god. Don't worry, the heavenly mind god will be back very soon." She looked at the cup of tea in her hands and continued, "The heavenly mind god will be back before this cup of tea cools." Within the cabin of life, an exquisitely beautiful woman looked at the earth device in her hand with an extremely thunderous expression. Do the paramount heavenly gods really think they can just walk all over me? Black spirit snake, white spirit snake, take the heaven-slashing sword and head to earth as quickly as possible. Yes, your majesty. The two spirit snakes bowed before setting off. At the edge of the solar system, boom, 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 violent and terrifying energy exploded. The space within a radius of several thousand kilometers had been completely pulverized and chaotic turbulence was wreaking havoc. Thousand god slaughter. The heavenly mind god's wings suddenly extended for several hundred kilometers before countless extremely terrifying mental weapons emerged from those wings. There were elation heavenly blades, pain demonic sabers, depravity immortal balls, unyielding divine spikes. All of them emanated extremely powerful mental energy fluctuations that struck fear into the onlookers' hearts. The heavenly mind god flapped its wings and the countless weapons surged toward the rabbit maiden. The entire space before her was covered in streaks of light, creating an extremely spectacular sight. You think you're better than me because you have wings? Check out my cape. The rabbit maiden's soul power cape swung around before instantly expanding for over 500 kilometers and enshrouding all of the oncoming weapons. Bam, 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 bam. A series of collisions erupted. All of the weapons crashed into the rabbit maiden's cape but were unable to penetrate it. What a terrifying attack! To think that you almost punctured my cape. Is this the paramount power of a heavenly god? How fearsome! Ha ha ha! The rabbit maiden chortled with fear and excitement. The heavenly mind god was struck by a sense of despair upon seeing its most powerful attack being kept at bay, and it roared as it pounced toward the rabbit maiden again. The rabbit maiden made a series of hand seals upon seeing this, and a bright blue trident appeared in her hands. The trident was inscribed with countless divine symbols, and the most essential soul power surged forth. This was the signature power of all gods of creation. Essential power. Have a taste of my Shi Ling divine trident. The rabbit maiden held her bright blue trident in one hand, while gripping the air toward the heavenly mind god with the other. Countless black soul power chains immediately bound the heavenly mind god's body. The heavenly mind god's forward momentum was abruptly arrested. The rabbit maiden hurtled through the air and arrived before the heavenly mind god as she unleashed a barrage of trident strikes. Bright blue soul power pierced through the inky blackness, leaving countless dazzling trajectories in their wake. The lizard dragon howled in agony as its body was torn apart, punctured, and pulverized. On the Tai Chu continent, and Lin returned to the 4-9 Immortal sect. And Lin was sunbathing like an old man when the inter-realm voice transmission talisman suddenly lit up. Hello, Rabbit Maiden. You just sent me a text message earlier. Why are you calling me now? Inter-realm communication is very energy-consuming. Don't worry about the frying pan dishes if that's what you're calling for. I promised you 2 dishes a week, and I'll definitely deliver. No, 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 I want more dishes. The rabbit maiden's justified voice sounded. Heh, what a naughty little rabbit. Why should I give you more dishes? And Lin was not very pleased. Frying pan dishes were extremely delicious, and he couldn't get enough of them himself. The heavenly mind god just invaded Earth and I killed it. Do I not deserve more dishes for that? The rabbit maiden harumphed smugly. Holy fuck! And Lin almost dropped his voice transmission talisman upon hearing this. Are you serious? I'm an honest rabbit who never tells lies. Are you going to give me more dishes or not? The rabbit maiden asked. That's badass. My little rabbit is the best. Ha ha ha. And Lin was dancing for joy. Yes. I'll definitely add dishes for you. I want 2 more dishes this week, the rabbit maiden asked. And Lin immediately turned her down. No way. I'm giving you 3 more dishes. Within the white nectar sea, at the pinnacle of the divine tree, the woman with long green hair looked at the cup of tea in her hand and murmured, It's cold. Yes, the tea has indeed cooled. The heavenly heaven god mused. The woman shook her head. No. What I'm saying is, the heavenly mind god has gone cold. The heavenly heaven god. How did that happen? The heavenly heaven god asked. The heavenly life goddess wore an extremely dark expression. I don't know either. There is no way that powerful beings capable of slaying Heavenly God could be situated on Earth. The Heavenly Mind God should be able to escape even if it were ambushed by over 10 Dao integration stage super mighty figures. What could have happened? Her head was starting to ache. She had lost 2 powerful subordinates in the short span of a few days. One of them was a present to Enlin, while the other died under mysterious circumstances after being deployed to Earth. Anyone would be very irritated by this. The Heavenly Heaven God tried to find an answer through divination but was unable to do so. I can't tell what happened either. It's like the guardian stationed on Earth is not someone from the Tai Chu continent at all. Is that possible? The Heavenly Life Goddess asked. It is. The Heavenly Heaven God nodded. But the enemy must be a god of creation-level living being. So it must be one of the most powerful beings in the realm of stars. A top-rate powerful being from the realm of stars is acting as the guardian of a small world and opposing the heavens? Are they insane? The Heavenly Life Goddess chuckled. Regardless of whether they're insane or not, that being is on my blacklist. They will die once I verify their identity. The Heavenly Heaven God vowed in a cold voice. At the edge of the solar system, the Rabbit Maiden had succeeded in her negotiations with Enlin and was now jumping for joy like an overactive child. Yay! 3 frying pan dishes plus 2 is 5 dishes for this week. I'm so happy. Her pink eyes glowed with a scorching light. It would be great if a few more heavenly gods came. That way, I would be able to get more meals. Xiao Fu and Xiao Pang looked at the elated Rabbit Maiden and their chests constricted. Peace activist? Noob weakling rabbit? Bullshit. It was all an act. At this moment, ripples suddenly erupted from the spatial gate again. Oh my God! The Rabbit Maiden screamed. I do want more heavenly gods to be delivered to my doorstep, but not so regularly. She had just endured a massive battle and expended a lot of her energy. If a few more heavenly gods arrived now, she probably wouldn't be able to protect Earth anymore. The Rabbit Maiden's soft and delicate hands transformed into crimson rabbit claws again as she prepared herself for battle. Please don't deploy too many enemies this time. Just 1 or 2 is enough. Any more than that and it would be animal abuse. The Rabbit Maiden arched and tensed her body as she murmured to herself. Spatial ripples swept through space. 2 pleasant voices sounded from within the spatial gate. The life energy density on Earth has increased drastically. This is a very powerful enemy. But the world has sustained no damage. Not only that, but no living beings have been killed either. It looks like Heavenly Monarch Xiling has managed to stall the Heavenly God. Let's make haste so that we can help Heavenly Monarch Xiling. 2 extremely beautiful snake women leaped out from the spatial gate. Invaders of Earth must die. Charge! Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake were both ready for battle. They then discovered with shock that the environment around them was very peaceful. There was a rabbit woman who was appraising them with a speechless expression. Heavenly Monarch Xiling. Where did the enemy go? Black Spirit Snake faltered momentarily before asking. The Rabbit Maiden pointed at her own stomach. White Spirit Snake turned pale with horror. It went into your stomach? My God. Is it trying to attack you from the inside? We have to get it out as quickly as possible. No, I ate it. The Rabbit Maiden clarified. Everyone instantly fell silent. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake stared blankly at the Rabbit Maiden with their mouths gaped wide open. You ate it? White Spirit Snake looked at the Rabbit Maiden's smooth and flat stomach. But that was a heavenly god. You defeated it this quickly. Black Spirit Snake stared at the adorable rabbit who was constantly bemoaning her own weakness with incredulity etched on her face. Wasn't she supposed to be the weakest god of creation? What a blatant lie. They had taken only a few minutes to get here. The Rabbit Maiden waved her hands. It wasn't that quick. It would have been too late if I had waited for you guys. Not only did I kill the Heavenly Mind God, but I also struck a sweet deal with Enlin. White Spirit Snake blinked. A sweet deal? What kind of deal? Black Spirit Snake asked. Humph. I'm not telling you. The Rabbit Maiden shook her head. It's a very sweet deal. The Rabbit Maiden wore an intoxicated expression of yearning. and the two spirit snakes couldn't help but get the wrong idea. Was Enlin that attractive? Even heavenly monarch Xiling had been reduced to a love-struck young woman. Ahem. Thank you for your help, heavenly monarch Xiling. We are in your debt. Black spirit snake repressed her shock and extended words of gratitude. No need to thank me. I was just doing my job. The rabbit maiden waved her hands. Leave the rest to us. We'll take care of everything else. A vibrant smile appeared on white spirit snake's face. You put your feet up and rest, big sister rabbit. A pleased smile appeared on the rabbit maiden's face. You look like you know what you're doing. Of course. We're professionals when it comes to cleaning up. White spirit snake puffed out her chest confidently. The rabbit maiden asked, by cleaning up, does that include cleaning up the hatred of the paramount heavenly gods toward me? For example, can you announce to the outside world that you too killed the heavenly god in order to divert animosity away from me? Black spirit snake, white spirit snake. That's not part of our services. Black spirit snake's flesh crawled. This rabbit acted dumb, but she was actually nowhere near as stupid as she appeared. All right, we'll do it. White spirit snake guaranteed. Black spirit snake. Black spirit snake wished that she could say the same thing about white spirit snake's intelligence. A charming smile appeared on the rabbit maiden's face. Thank you. And Lin returned to the 4-9 Immortal sect. And Lin packed some ingredients in preparation to travel to Earth and cook for the rabbit maiden. He had to make food for 5 consecutive days, so it would be like taking a miniature vacation. And Lin, I hear you're going to Earth? Bai Ling made her way over to Enlin. I am. Do you want to come? You haven't been to Earth yet, right? Enlin smiled. I'd love to go. But Her Majesty Nuwa won't be pleased to see me there. A smile appeared on Bai Ling's face as she pulled out a ball. Take this with you. Earth is small, but it has everything a world needs. I want to collect data on a complete world. All right, leave it to me. And Lin accepted the ball with a smile. See you later, big sister Bai. A gentle smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. Have a safe trip. And Lin traveled to Earth with Bai Ling's ball. He passed through the spatial gate between the two worlds and was greeted by the sight of the adorable rabbit maiden. The rabbit maiden immediately gave Enlin a recount of how arduous her battle had been, and how valiantly and desperately she had fought for Earth's sake. Xiao Fu and Xiao Pang didn't dare to expose her lies. She was talking about how the heavenly mind god had dominated her, torn the flesh off her body before consuming it, crushed her mind, destroyed her consciousness. Was there a role reversal here? In the end, the rabbit maiden was able to summon unyielding determination after reminding herself of her duty to protect the entire human race, thereby allowing her to turn the tables and barely edge out the heavenly mind god. The rabbit maiden was extremely exuberant and energetic with no signs of injuries on her body. This was clearly not someone who had just survived a life and death battle. He knew that she was just trying to swindle one more dish out of him. Women. They had agreed on 2 dishes initially, and he was now kind enough to give her 5. But she wanted 6? And Lin smiled and did not respond no matter how much the rabbit maiden tried to grind him down. Chop chop chop. And Lin cooked for the rabbit maiden in outer space. In an environment without gravity, he had to create gravity of his own in order to make it easier for him to cook. Thus, and Lin cooked while unleashing his abyssal gravity technique. The rabbit maiden was already drooling at the sight of the food in the frying pan. Not only her, but even Xiao Fu and Xiao Pang, who absorbed the power of the stars for sustenance, were yearning for a taste. However, the rabbit maiden was not going to share any of her dishes. She even lapped up the juices from the frying pan dish and left absolutely nothing for Xiao Fu and Xiao Pang. After serving the rabbit maiden, and Lin returned to Earth to visit his Earth friends. The small ball Bai Ling had given him rose into the sky and merged into heaven and earth. Master and Lin, please remember to call me when you go back. I'll reveal myself and go back with you. A mechanical voice sounded between heaven and earth, and Lin nodded with a smile. I'll be sure to do so. Bai Ling had once told him that she wanted to mend the heavens and right the wrong of the Purple Star civilization. He wondered how that was going and also wondered if it was time for him to inquire about her progress. Once the heavenly sea god descended, the war would be flipped on its head, and time would be absolutely vital. He didn't know if Bai Ling had enough time to prepare or not. And Lin did not notify his family and friends of his return at first. He wanted to see what Earth was like without him around. In the Hua Alliance Heavenly Human Tribe Resistance Summit. This was a summit the entire world was paying close attention to. And Ming Chuan wore a tailored suit and stood on the stage as he expressed his opinions on the Heavenly Human Tribe. He was the most respected and revered cultivator representative on Earth and was also the idol of many cultivators on Earth. He shone like a bright light at this moment and was an extremely important figure even on the international stage. Everything he said or did could create a massive stir across the entire world. Dad looks so cool and confident here. Even though he's one of the few humans who are aware of just how terrifying the enemy is, he still marches onward like a brave warrior and encourages the rest of Earth to do so with him. And Lin stood right beside Ming Chuan, but no one could see him. The higher-ups on Earth still thought that Heavenly Human Tribe great generals were the most powerful enemies they had to deal with. As for the divine heaven stage heavenly humans, heavenly gods, and paramount heavenly gods, those were beings completely outside of their realm of imagination, and telling everyone about them would do no good. If they knew that there were even more powerful beings that could wipe Earth out in the blink of an eye, would they still have the courage to keep fighting? If they were kept in the dark, they would still have the motivation and hope to fight. If they knew everything, morale would inevitably plummet. And Lin recalled back to the expression of shock and horror that had appeared on his father's face when he heard about just how terrifyingly powerful the Heavenly Human Tribe was. However, his expression soon returned to normal. And Lin was quite curious with regard to why he was no longer scared, to which he replied, "What's there to be scared of? Even if the sky falls, it'll land on taller people first. All we can do is try our best to survive." And Ming Chuan then turned to Lin with an earnest expression. "Don't work too hard. There are so many powerful beings on the Taichu continent, so don't always strive to lead from the front. If the sky does fall, make sure you hide as quickly as possible so that you don't get hit." These words still reverberated clearly in his mind. The concern a father had for his son was always so simple yet so genuine. And Lin sighed with emotion. "Dad, you may not believe me when I say this, but if the sky really does fall, I've already become one of the few tallest people that will be struck first." He looked at the confident and impassioned Ming Chuan on stage and struggled to make a connection between his mundane and reserved father and the Ming Chuan now. A smile appeared on Lin's face as he gradually disappeared from the spot. And Ming Chuan was in the middle of his speech when his words suddenly faltered, and he looked around with a confused expression. He had a nagging feeling that something very familiar had come and left. All of the cultivators and higher-ups in the army were equally confused. The speech had just reached its climax but had come to an abrupt halt. Could it be that Senior Ming Chuan had forgotten his script right at this critical juncture? And Lin then went to visit his friends. Legal lowly Tian Lingling wore a light dress that revealed her snowy white arms and slender, well-proportioned legs. She was quite underdressed, especially when one considered how she was meditating on the peak of Mount Everest. Whoosh! She swept a hand through the air and hurled a dart that tore through the frosty air before piercing into a mountain, upon which nothing happened. Tian Lingling exhaled gently. Boom! The mountain suddenly exploded. A violent explosion of energy erupted, and countless shards of rubble flew through the air. A mountain had been destroyed by Tian Lingling just like that. That wasn't a dart she had just thrown. That thing was a bomb. Is she working on a spell technique? How diligent. However, this is a really weird spell technique. No wonder she has to practice in secluded places like this, and Lin remarked. And Lin was quite elated to see her working so hard. And he hid a set of low-rank dart immortal tools within a mountain. Tian Lingling continued to hurl her darts. The dart stabbed into a mountain before exploding. Boom! A resounding boom erupted. All of a sudden, dazzling immortal light spilled forth. Tian Lingling's brain completely shut down upon seeing this. Her eyes widened, and her mouth gaped open with incredulity. Holy fuck! Is this my lucky day? Arf! Tian Lingling screamed like a chipmunk before hurtling toward the darts. Immortal rank treasures. These are legendary immortal rank treasures. Thank you, God. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, everything. Tian Lingling hugged the immortal rank darts to her chest and gushed with excitement. And Lin stood beside the lowly, who was on the verge of fainting from happiness. And he was quite elated to hear her thank her daddy. The smile of a benevolent father appeared on his face, and he decided to take no credit for this as he slowly disappeared from the spot. And Lin came to Dongfang Shui's concert. She sang a lot of motivational songs recently and had transformed into an energetic young woman. And Lin was not very accustomed to this initially. She was a beauty with a refined and antiquated style. What was she doing by adopting this completely different style? However, after listening to the entire concert, he was surprised to find that he liked Dongfang Shui's new style. Her voice was very sweet and was filled with hope and motivation, giving one the urge to improve every day and live life to its fullest. She was still trying her best to instill positive energy in this world. The flower of hope was always particularly beautiful when it blossomed amid despair. After enjoying the concert, Lin went to visit the Savior. The Savior championed the concept of combining the power of cultivators with the power of technology in order to create a new cultivation system. The powerful body and consciousness of cultivators allowed them to easily manipulate all types of difficult materials, and the combination of vital energy and particles could give rise to a type of energy of a higher level. Hence, a good piece of technology could drastically enhance a cultivator's combat prowess. Nowadays, all cultivators below the spirit nurturing stage had been fitted with special, technological cultivation armor that improves their attack and defense, as well as their regenerative ability. Some spirit nurturing stage cultivators had even been fitted with prototype armor that would allow them to soar through the sky and wield a high-energy particle sword in one hand and a vital energy sword in the other. Upon seeing the technological advancements being made on Earth, Lin recalled the Divine Mirror world. According to what he knew, the human race in the Divine Mirror world had developed technology to an even more advanced degree. Artificial intelligence technology had completely matured, and they had even gleaned spatial power, thereby allowing them to create technological weaponry for return to void stage mighty figures. Little Na has been in seclusion for so long. I wonder what's been happening in the Divine Mirror world. Lin was a little concerned about his adorable little fairy. However, she said it was a good thing, so there should be no problems. Lin visited all of his friends and family on Earth surreptitiously and did not make his appearance known to any of them. For some reason, he enjoyed seeing them live their lives as they did naturally. He even visited Ing Luoqing. This witch tribe prodigy's room was still as ghastly as ever. However, she didn't fall into depravity from her obsession with Lin. Instead, she converted her grief and sorrow into motivation and cultivated even more diligently to try and progress to the return to void stage as quickly as possible. Lin admired her for her diligence and determination, and he left after popping the blow-up doll that was made to look exactly like him. 5 days passed by in no time, and Lin quickly delivered on his promise and cooked for the Rabbit Maiden for 5 consecutive days, sending her straight to Cloud 9. Lin bade farewell to Earth and the Content Rabbit Maiden before returning to the 4-9 Immortal sect to continue his lazy life. The Rabbit Maiden had successfully slain her first heavenly god, and Lin was even more confident now that she could do a good job of guarding Earth. Hence, he could live like a lazy old man for a while. Lin returned to the 4-9 Immortal sect. He looked at the familiar sect and the familiar people, and his heart was filled with warmth. Before he knew it, the 4-9 Immortal sect had already become his second home. Every time he came back to the 4-9 Immortal sect, he felt like he was returning home. Welcome back, sect leader Lin. The great sect leader's divine might is eternal, and he is unmatched in battle. The adorable disciples were gathered outside the gate as usual, chanting in unison to welcome Lin's return. All of them stared at Lin with scorching light in their eyes as if to say, Sect leader, what did you do this time? How many heavenly gods did you kill? Lin was filled with both happiness and exasperation at the sight of his retarded superfans. Don't get your hopes up. I didn't do anything this time. To his surprise, All of the disciples heaved a sigh of relief. Thank God sect leader Enlin was still a human and not a divine deity who slaughtered heavenly gods for fun. The fact that Enlin hadn't killed any heavenly gods this time somehow made him even more popular among the disciples. It was as if he had finally gained some human traits and was not an out-of-reach god after all. Sect leader Enlin's imperfection makes him even more perfect in my heart. Sun Xiaojia's cheeks were flushed with excitement. There is no perfect human being. He's powerful, yet he's not omnipotent. This is the sect leader we revere and love. He will forever be number one in my heart. Ning Rik chimed in with an earnest expression. At this moment, Bai Ling made an announcement to all of the disciples. Even though the sect leader didn't do anything this time, his bodyguard, Little Rabbit, killed a heavenly god, and the sect leader went to deliver her reward. You should all strive to be like his bodyguard and fight against the heavenly human tribe. The sect leader's rewards are waiting for you. All of the disciples. Ning Rik, hee. Sun Xiaodai clasped a hand over her chest, and she wanted to cry. Just when they thought that their sect leader was finally not flexing anymore, they found out that this was only because his bodyguard had done all of the flexings in his stead. Even his bodyguard could kill a heavenly god. What excuse did they have for their fallacies? Following a sect leader like this really presented a mountainous pressure. All of the disciples returned to the sect and continued their arduous cultivation journey. Su Xiaolan took the frying pan back from Enlin and continued to cook for him as his personal chef goddess. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake announced on behalf of the Heaven-Mending sect that they had slain the heavenly mind god on Earth, creating a massive stir on the Taichu continent. Lan Xiaoni also announced that she had slain the heavenly weather god and the heavenly poison god in the West Sea, causing another sensation across the entire Taichu continent. The three beauties dominated all of the headlines. As the true perpetrators, the Rabbit Maiden and Enlin looked on with content smiles. Yiling returned to the sect and absolutely had to make a breakthrough as she could no longer hold back. Enlin had tears flowing down his face after hearing this. He had never had the joy of experiencing what it felt like to be unable to hold back for a breakthrough. Immediately afterward, Yiling made her breakthrough, and sure enough it was as simple as eating food and drinking water for her. Furthermore, she also attained a divine Tao that was related to dark shadows. This suited her assassination style perfectly. Enlin trained Yiling in sparring matches in order to allow her to quickly familiarize herself with her new power. He was then very pleasantly surprised to find that her regulation strength was already comparable to that of a Heaven Pioneer Stage Great General, and if she unleashed all of her trump cards, she would be able to easily crush a Great General. Yiling was already one of the most powerful beings in the 4-9 Immortal sect. Time passed by very quickly, and about half a month flew by in the blink of an eye. The sun in Enlin's sea of vital energy suddenly snuffed out. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, on successfully swallowing a sun. Now progressing to return to void final stage. Enlin could see that the sun in his sea of vital energy had disappeared. No, to put it more accurately, it had transferred from his sea of vital energy to his heart, upon which it had been completely engulfed by some sort of energy in his heart. A certain shackle broke within Enlin's body, and his aura began to soar explosively. Extremely terrifying power began to flow from his heart. This was a darkness that was pure to the extreme. Enlin suddenly attained boundless enlightenment in the Tao of darkness. He had discovered the essence of darkness. He really wanted to deny this, but there was no doubt that he was related to darkness. In fact, no one in this world could compare with him in his understanding of darkness. Enlin reached the return to void pinnacle stage, and the power of the divine Tao he attained was the darkness divine Tao. Golden void lightning began to fall from the sky, refining his body and consciousness. His tribulation transcendence startled all of the disciples and elders in the entire 4-9 Immortal sect. All of them rose into the sky and looked on at the lightning tumbling in the distance. Just the aura that escaped from the divine lightning struck them with a sense of horror. Who's transcending their tribulation? How could the lightning be so terrifyingly powerful? If I was to even be struck by a single bolt of this lightning, I would most definitely be instantly reduced to dust. Sun Yulua and Shen Yuancheng were both in shock. At this moment, Dabai was already beginning to get excited. It's Big Brother and is transcending his tribulation. Woof! Xianxia flapped his little wings. Master has taken an extremely important step. He will now transcend beyond the ether and reign supreme over the heavens. Everyone was elated upon learning of the fact that it was Enlin who was transcending his tribulation, and all of them gathered around in the distance to spectate. Su Xiaolan had already evacuated everyone within a kilometer radius from Enlin. If a normal mighty figure was transcending their tribulation, everyone within a radius of tens of thousands of meters would have to be evacuated. However, there was no need for that in Enlin's case. He was the daddy of the Golden Void Lightning. The Golden Void Lightning would strike wherever he wanted it to. Even Tribulation Lightning was no exception. Hence, the sect disciples and elders didn't need to worry that the Golden Void Lightning would miss its target. One bolt of Golden Void Lightning roared as it crashed down upon Enlin, providing sustenance for him. The dark clouds in the sky were suddenly torn apart, and tens of thousands of extremely dazzling bolts of Golden Void Lightning converged to form an extremely terrifying lightning mutant beast. This beast had 9 sinister dragon heads, which were connected to a body that consisted of a yin-yang formation, which was in turn imbued with the true essence of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The creature was emanating an aura that far exceeded that of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Boom! Its aura seemed to be threatening to crush the entire heavens. This thing was more powerful than anyone could imagine. Even Phoenix Little Huang, who was extremely knowledgeable and experienced, was completely shocked. Its eyes were completely wide with astonishment, as if to say, "What the fuck is that?" Just as everyone was rooted to the spot in shock, a golden lightning divine halo appeared above Enlin's head. Piss off! He swept a hand toward the lightning mutant beast in the sky, and it let loose an anguished wail before its body crumbled into countless bolts of Golden Void Lightning again. The bolts of Golden Void Lightning then crashed down upon his body one after the other in an extremely obedient manner. That's so badass! Xianxia trembled with excitement. Everyone should strive to bring up their children to follow in great God and's footsteps. Boom, boom, boom. Golden Void Lightning continued to fall one bolt after another. Numbers like 49 and 81 were completely inapplicable to Enlin. He had already been struck countless times. In any case, he was trying to make the most out of this lightning tribulation. The tribulation clouds in the sky wanted to dissipate many times, only for Enlin to forcefully drag it back. Don't go. Golden Void Lightning is like a sponge. There will always be more if you squeeze hard enough. The Golden Void Lightning then continued to crash down upon him. It was only when the tribulation clouds began to make a weeping sound and were unable to force out even one more bolt of tribulation lightning did Enlin allow it to leave. The tribulation clouds dissipated. Enlin had successfully progressed to the return to void final stage. The entire sect erupted into raucous applause and cheers. Their sect leader defied the natural order with his power already. Now that he had made another breakthrough, no one knew just how powerful he was. Enlin sensed the boundless power surging through his body and assessed the drastic enhancements that had been made to his body. In particular, his heart was still beating, but it had been transformed into completely inky black darkness. This was a peculiar feeling, and it told him that he already possessed an invincible body. How powerful am I? Perhaps a god of creation would be able to give me an answer. Enlin looked up into the sky, and the black in his irises had become extremely pure. Enlin, congratulations on your breakthrough. Su Xiaolan made her way over quickly with a vibrant smile on her face. Do you feel like you're invincible now? Enlin's expression faltered upon hearing this. Oh my god! How did you know? Su Xiaolan's smile widened as she looked into Enlin's eyes. Your thoughts are written on your face. Big brother and congratulations. Woof! Dabai rushed over to him. Master, when are we going to slash the heavens? Xianxia flapped his little wings with excitement. Classmate Enlin, holy leader. Everyone rushed over one after another to offer congratulations. Master, what is your divine Tao? Little Gu asked. Yeah. Can you show us your divine Tao? Xiao Hong wiggled her stem and asked in her sweet voice. And Lin shook his head with a smile. I can't show you my divine Tao. It might result in a cataclysmic disaster that I cannot control. Everyone's heart jolted in shock upon hearing this. Did that mean that his power was already too badass for him to control? The battling Buddha had just emerged from Bai Ling's treatment center, and his eyes shone brightly as he looked on from afar. Mister. And Lin has made another breakthrough, and I'm completely no match for him now, but for some reason, I really want to fight him again. Every time he thought back to Lin's astonishing punch, his entire body would tremble, and he felt flames raging in his heart. And Lin didn't know what Son Goku was thinking. After making his breakthrough, he quickly swallowed an immortal pill before going into seclusion in order to fortify his cultivation base. Right when he went into seclusion, he discovered that something strange was happening within his sea of vital energy. Ever since the sun disappeared, the 3 strange eggs in his sea of vital energy had begun to crack open. 3 bursts of auras belonging to holy beasts surged from within those eggs. These were extremely pure, powerful, and ethereal types of energy. And Lin's heart stirred upon seeing this. Could it be that the eggs within his sea of vital energy were about to hatch? What could be inside these eggs? And Lin was very friendly toward everything within his sea of vital energy. This was an instinctive reaction as these things were being nurtured in his sea of vital energy. He felt maternal benevolence toward them. No, this was paternal benevolence. And Lin felt like he was the father of the little whale, and Kirin, and the little vermilion bird. Could it be that 3 more little rascals are about to be born? And Lin's heart was filled with excitement. He turned his eyes that were filled with paternal love and benevolence toward his sea of vital energy. The cracks on the 3 eggs elongated further and further. These eggs were obtained after Lin used his engulfment spell technique to absorb the essential divine intents of the holy beasts. Hence, they would most likely hatch things that were related to the holy beasts. The holy flame vermilion bird seemed to have also realized that something was happening, and it circled up above and let loose cries of excitement. At the same time, white flames exploded up above, lighting up the entire sea of vital energy. And Kirin's eyes widened as he stared at the 3 eggs like Curious George. Crack. A crisp crack sounded within the sea of vital energy. Immediately afterward, the dark green eggshell broke first. A small beast with a dragon head, turtle body, and snake tail crawled slowly out of the egg. Its head was green, and its turtle shell was a very mundane brown, but there were all types of extremely intricate formations carved upon it. Its emergence immediately sent a holy, ethereal aura permeating through the sea of vital energy, and Lin needed no introduction to figure out what this was. This was one of the 4 holy beasts, Xianwu, and Lin was still in shock when another crisp crack sounded. The pristine, white eggshell cracked. Roar! A tiger's roar swept up massive waves in the sea of vital energy. A small yet intimidating tiger with 4 stubby little legs, a pair of small wings, and white fur all over its entire body emerged from the egg before roaring at everything around it. It roared at Kirin, it roared at the little whale, it roared at the holy flame vermilion bird, and it roared at Xianwu. It was extremely aggressive and was immediately picking fights from birth. These were wordless roars, but they all conveyed one meaning. Come fight me. This was one of the 4 holy beasts, White Tiger. The black egg with intricate patterns on it was the last one to crack open. A small, black dragon squirmed out of the egg like an eel. The small dragon had 9 paws and a lithe and elegant body. Its scales shimmered, and its eyes were of a pure golden color as the most essential dragon might emanated from its body. It immediately sprang into the air before looking down upon everything. The azure dragon of the 4 holy beasts had emerged, and Lin suddenly discovered that all 4 holy beasts had somehow been gathered in his sea of vital energy. The vermilion bird cried. Xianwu dived into the sea. The white tiger roared, and the azure dragon surveyed everything from up above. A series of holy, ethereal auras surged through the sea of vital energy. Even Kirin and the little whale were too scared to move upon seeing this. Just one holy flame vermilion bird was already this badass. How were they supposed to deal with 3 more? And Kirin and the little whale decided to lie low for now. Meanwhile, Enlin was getting a little excited. If he could use the power of the 3 holy beasts, wouldn't he become even more powerful? He immediately tried to contact the 3 holy beasts, only to find that he was unable to do so, as if they didn't even belong to him. However, during the process, Enlin discovered something quite strange. The little black dragon gave him a sense of familiarity for some reason. Furthermore, the little black dragon was clearly not as disoriented as White Tiger and Xianwu. Instead, it was surveying its surroundings in a very calm manner. It then turned to meet Enlin's gaze, and a faint smile appeared on its face. This! Enlin's heart jolted upon seeing this. He knew what this little black dragon was. This little black dragon was the true holy beast Azure Dragon, who had hidden itself away in his mind. Had this Azure Dragon somehow managed to be reborn through this egg? In the past, the Azure Dragon had destroyed the dark sorcery ghost and engulfed its true dragon divine tool, but it had to expend Enlin's power in the process and was quite dependent on him. However, the Azure Dragon seemed to have become a completely independent life form ever since it was hatched from that egg. Enlin was feeling a little unsettled. Right at this moment, the little black dragon in his sea of vital energy suddenly spat out a series of strange syllables. Lit black dragon. The other 3 holy beasts all gave responses upon hearing this. Chirp, roar, hiss. Enlin didn't know what was going on. Right at this moment, a burst of power somehow transcended beyond his sea of vital energy and settled on his ring. Boom! An immense amount of black light suddenly erupted from his ring. This is the Azure Dragon Ring from the Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds? Enlin's expression shifted drastically. Meanwhile, in the eastern region of the Kingdom of the 9 States, at the Snow Maiden's camp, Xianxia was meditating on a dark ice bed and was making a series of peculiar hand seals as boundless frost energy revolved around her like dragons, refining her body in the process. At this moment, a burst of brilliant blue light suddenly erupted from the blue ring on her index finger. What's going on? Xianxia was confused. However, before she had a chance to react, her entire body was enshrouded by a blue light, and she was carried straight into the clouds by the ring. The Snow Maiden camp instantly erupted into disarray. My God! What is that blue light? Crap! High Priest Xianxia has risen up into the sky. Ice Matriarch! We have to save the Ice Matriarch. On the eastern front of the Kingdom of the 9 States, Emohai was half-naked and surrounded by a dozen or so core disciples in crimson robes, all of whom were unleashing powerful fire-type spell techniques on Emohai's body with all their might. Emohai was completely unfazed as he endured the fire attacks. Ha ha ha! You have to try harder. Did you not eat breakfast? Even mosquito bites hurt more than these flames. Emohai chortled as flames exploded on his body, scorching his skin bright red. All of the disciples were extremely embarrassed to hear this and injected even more power into their spell techniques. He was just standing there and letting them attack him, but they were still unable to do anything. How humiliating! One of the disciples was extremely enraged and unleashed an extremely powerful spell technique. Boom! Emohai suddenly screamed before a pillar of crimson light rose into the sky, and he disappeared on the spot. Silence ensued. Everyone turned toward that enraged disciple. The enraged disciple's face was now deathly pale as he shook his head over and over again. It wasn't me. For 9 Immortal sect. Within the palace where Enlin kept himself in seclusion, 4 massive formations suddenly appeared beneath his feet. The 4 holy beasts were becoming quite restless in his sea of vital energy. Before he figured out what was happening, screams suddenly erupted overhead. Boom, boom, boom. The roof of the palace was shattered by pillars of light. 3 people fell from the sky. They were Yang Yuan, Emohai, and Xianxia. All of them were cultivators that possessed one of the holy beast rings. Xianxia fell from the sky and was very unlucky to have fallen onto Enlin. Not that Enlin was complaining about having her soft, delectable body in his lap. and Lin was completely dumbstruck. Did collecting all 4 small holy beasts allow him to summon these friends who also wore holy beast rings? And Lin, what happened? Where am I? Shangguan-Yi retreated a couple of steps with a blush on her face as she surveyed her surroundings. And Lin replied, "This is the 4-9 Immortal sect. You summoned us to the 4-9 Immortal sect?" Mo Hai was given a fright upon hearing this. He was just basking in flames a moment ago. How did he suddenly end up here? Could it be that you have something urgent that you need our help with? Yang Yuan was the calmest and most collected among the 3 of them, and Lin pointed at the 4 formations below with a resigned expression. "Actually, I didn't summon you guys. It was most likely the 4 little creatures in my sea of vital energy that did." "Isn't your sea of vital energy filled with liquid form vital energy? What's this about little creatures?" Mo Hai was shocked. "Well, that's a long story." And Lin scratched his head. "Are those little creatures in your sea of vital energy independent from you? They act on their own? Is this a sea of vital energy or a small world?" Shangguan-Yi was also very shocked. She felt like Lin had a fake sea of vital energy. And Lin's lips twitched. "That's an even longer story. Then give us the abbreviated version," Yang Yuan urged. And Lin nodded. "For little holy beasts hatched in my sea of vital energy, and they summoned you here." Gasp. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath. Could you give us some more details?" Mo Hai was aghast. Holy beasts were simply too far away from them. Those were beings at the pinnacle of all beast tribes and transcended beyond this world. Even though one of the 4 great sects of the Kingdom of the 9 States was the Vermilion Bird sect, they were actually only a sect that developed after being blessed by the holy beast Vermilion Bird. And Lin was just about to elaborate when someone else rushed in. "And Lin, are you all right?" An extremely beautiful woman in a jade dress rushed through the door with a concerned expression. "I'm fine. Why are you here, Xiaolin?" And Lin asked. "I sensed an indistinct summoning force, so I came here to have a look," Su Xiaolin explained. She then discovered Mo Hai and the others, and her expression faltered before she let loose a cry of surprise. "My God, you guys are the things that fell from the sky? Why are you here?" "You'll have to ask your Lin about that." Yang Yuan chuckled. "We were summoned here by the 4 small creatures in Lin's sea of vital energy," Shangguan-Yi explained. Su Xiaolin blinked. "For small creatures." And Lin nodded. "Vermilion Bird, Xian Wu, White Tiger, and Azure Dragon." Su Xiaolin's eyes widened. "Has your sea of vital energy become a zoo, Lin?" The 4 holy beasts within Lin's body suddenly roared in unison and unleashed their powers at the same time, which intertwined to create a new, special power. This power pierced through the sea of vital energy and merged into the 4 formations beneath Lin's feet, upon which an even more powerful and ethereal aura erupted from the formations. Shangguan-Yi and the others backed away in fear. They didn't know what these formations were, and they did not want to be mysteriously teleported elsewhere. What if they were teleported to their deaths? And Lin remained unfazed and surveyed everything taking place around him with a calm expression. He was pretty much invincible at this point, so there was nothing for him to fear. The formations shrank and converged into an antiquated stone door. Within the stone door was a vast expanse of a starry sky so boundless that it struck one with a sense of insignificance. "Is this a passageway to a mystic realm?" Yang Yuan exclaimed. "It's not that simple." A white light flashed past Lin's eyes as he adopted a grave expression. "This door leads to the outside world." "The outside world? You mean it leads to another god of creation's world?" Mo Hai asked, and Lin shook his head. "No. The worlds created by gods of creation are like small boxes within a large box. This door leads to the world outside of the Taichu continent, which is the world outside of the big box." Everyone was astonished to hear this. In their minds, the Taichu continent was the most core world and all other worlds were subsidiary worlds to the Taichu continent. As for what lay outside the Taichu continent, there was no information about that. Hasn't this world been sealed by Pangu? Even if a passageway can be created, only a god of creation should be able to do so. Su Xiaolan knew a bit more than the others, but she was still very confused. All holy beasts are god of creation stage beings. Hence, it's not entirely impossible that 4 holy beasts are able to combine their powers and create a passageway leading to the outside world. And Lin wasn't all that surprised. However, everyone backed away a few more steps. The unknown often presented some kind of danger. So this stone door was created by the 4 little creatures in your sea of vital energy? Su Xiaolan asked. And Lin nodded. Mo Hai was quite nervous. Why would they do that? Maybe they want us to go in? And Lin stroked his chin. Everyone backed away even further upon hearing this. They had already made their way out of the room. And Lin? Su Xiaolan remained standing beside Lin with a hand clasped over her heart. I feel like something within the door is calling me. Your vermilion bird bloodline, perhaps? And Lin mused with a thoughtful expression. Su Xiaolan had just rushed over due to an indescribable summoning force. So be it. This door was created by the 4 little creatures within my body. So I'll go in with you? And Lin turned to Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan was a little concerned. But, at this moment, a warm and reliable hand had latched onto her own. No buts. Chances like this do not come every day. We don't have time to hesitate. And Lin spoke with a firm expression. Don't forget that I'm invincible now, so we don't have to fear anything. Su Xiaolan smiled at the sight of Lin, who was brimming with confidence, and she nodded. All right, let's go in and have a look. Thus, the 2 of them entered the stone door hand in hand. Shangguan Yi, Mo Hai, and Yang Yuan all sighed with emotion upon seeing this. They're so brave. Even in the face of the terrifying unknown, they can still forge on ahead. Mo Hai sighed. And Lin and Su Xiaolan are extremely powerful, so they naturally have more confidence. We're nowhere near as powerful, so we should be more cautious, Yang Yuan remarked. Shangguan Yi's eyes shimmered. It's actually love that has given them more courage. The 3 of them were still sighing with emotion, but they did not regret their decision. It was too dangerous to go in. Staying here was the best course of action. Shangguan Yi smiled. Let's wait here for Lin and Su Xiaolan. Just as her voice faded, an extremely dazzling light suddenly erupted from the stone door. The rings on their fingers released balls of light that enshrouded their bodies. Yang Yuan's expression shifted. What? No! Mo Hai could sense an irresistible force. Crap! It's the power of the stone door. Shangguan Yi let loose a panicked cry. The 3 of them didn't even get a chance to run away before they were sucked into the stone door. In the Azure Dragon star system, this was a large star system with a total of 161 planets. Among those, there were an astonishing 18 planets that could support life. At this moment, on the ice pole star, which was constantly enshrouded in snow and ice year-round, an eastern ice and frost dragon was howling with anguish. Run! Get into the space teleportation gate and retreat back to the main planet. A white dragon tens of thousands of feet in length clad in blue crystal armor roared. Hundreds of thousands of ice and frost dragons rose into the air at the same time and flew toward the white pillar of light rising into the sky from a set of mountain ranges in the distance. Behind them, the earth tremored incessantly, and several million muscle-bound, ape-like creatures over 100 feet tall were giving chase. All of the black ape beasts wielded all types of weapons that emanated dazzling light, and they sprinted along the ground in an extremely fast and agile manner. If they chased down any of the ice and frost dragons, they would bring their weapons down upon them mercilessly. One ice and frost dragon after another was crushed by those weapons as blood splattered through the air. All of them were howling with anguish as they fled with all their might. Aside from the millions of ape beasts, there were also close to 10 million monsters with lower bodies consisting of spider legs and upper bodies consisting of 3 snakes that were also giving chase to the ice and frost dragons. Not only were they extremely fast, but they could also elongate their necks to bind the bodies of the snow and ice dragons like ropes before sinking their fangs into the bodies of the dragons and injecting lethal toxins into them. In the sky overhead, there were also several million powerful winged creatures that were attacking the ice and frost dragons from above. This was a massive battle that rocked the entire realm of stars. one of the three major tribes of the realm of stars, the ancient tribe, was battling the holy beast Azure Dragon tribe. The ice and frost dragons were capable of crushing all of their enemies on a one-on-one basis, but there were simply too many enemies for them to handle. They were being attacked by over 20 million ancient beasts while there were only around 500,000 of them. Hence, each and every one of the dragons had to take down 40 ancient beasts. The chances of winning this battle were simply too slim, so they could only retreat. Hurry! Hold on for 5,000 more kilometers. The space teleportation gate is just up ahead. General Kuan-Gu of the Ice and Frost Dragons dragged his massive, wounded body through the air and issued commands in a loud voice. General Kuan-Gu was a Tao integration final stage super mighty figure and the most powerful being on the Ice Pole Star. There were 3 other Tao integration stage true dragons on this planet, but all of them perished in battle. These dragons were the final native inhabitants on this planet. In the direction the Ice and Frost Dragon army was escaping in, fiery clouds suddenly erupted in the sky. A gargantuan red meteorite fell from the sky, heading straight toward General Kuan-Gu. Roar! Kuan-Gu let loose an almighty roar, and the power of extreme frost streaked through the air before crashing violently into the oncoming meteorite, leaving a bright blue trajectory in its wake. The flames on the surface of the meteorite were immediately snuffed out, and it was drastically slowed down during its descent. In the end, it shattered into dust close to 50 kilometers away from Kuan-Gu. Kuan-Gu did not even get a chance to catch his breath before a black figure leaped out from the shattered meteorite. A black ape enshrouded in crimson flames swung a divine rank flame-spitting cudgel viciously toward Kuan-Gu's body. Bam! The terrifying power behind the cudgel strike made Kuan-Gu's massive body cave in. Kuan-Gu let loose a cry of anguish before crashing to the ground. Ha ha ha! Kuan-Gu, you think you can escape from me? The mighty ancient divine ape. The black ape chortled with glee. It was a super mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. It was also at this moment that countless sharp streaks of white light fell from the sky in a radius of several hundred kilometers, destroying tens of thousands of ice and frost dragons at the forefront of the group and reducing them to mincemeat. There is no reason for the dragon tribe to exist any longer in this world. A cold and ethereal voice sounded from above. The heavens were suddenly transformed into a pure white sea of light within which countless celestial swords materialized and hung upside down, striking despair into the hearts of the feeling ice and frost dragons. A lithe and powerful divine falcon over 100,000 feet in size revealed its head from within the sea of light to look down upon the ice and frost dragon army. Kuan-Gu's face turned deathly pale. Immortal vain falcon of the ancient tribe? Aren't you supposed to be on the Greenwood Star? The Greenwood Star has already been conquered. All wood dragons have been annihilated. The divine falcon replied in a cold and indifferent voice, as if it was talking about something completely inconsequential. How could this be? Kuan-Gu was astonished by this dramatic turn of events. Don't be sad, you'll be reunited with the wood dragons soon. A cold and sinister voice cackled. A black hole suddenly appeared on the ground. Terrifying suction force erupted from the black hole, tearing at all things. Over 10,000 ice and frost dragons didn't have enough time to evade and were sucked into the black hole, upon which they were all annihilated into nothingness before they even had a chance to cry out. Phew! The blood of ice and frost dragons sure is delicious. An ancient beast at the Tao integration pinnacle stage emerged. Its lower body was that of a spider while its upper body consisted of 3 massive pythons, and each and every step it took made the darkness on the ground spread further. Black Abyss Demonic Spider. An expression of despair appeared on Kuan-Gu's face. The 3 super mighty figures at the Tao integration pinnacle stage had completely sealed off all avenues for escape. Not only that, but there were 2 Tao integration stage mythological beasts giving chase behind them. Meanwhile, they only had 1 Tao integration stage super mighty figure on their side. This was simply a hopeless situation for the Ice and Frost Dragon army. The 8 tribes of the Azure Dragon certainly haven't lived up to their name. The ancient divine ape chortled. Kuan-Gu glared at it with a cold expression. Would you dare to say that if Master Azure Dragon is still alive? Haha, Azure Dragon is nothing. He's just an ancient geezer. And if he dares to face me, I'll beat him until he calls me daddy." The ancient divine ape cackled. The Azure Dragon was already dead anyway, so it could say whatever it wanted. "How dare an ignorant bastard like you insult Master Azure Dragon?" An ice and frost dragon at the return to Void Pinnacle stage was goaded into attacking the ancient divine ape. Tianlian, calm down. Kuan Gu's expression shifted drastically. At this moment, the ancient divine ape's cudgel had already come crashing down upon the oncoming ice and frost dragon. Bam! The cudgel tore through the dragon's divine Tao violently before crushing its body into mincemeat. Tui! Trash! The ancient divine ape looked around at the surrounding dragons with a disdainful sneer on its face. Anyone else? Just as the ice and frost dragons were about to enter what would have undoubtedly been the final battle of their lives. Crack! A spatial crack suddenly appeared, and two figures emerged from within. The two figures appeared right in between the two armies. One of them was a handsome man in a flowing white robe. The other was an exquisitely beautiful woman in a jade dress. The two of them were instantly thrust into the limelight upon their emergence. They were none other than Enlin and Su Xiaolan, who had just stepped through the stone door. It appears that we arrived in a bad place. Su Xiaolan looked around at the battlefield, and her brows furrowed slightly. Holy shit! The apes here are so awesome. Is this a live rendition of the planet of the apes? And Lin looked around at all of the apes wielding all types of different weapons, and he felt like he was in a dream. Humans? The immortal Vane Falcon's eyes narrowed slightly. Are they here to help Kuan Gu? The black abyss demonic spider chuckled coldly. The ancient divine ape appraised Enlin and Su Xiaolan with a disdainful expression as it hoisted its cudgel onto its shoulder. These two ugly cunts consist of a Tao integration intermediate stage super mighty figure and a return to void final stage mighty figure. I can take care of trash like this in a second. Enlin? Su Xiaolan? The two of them didn't want to get caught up in this battle, but their expressions instantly darkened. Who are you calling trash? And Lin's voice cooled significantly. Who are you calling ugly cunts? Su Xiaolan's eyes shimmered with a frosty light. The ancient divine ape was not fearful in the slightest as it chortled arrogantly. I'm talking about you too. Ah, did I hurt your feelings? I can take care of trash like you two with a swing of my... Whoosh! And Lin instantly appeared before the ancient divine ape and unleashed an almighty punch. The ancient divine ape didn't even have time to react before the fist landed on its face. He was simply way too fast. Boom! The power of the fist exploded with terrifying might, and the ancient divine ape's head exploded like a watermelon. In the next instant, Su Xiaolan also appeared before the ancient divine ape, and her dragon sparrow sword slashed through the air, cutting the ancient divine ape's headless body in half before scorching holy flames incinerated the two halves of its body into nothingness. Heaven and earth suddenly began to wail with grief. The fall of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure was mourned by the entire heaven and earth. Everything had literally happened in the blink of an eye. When the mighty figures present came to their senses, the ancient divine ape's body had already disappeared. I told you to be nice, but you wouldn't listen to me. This is what you get. And Lin harumphed coldly. Su Xiaolan also wore a cold expression on her face. I gave you a chance to swallow your words, but you didn't take it, so I could only cleanse filth like you from this world. A cold wind swept past. Silence. Deathly silence. Kuan Gu, the black abyss demonic spider, and the immortal Vane Falcon were staring blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. Even the fleeing ice and frost dragons had come to an abrupt halt and were staring at Enlin and Su Xiaolan with incredulity in their eyes. The ancient divine ape was dead, and it had been insta-killed. The ancient divine ape was not a random noob. This was a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Furthermore, it was a super mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. How could it have been insta-killed just like that? This was the first time Kuan Gu had ever seen a Tao integration stage super mighty figure perish, and everything had transcended well beyond his imagination. How could a return to void final stage human be so powerful? The immortal Vane Falcon's voice trembled. And that Tao integration intermediate stage woman is also far more powerful than I can fathom. The three heads of the Black Abyss demonic spider all wore horrified expressions. Humans can't possibly be this powerful. They must be fake. They must be heavenly monarchs from the spirit tribe in disguise. The Black Abyss demonic spider spat out a black mirror, from which a piercing white light erupted forth. Mirror of truth, reveal their true form. And Lin was a little annoyed by the sharp light from the mirror. I already know how handsome I am. There's no need to present a mirror to me. He unleashed a punch and used only the most basic power of his body. Bam! The force of the punch crashed into the mirror of truth from afar, and the mirror was instantly shattered. No! The Black Abyss demonic spider was also blasted flying from the power of the punch, and it let loose a wail of anguish before tumbling in the distance. My mirror! You killed it! A crazed expression of resentment appeared on the Black Abyss demonic spider's faces. It was quite clear that the mirror of truth and Lin had just shattered was very important to it. The beast monarchs of the ancient tribe won't just allow heavenly monarchs like you to do as you please. I'm going to hold you here, and when the beast monarchs arrive, you will all be subjected to gruesome deaths. A ferocious expression appeared on the Black Abyss demonic spider's faces as it stamped its spider legs into the ground, upon which darkness erupted forth in a wild frenzy, covering a distance of close to 500 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Fall into eternal darkness. Ha ha ha. The entire earth had been transformed into darkness, and everything was engulfed, including ice, snow, rocks, the undulating mountain ranges, and even the hundreds of thousands of ice and frost dragons in the sky were struck by terrifying suction force, which compelled them to fall into the darkness. Even the ape and spider ancient beasts were not exempt from this power as they too disappeared into the darkness amid howls of anguish. This was an attack that did not discriminate between friend and foe. Kuan-Gu was powerful enough to withstand the suction force, but he was blighted by an omnipresent sealing power that instantly engulfed his energy. No! His eyes widened, and he wailed with grief and despair at the sight of all of his subordinates and comrades being engulfed by the inky black earth. This power of darkness was far too terrifying, and Kuan-Gu was unable to do anything to stop it. This is the ultimate technique I am only able to unleash after sacrificing my life force. It can engulf and ensnare all living beings. Even gods of creation will be temporarily trapped. Tremble in the face of my power. The Black Abyss demonic spider chortled as it turned toward Enlin. However, it almost shit itself upon catching sight of Enlin. Enlin was making his way toward it as if he were taking a stroll in the park, completely unaffected by the vast expanse of darkness around him. Impossible! Even heavenly monarchs of the spirit tribe can't be completely unaffected. The Black Abyss demonic spider looked as if it had seen something completely inconceivable, and it shook its head relentlessly. Tremble in the face of your power of darkness? And Lin instantly arrived before the Black Abyss demonic spider before flicking a finger. Do you understand darkness? A black spot emerged from Enlin's index finger. Deathly silence ensued. Heaven and earth had fallen into absolute silence. Even color had been erased. The Black Abyss demonic spider trembled. Could see the epitome of terror and nothingness from that black spot. The black spot represented the end of all things, and it was an end that was even more terrifying than death. No, no. The Black Abyss demonic spider wanted to run, only to discover that it had been completely immobilized. Both of them wielded the power of darkness, but its power of darkness was like a children's toy, completely unable to withstand Enlin's power of darkness. The darkness suddenly swelled before engulfing the Black Abyss demonic spider. It then shrank into a black spot before disappearing into nothingness. Light returned to heaven and earth, and all of the darkness had disappeared. What had also disappeared was the Black Abyss demonic spider. The fall of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure was mourned by the entire heaven and earth. The Black Abyss demonic spider had fallen. This was the second super mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage that had fallen in this battle. The several million remaining spider ancient beasts became extremely horrified. How were they supposed to fight now that their leader had perished? Were they supposed to present their heads on silver platters? Kuan-gu was completely astonished. Insta-killed. Insta-killed once again. Even after the Black Abyss demonic spider had unleashed its most powerful attack, it was still wiped out of existence in the blink of an eye. And Lin was on a completely different level and could do whatever he wanted on this battlefield. And Lin exhaled gently, and for some reason he felt a little feeble. This was the first time he had used his power of the divine Tao, which was the power of darkness. He didn't dare to use it excessively, but it had already achieved incredible results. In fact, even he was a little fearful of this power. It was too devastating. The Black Abyss demonic spider, who was at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, was like an ordinary spider to him that he could crush with ease. He had completely put an end to its existence with just one attack. Anyone else? And Lin looked up into the sky. The sea of pure white light in the sky had already disappeared. As for the immortal Vane Falcon at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, it had already fled for its life. That falcon appears to be the smartest among the three of them, and Lin chuckled. He then turned to look at the ancient beast army with an indifferent expression. A brief silence ensued before the earth began to rumble and quake violently. This was the sound of an army of over 10 million ancient beasts fleeing in unison, and Lin had forced back an army in excess of 10 million with a single glance. And Lin had slain their two most powerful generals with incredible ease, and none of the remaining ancient beasts dared to face him. The ancient tribe was a tribe of warriors. However, their survival instincts had completely overridden their warrior tendencies. The ancient tribe army receded like the tide. Kuan-gu looked at the fleeing enemy army and immediately stepped forward before bowing respectfully. Senior, the ancient tribe generals have fallen, and their army is in complete disarray. I implore you to lead us and vanquish their entire army. Lead you? And Lin turned toward Kuan-gu with a confused expression. This was like if two people were taking a casual stroll, only for a general to suddenly run over to them and implore them to lead an army to vanquish the opposing army. I don't give a shit about this battle. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. And Lin gave a cold reply. No thanks. Your battle has nothing to do with me. This? Kuan-gu's eyes widened as he inquired carefully. Senior, aren't you an acquaintance of Master Azure Dragon? Vanquishing the ancient tribe now will be of great benefit to us. He had already invented a backstory for Enlin. In his eyes, Enlin was definitely a god of creation who was on friendly terms with Master Azure Dragon and had swooped in to save them in their hour of need. Enlin blinked with incomprehension. I only killed that monkey and that spider because they insulted Xiaolan and me. What does that have to do with the Azure Dragon? Kuan-gu and his entourage were rooted to the spot upon hearing this. Kuan-gu stared at Enlin and Su Xiaolan, and an extremely absurd notion welled up in his heart. Could it be that we're just passing through? Enlin finished his sentence. Kuan-gu, the ice and frost dragons. All of them recalled the words the ancient divine ape had spoken after Enlin and Su Xiaolan had appeared. So, Enlin and Su Xiaolan really weren't related to Master Azure Dragon? Which meant that the ancient divine ape had perished solely because it had put its foot into its mouth. Furthermore, the entire ancient tribe army had been forced back as a result of the ancient divine ape's stupidity. For some reason, the remaining 300,000 or so ice and frost dragons were struck by the urge to throw up blood. They had won this battle, but it was because these two passers-by had vanquished their enemies for them. This didn't even qualify as getting carried. After all, one could only get carried by comrades. But Enlin wasn't even a comrade to them. This was a very strange feeling. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Kuan-gu suddenly burst into laughter. This is fate. Fate has dictated things to be so. Master Azure Dragon is still blessing our tribe. Enlin was quite pissed off to hear this. He was the one who had saved their hides. What did this have to do with this Azure Dragon? Speaking of which, could it be that the Master Azure Dragon that was being referred to here was one of the four holy beasts, that Azure Dragon? This ice and frost dragon was already at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, so someone it was referring to as master had to be at least at the god of creation stage, right? It was very much possible. And Lin turned his attention to his sea of vital energy. Bursts of rumbling were erupting from within his sea of vital energy. The little black dragon was crashing into space over and over again, as if it were trying to open up a passageway to the outside world. A thoughtful expression appeared on Lin's face. Could it be that the little black dragon had intentionally sent him here through the use of the stone door? It looked like the azure dragon was trying to resurrect itself through the egg before returning to this world. And Lin spoke within his sea of vital energy. Senior Black Dragon, are you trying to get outside? The little black dragon, howl, howl, howl. And Lin, why had it lost the ability to speak? You can write what you would like me to do in the sea of vital energy. And Lin suggested. The little black dragon waved its arms. Howl, howl, howl. And Lin was starting to doubt whether this little black dragon had lost its intelligence. There were so many ways that it could communicate with him, so what was it doing howling like an idiot? And Lin wasn't very defensive toward the azure dragon, as the azure dragon had saved him on a few occasions. It appeared that it was only trying to use him as a way to resurrect itself and was not going to hurt him. Furthermore, and Lin was confident that it wouldn't be able to hurt him even if it wanted to. As such, he didn't need to be concerned about the azure dragon at all. He turned toward Su Xiaolan. Xiaolan, where to next? Su Xiaolan pointed in a certain direction. I can feel something calling me in that direction. And Lin's eyes pierced through space, and he scratched his head as he was greeted by the sight of a boundless sea of stars. There are over 10,000 planets in the direction you're pointing in, and all of them are separated by light years. That's too massive of a range to search through. Kuan-gu overheard Lin's concerns and made his way over to him. Senior, are you unfamiliar with the realm of stars? If you need some help, you can come to the main planet of the Azure Dragon Star system, the Dragon Origin Star, where you can inspect our maps and use our teleportation spell formation to travel to any known planet. That will definitely minimize the distance required for you to travel. And Lin's eyes lit up. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Not at all. It's the least we can do after you saved our lives. Please don't refuse, Senior. The most powerful being on the Ice Pole Star was conversing with Lin in an extremely respectful manner. All right. Then we'll go visit the Dragon Origin Star. And Lin nodded. The main planet of the Azure Dragon Star system? That was probably the little black dragon's home. And Lin was starting to look forward to this. On the Divine Emperor Star, one of the 3 main planets of the ancient tribe. This was an earthy yellow planet. Layers of light yellow energy revolved around the planet, making the planet appear as if it had rings. A dark red formation encompassed an area with a radius of over 10,000 kilometers on the planet. At the center of the formation was a throne, upon which sat an ape that was over 100 feet tall with golden fur all over its body. A series of small bumps appeared on its muscular body, and the 5-colored divine light within crashed incessantly into its muscles. The small bumps expanded and shrank along with the ape's breathing. The ape also had 8 arms, which were spread in a ring-shaped formation like a budding flower. All 8 of the arms could move freely, but they were currently hanging in the air like inanimate objects. A pure white streak of light quickly closed in from afar. Boom! The immortal vein falcon crashed to the ground before kneeling to the golden ape on the throne. Terrible news, Master Beast Monarch. A god of creation intervened in our battle against the Azure Dragon tribe. A god of creation, you say? Tell me what happened. Why are you the only one to come back? Where are the Black Abyss demonic spider and the ancient divine ape? The golden ape asked. There were 2 humanoid powerful beings, one of which is suspected to possess god of creation stage power. The ancient divine ape and the Black Abyss demonic spider were both insta-killed. If I had been any slower in running away, I would have most definitely followed in their footsteps. The immortal vein falcon trembled uncontrollably. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded violently. The 5-colored energy within the golden ape's body enshrouded the entire sky. The glorious and dazzling light was imbued with the agony and anguish of countless living beings, as if it were not the beautiful and enchanting light it appeared to be, but instead, it was a sinister light of depravity and death. The ancient divine ape is dead? How dare they disregard the God of Creation treaty and kill my son? The golden ape rose from its throne, and the 8 arms behind it began to create a series of peculiar hand seals. Boundless divine light erupted from its hands before merging into the earth. The earth before it bulged, and the rocks materialized to form a powerful living being. A God of creation who likes to adopt a human form. Only Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo and Heavenly Monarch Shi Ling match that criteria. Heavenly Monarch Shi Ling has already been sealed away by Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo. Hence, the golden ape turned toward a certain direction with a ferocious expression on its face. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo, even if you yearn for the Azure Dragon Heart essence, you still can't kill my son. You're playing with fire. Boom, boom, boom. Many golden formations appeared on the earthy yellow planet, and they connected with one another to enhance one another. Golden ripples then spread along heaven and earth, extending for 1,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers, 1,000,000 kilometers. From an extremely far distance, one could see extremely turbulent spatial ripples surge forth, following which the massive, earthy yellow planet slowly disappeared. In the North Pole Palace of the Spirit Tribe, a man whose entire body appeared to be piled up from white snow opened his eyes before furrowing his brows. Why do I get an uneasy feeling? Could it be that I'm about to encounter some troublesome circumstances? Forget about it. I'm just a heavenly monarch who cultivates all day every day in the North Pole Palace. What difficulties can I possibly encounter? The man shook his head with a smile before closing his eyes and meditating again. On the Dragon Origin Star, there was a spatial formation constructed from green starlight stones, and the formation was glowing with a dazzling starlight. A series of powerful dragons appeared at the center of the formation. The ice and frost dragon, tens of thousands of feet in size at the forefront of the group, rose into the air before flying toward the core region of the Dragon Origin Star. And Lin and Su Xiaolan stood on this dragon's head, appraising the surrounding environment with curious eyes. The Dragon Origin Star wasn't as lavish and luxurious as they had expected. This was not some picturesque paradise with vital energy that fell like rain. On the contrary, this was an extremely harsh environment to live in. Lightning clouds often gathered in the sky, and bolts of lethal lightning fell from them from time to time. What was surprising to Enlin and Su Xiaolan was that even in such a harsh environment, countless dragons still resided on the Dragon Origin Star. Enlin unleashed his God of Creation stage divine sense to scan the entire planet and discovered that there were roughly 10 million dragons here of about a dozen or so species. One had to realize that all dragons were quite powerful and rare. Even on the Ice Pole Star, which was several times larger than Earth, there were still only less than 1,000,000 dragons. Hence, it was quite astonishing that so many dragons would appear on one planet at the same time. Kuan-Gu was very intelligent and immediately grasped Enlin's thoughts from his expression. Senior, are you confused with regard to why our Azure Dragon Tribe would base ourselves on the Dragon Origin Star? Enlin nodded. Kuan-Gu continued, there are countless descendants of the Azure Dragon in this boundless realm of stars. However, no matter who they are, their goal in cultivation is to make their own bloodline purer and more powerful. And Lin nodded again. All beings with the bloodlines of mythological beasts became more powerful the purer their bloodlines were. Su Xiaolan was a perfect example of this. She possessed the essential bloodline of the holy beast vermilion bird. So it could be said that her bloodline was the closest to the holy beast vermilion bird. It was exactly because of this that her cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds like this. However, she was different from the descendants of holy beasts in that she wasn't solely reliant on the vermilion bird bloodline. She still possessed a powerful true dragon bloodline, which complemented the vermilion bird bloodline, combining their powers to create a power that exceeded the sum of those two parts. Having a dual divine Tao was no joke. She was a true pioneer, and it was like inventing a new hack for the game of cultivation. So what you're saying is, there is something on the Dragon Origin Star that can help the dragons from the Azure Dragon Tribe refine their bloodlines? Su Xiaolan was able to quickly read between the lines. Kuan-gu chuckled upon hearing this. That's exactly right. Our master Azure Dragon fell on this dragon origin star. This place is not only home to the Dragon Dao Pond, which can increase the purity of dragon tribe bloodlines, it also contains the Azure Dragon Heart Essence, which represents the Holy Birth, and Lin and Su Xiaolan's mouths gaped open in astonishment. How could Kuan-gu disclose something so important so easily? It's all right. This is no longer a secret to the mighty figures of the realm of stars. Kuan-gu smiled. May I ask where you two are from, seniors? And Lin replied expressionlessly, We are from the Kuan-Su universe. Kuan-gu shuddered upon hearing this. The Kuan-Su universe? Su Xiaolan. Indeed, this is a very long story. And Lin looked into the distance with a brooding expression. That is an extremely powerful place. We are both core disciples of one of the paramount sects in the Kuan-Su universe. And Lin turned toward Kuan-gu. There are 10,000 more people as powerful as me there. Kuan-gu almost shit himself upon hearing this. He had never heard of an alternate universe. However, Kuan-gu knew that Lin was not any powerful being that he had ever met before. As such, it only made sense that he had come from an alternate universe. Kuan-gu was both extremely astonished and shocked to hear that there were 10,000 people as powerful as Lin in that paramount sect he was referring to. What kind of sect could be so terrifying? Kuan-gu asked. And Lin replied with a proud and solemn expression. The 4-9 Immortal sect. The 4-9 Immortal sect? Kuan-gu's expression faltered upon hearing this before murmuring. Was the name decided on based on the great number of derivation? 49. That is indeed the case? And Lin nodded with a smile. Kuan-gu's heart tremored upon receiving confirmation. That's brilliant. The human race isn't one of the 3 main tribes of the realm of stars, but they certainly have their strong points. I've always thought that this was an extraordinary race, but I didn't think that they would be so powerful in another universe. And Lin knew that Kuan-gu was trying to curry his favor with that backhanded compliment, and he gave a knowing smile. All of a sudden, 2 powerful Dao integration stage true dragons flew over from the distance. One of the true dragons was entirely crimson in color with clouds of fire around its body, and claws of that were of a dazzling golden color. The other was a snowy white true dragon with a lithe and elegant body. Its blue eyes gave one a sense of serenity, and an iridescent light shimmered along its body as it flew through the air. Kuan-gu. This is the senior you were referring to that defeated the ancient tribe army? The white dragon had a very pleasant and gentle female voice, causing the listener to instinctively drop their guard around her. That's right. This senior also saved us by chance. Kuan-gu bowed his head slightly as a gesture of respect toward the 2 dragons. He then turned to Lin and Su Xiaolan before making an introduction. These 2 true dragons are 2 of the 3 guardian deities of the dragon origin star, Qi Yu and Bai Shui, and Lin could sense that both of these true dragons were at the Dao integration pinnacle stage with extremely pure bloodlines. Even though their cultivation base was quite similar to Kuan-gu's, they were most likely much more powerful. Seeing as that is the case, then Mr. Lin is a friend of our Azure Dragon tribe. We will try to fulfill all of your needs, Bai Shui said in a gentle voice. Her voice was still very pleasant and enticing, but she was speaking to Lin as an equal rather than mirroring Kuan-gu's attitude. Thank you, Ms. Bai Shui. And Lin smiled. Our Azure Dragon tribe possesses unimaginable resources to other tribes. In particular, we have an extensive amount of information on the geography of the realm of stars, so you do not need to worry. Qi Yu's voice was deeper, and it was tinged with warmth and enthusiasm. They already knew why Lin and Su Xiaolan were here, but they weren't defensive at all. Instead, they treated Lin and Su Xiaolan like old friends from the get-go. Of course, this could be due to the fact that there were some hidden weapons on the Dragon Origin Star that made it unnecessary for them to be fearful or cautious toward the 2 of them. The Dragon Origin Star presented a very harsh environment, but it was very big. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and the 3 true dragons had to travel tens of thousands of kilometers before arriving at a gargantuan basin. The basin had an altitude discrepancy of over 10 kilometers compared to the plains around it, and it also stretched for over 10 kilometers in width. Within the basin were all types of mountains, lush forests, picturesque lakes, and many other beautiful landmarks to behold. Su Xiaolan's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. There are so many dragon tribe living beings here. There are over 1 million of them in this basin. Is this a dragon nest? That's right, and not only is this a dragon nest, it's also the core region of our Azure Dragon tribe. All of the dragons here are the most powerful dragons among the Azure Dragon tribe. Bai Shui explained with a smile, and Lin unleashed his divine sense to scan through the dragons down below, upon which his expression shifted slightly. There were over 700,000 spirit-nurturing stage dragons, over 50,000 soul formation stage dragons, over 300 return to void stage dragons, and 16 Dao integration stage true dragons including Kuan Gu, Bai Shui, and Qiyu. They were powerful enough to easily crush the dragon court of the eastern seas. Even the Western Dragon tribe was completely no match for this Azure Dragon tribe. There really was no comparison. Furthermore, one had to realize that the dragons within the basin were only the core force on the dragon origin star. What about the dragons distributed over the other 17 subsidiary stars? As such, the Azure Dragon tribe probably had several dozen Dao integration stage true dragons and over 1,000 return to void stage mighty figures. This was the most powerful force he had ever seen aside from the heaven-crushing sect. And Lin could also sense some energy fluctuations emanating from the realm of colorful cloud and mist in the center of the basin that struck fear into even his heart. This was probably what Bai Shui and Qiyu were relying on to combat Lin and Su Xiaolan if they were to do anything out of line, thereby giving them the confidence to lead them into even the core region of the Azure Dragon tribe. As they flew through the air, Su Xiaolan suddenly let loose a gentle moan as her bloodline was stirred up by an invisible force. Her eyes gradually turned golden in color, and dragon scales as intricate and beautiful as golden jade involuntarily appeared on her snowy white skin. Oh, Ms. Su Xiaolan also possesses dragon tribe bloodline. Bai Shui was quite surprised to see this. And this is an extremely pure bloodline. She has succeeded in her Dao integration, Qiyu exclaimed as he waved his claws. A mix between human and dragon bloodlines? This is the first time I've ever seen a human integrate the Tao of dragons. And Lin smiled but did not say anything. They were going to be even more surprised if they learned about how Xiaolan was the first human to successfully integrate the Tao of the vermilion bird and the Tao of the true dragon at the same time. Bai Shui smiled. Seeing as Ms. Su Xiaolan possesses the true dragon bloodline, we can be considered to be relatives. As such, we can open up the Dragon Dao Pond to you. Dragon Dao Pond? Su Xiaolan was confused. What's that? Qiyu explained with a proud expression. That is a holy land the entire realm of stars yearns for. The water in the pond contains the paramount Dao intent of our dragon tribe. It is said that our patriarch Azure Dragon attained Dao in the Dragon Dao Pond and ascended to attain his holy birth. The Dragon Dao Pond only allows entry to Dao integration stage true dragons, and there is only one slot available per century. This means that it will take a cycle of several thousand years for all of the true dragons in the Azure Dragon tribe to access the Dragon Dao Pond. As for how much enlightenment they can attain, that will be decided by their luck and aptitude. You two have saved countless ice and frost dragons and slain 2 of our tribe's most powerful enemies. As such, I can grant special entry for Ms. Su Xiaolan into the Dragon Dao Pond. That's great. Thank you, Ms. Bai Shui, Mr. Qiyu. Su Xiaolan was very elated to hear this. She had been attracted to this place by her vermilion bird bloodline, but who would have thought that she would have a chance to attain enlightenment in her true dragon Dao first? And Lin turned toward his sea of vital energy to discover that the little black dragon was in even more of a frenzied state, looking as if it wanted to crash its way out of his sea of vital energy. The little black dragon's reaction was completely different from that of the other holy beasts. The holy flame vermilion bird remained as proud as ever, while the little Xianwu and little white tiger didn't even know what was going on. Only the little black dragon was relentlessly trying to escape from the sea of vital energy. And Lin was very interested in what the little black dragon was doing. He didn't know if arriving at the dragon origin star would help the little black dragon in its current situation, but if he could get the little black dragon to separate from his body, that would naturally be for the best. After all, having a little black dragon in his body didn't seem like a good thing no matter how he looked at it. The colorful cloud and mist were part of an illusionary formation. And Lin and Su Xiaolan progressed onward with Kuan Gu and the others, and the colorful cloud and mist parted for them. Soon, a peculiar world appeared before their eyes. There were clear sky, massive trees that were like pillars supporting the heavens, and a series of powerful dragon tribe living beings flying in the sky above. A true dragon whose entire body was golden in color descended from the sky before bowing respectfully to everyone. Esteemed guardian deities, for what have you summoned me? Shang Jin, I want to take this human woman into the Dragon Dao Pond. Chi Yu pointed at Su Xiaolan. Bringing a human woman into the Dragon Dao Pond? The golden dragon's expression shifted as he turned to Su Xiaolan with confusion in his eyes. Even though she possesses our dragon tribe aura, she's still a human. From a bloodline, she does not have the right to... Shush! Bai Shui suddenly cut the golden dragon off. You may be the caretaker of the Dragon Dao Pond, but don't forget that in Master Azure Dragon's absence, we guardian deities call the shots. Shang Jin opened his mouth before closing it again. He looked at Su Xiaolan with disdain and displeasure in his heart. Giving the once-in-a-century opportunity to access the Dragon Dao Pond to a human with impure bloodline was an insult to the Azure Dragon tribe. There were countless ways to repay someone for their kindness. Why did they choose a method like this? It would be a joke if Su Xiaolan entered the Dragon Dao Pond and reaped no benefits from it. That would be the equivalent of wasting a super precious opportunity. Shang Jin shook his head with this in mind. To think that these two guardian deities would be so foolish. If only the final guardian deity, the clear origin dragon, would keep them in line. Please come with me, Shang Jin said to Enlin and Su Xiaolan in an indifferent voice. There was no loathing or resentment in his voice or demeanor, but he was clearly not as polite and friendly as before. This was the home of the Azure Dragon tribe. Even God of Creation stage powerful beings wouldn't dare to do anything out of line here. Shang Jin led Enlin and the others along, and many dragon tribe powerful beings bowed respectfully toward Shang Jin, clearly indicating that he was also quite an important dragon. Soon, they arrived at an emerald lake. The lake had no end in sight and was as vast as the ocean. The sun hung high in the sky, and its light shone through the colorful clouds and mist to be reflected by the lake, creating countless miniature suns that shimmered and rippled, creating an extremely spectacular sight. Countless eastern dragons of different colors splashed boisterously in the lake, making it appear as if it were a massive dragon tribe swimming pool. The Dragon Dao Pond is located deep within this azure sun lake. Follow me. Shang Jin rose into the sky before diving into the lake. Kuan Gu, Chi Yu, and Bai Shui also rose gracefully into the air before plunging into the lake, and Lin and Su Xiaolan followed them atop their black brick. Su Xiaolan could feel that all of the blood within her entire body was surging. She felt like she had returned to a warm embrace and was feeling extremely comfortable and safe. She moaned gently, and Lin was a little alarmed by Su Xiaolan's flushed cheeks. Are you all right? It feels so good. Su Xiaolan spread open her arms with her eyes closed, and Lin was even more concerned upon seeing this. Are you really all right? Su Xiaolan shook her head as she replied in a mellow, languid voice. I'm fine. I feel like I'm about to hover into the sky. And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. How was this all right? What normal person would behave in this manner? Her words made him even more worried. Bai Shui offered an explanation. Su Xiaolan is in her current state because her bloodline has been affected by the Dao realm true intent of the Dragon Dao Pond, and the instinctive desires of her bloodline are being released. There is no need to be alarmed. And Lin was quite relieved to hear this. However, all of a sudden, Su Xiaolan suddenly dived into his arms. And Lin, hold me. Her cheeks were extremely flushed as she wound her arms around Lin's neck and rested her lips beside his ear. And Lin, what the hell is going on now? Is there really no need to be alarmed? I'm feeling very alarmed right now. And Lin's heart was thumping as he returned Su Xiaolan's embrace before turning to the white dragon beside him with a confused expression. MS, By Shui. What's going on now? Didn't I just tell you? Miss Su Xiaolan has been affected by the dragon Dao Pond and is releasing her inner desires. She's currently releasing her love toward you. A smile appeared on Bai Shui's face. And Lin, Su Xiaolan murmured as her eyes gradually glazed over. What should I do? And Lin was struggling to hold on. Su Xiaolan's delectable body was pressed up tightly against his, and his breathing was beginning to accelerate. Su Xiaolan had an excellent figure, and she was now flaunting it in the most tempting manner by pressing herself tightly against Lin's body. She stared into Lin's eyes with unbridled passion, as if she was asking for something from him, and he could feel her breath on his face. Who could resist such temptation? And Lin's desire was also burning in his heart. However, he still held himself back and turned to the white dragon beside him for help. It would not be good to forcefully repress her current state. It would be best to just go with the flow. Bai Shui spoke in a calm voice. So what should I do to alleviate her current condition? And Lin asked in a panicked voice. Bai Shui. That's simple, just fire your cannon. And Lin's eyes widened as if he were afraid that he had misheard. What do you mean by that? The crimson dragon beside him waved his golden claws with a sly smile on his face. Ms. Su Xiaolan is releasing all of her love for you, so you have to return the favor. As such, just give her a taste of your cannon. We are about to reach the Dragon Dao Pond, and you do not have the right to enter. Hence, these things have to be done now. We can wait for you here, Shang Jin instructed. Thus, the 4 true dragons at the Dao integration pinnacle stage turned to stare at the embracing Lin and Su Xiaolan. And Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon seeing this. These 4 shameless true dragons were expecting him to have sex with Xiaolan right before their eyes. Mr. And Lin, are you shy? Bai Shui asked. And Lin's face convulsed. No shit, Sherlock. Don't worry, Mr. and Lin. Watching you two copulate would be like you watching us copulate. We don't feel anything. Chiyu chuckled. And Lin, let's excuse ourselves for now. There's nothing to see here, so we should give them some personal space. Kuan-gu was respectful toward Lin's privacy. Just break this bubble once you're done. Shang Jin spat out a colorful little bubble that hovered beside Lin. In the next second, the 4 true dragons disappeared on the spot. Within the azure sun lake, Su Xiaolan pressed her body tightly to Lin's, enticing him into taking the next step. It would be impossible to say that Lin was not tempted at all. However, was he really going to take that step with Xiaolan here? He really wanted to, and it was a great opportunity to do so. Even the black brick could be used as a bed. Su Xiaolan's lips were already inching toward Lin's. Lin's heart rate began to accelerate, and he knew that he was about to fall to his carnal desire if he didn't make a decision soon. Xiaolan, I respect you and I love you. The divine halo of poison appeared above Lin's head as he pointed a finger at Su Xiaolan's stomach. Dark green energy flowed into her body along his finger. The divine halo of poison could poison enemies but also dispel all negative effects. Sure enough, in the face of the absolute power of laws, Su Xiaolan's scorching body temperature eased, and her eyes regained clarity. She moaned slightly before a blush appeared on her face, and she quickly unwound her legs from around Lin's and retreated a couple of steps. I didn't. A warm smile appeared on Lin's face. I know. I will only do this when you're prepared and ready to give yourself to me. Tears welled up in Su Xiaolan's eyes. And Lin, you're so good to me. She knew that it would make sense for Lin to take her first time here. No one could blame him if he made that decision, not even her. But Lin didn't do that. And Lin scratched his head. After all, it feels a little weird. As if I'm taking advantage of you when you're in such a muddled state while I'm completely conscious and aware. Su Xiaolan nodded. We need to both be sober and conscious during our first time together, so that we can etch that memory deep into our minds. The two of them reaffirmed their conviction following this close call. They were going to save this beautiful moment for the night of their wedding. Bam! And Lin broke the colorful bubble. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Xianxia, Kuan-gu, Qiyu, and Bai Shui instantly appeared before Enlin and stared at the two of them in astonishment. Mr. Enlin, how could you have finished so quickly? Qiyu was shocked. Slap. Bai Shui slapped him, flying for tens of thousands of meters with her tail. Ahem. Don't mind him, Mr. Enlin. Qiyu is just an idiot, Bai Shui said with an awkward smile. Ha ha ha. Exactly. Kuan-gu also tried to comfort Enlin by saying, dragons and humans last different intervals, so we can't use ourselves as reference points. Su Xiaolan? Enlin, I think there may have been a misunderstanding. I cured Su Xiaolan of the negative effects on her body, Enlin explained with a serious expression. Yes, whatever you say. Can we go to the Dragon Dao Pond now? Kuan-gu immediately nodded in a placating manner in fear of Enlin flaring up with rage and humiliation. Enlin's chest constricted upon seeing this. These dragons clearly didn't believe him. Su Xiaolan couldn't help but burst into laughter at Enlin's awkward situation. At the same time, she was also a little disappointed. She actually wouldn't have minded if Enlin had taken her there, and then, why was he suddenly trying to be a saint? Apparently, the first time would hurt. Hence, wouldn't it be great if they could do this while she was in heat and less sensitive to pain? That way, it wouldn't hurt on their wedding night. Su Xiaolan's mind drifted with this train of thought, and she blushed again with these thoughts in mind. Qiyu and Kuan-gu noticed the blush on Su Xiaolan's face and were even more convinced that Enlin was lying as they looked at each other with sly smiles. Enlin was in complete despair upon seeing this. There was no way he could convince them of the truth now. He relinquished any attempt to struggle and argue, and he continued to dive in the lake with the true dragons. Soon, they arrived at the deepest point of the Azure Sun Lake before crashing down. Boom! The Azure Sun Lake suddenly transformed into a mystic realm. This was an area with a radius of several hundred kilometers. On the gray and ancient ground, there were countless shiny treasures piled up into mountains, lighting up the entire surrounding space. There were many peculiar and colorful diagrams carved onto the ground. Enlin surveyed those diagrams to discover that they were diagrams of dragons, and from them, he could faintly sense the aura that was imbued with the paramount laws of heaven and earth. Boundless iridescent light shone through the entire vast space. There was an extremely rich aura of dragons here, and the little black dragon within Enlin's body was becoming hyperactive again. An expression of enjoyment appeared on Su Xiaolan's face, clearly indicating that this was a very good habitat for dragons. They continued onward and arrived at a place that was radiating boundless, astonishing energy fluctuations. Xianxia tapped a claw into the air, and the restriction up ahead became transparent, revealing the azure lake within. The lake was in the shape of a winding dragon, and the water at the place where the dragon's mouth was situated was golden in color, as if this were an azure dragon holding a dazzling dragon ball in its mouth. Xianxia pointed at the golden lake water. That is where the Dragon Dao Pond is located. Enlin turned toward the golden liquid in the distance, and from it, he detected a boundless Dao realm that was unfathomable even to him. He instinctively tried to approach it, only to be forced to come to a halt by a burst of powerful dragon might. Beings without dragon tribe bloodlines will be kept out by the Dragon Dao Pond. Please stop here, Mr. Enlin, Xianxia explained. He knew that Su Xiaolan was a half-dragon, but Enlin was a human. Enlin hesitated momentarily before nodding and was just about to take a couple of steps back when a burst of power suddenly surged forth from his body. The dragon might from the Dragon Dao Pond immediately disappeared after coming into contact with that burst of power. The pressure on Enlin suddenly disappeared, and he made his way forward without any obstruction. This! Xianxia stared at the advancing Enlin with a shocked expression. Wait! Stop right there. You're a human. You can't approach the Dragon Dao Pond. Why? Enlin turned and splayed his hands open. The Dragon Dao Pond was initially keeping me out, but that's no longer the case. Xianxia opened his mouth, but he didn't have a response to this. In the end, he could only offer some futile resistance. But you're a human, Kuan-gu interjected at this moment. There is no rule stating that humans can't enter the Dragon Dao Pond. There must be a reason why the Dragon Dao Pond is not rejecting Senior and Lin. In other words, the Dragon Dao Pond has acknowledged Senior and Lin. So why can't he enter the Dragon Dao Pond? Shang Jin was the caretaker of the Dragon Dao Pond, so he was naturally aware of this. However, it was simply blasphemous for an outsider to set foot in the Dragon Dao Pond. Kuan Gu's right. Let's respect the Dragon Dao Pond's choice. Bai Shui made the final, executive decision on the matter. Shang Jin could only grit his teeth and allow Lin to continue onward. If Master Azure Dragon is still alive, you wouldn't be able to do this. Shang Jin grumbled in a quiet voice, clearly still quite displeased. Both Bai Shui and Qi Yu had heard Shang Jin, but they both pretended to not have heard anything. As for Lin, he didn't care. He knew that the reason the Dragon Dao Pond was not rejecting him was most likely due to the little black dragon in his sea of vital energy. Su Xiaolan appraised Lin with curious eyes, as if she were wondering whether Lin was a dragon human, just as she was. Lin could tell what Su Xiaolan was thinking, and he met her gaze before shaking his head to indicate that that was not the case. The two of them arrived beside the Dragon Dao Pond. Lin was struck by the feeling that he was truly seeing an eternal azure dragon as he looked at the winding lake before him. When they arrived by the golden patch of lake water, the earth suddenly surged before two little azure dragons stuck out their heads from the ground below. These two little azure dragons were several meters in length with golden dragon horns and azure scales. Their bodies emanated an ethereal aura, as if they were not beings of this world. Lin's heart jolted with shock. These two little azure dragons were powerful beings at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, and they had even managed to escape the detection of his divine sense. Elder Shang Jin, have you brought someone else here? If I recall correctly, it has not yet been 100 years. One of the little azure dragons said in a female voice. Shang Jin bowed respectfully. We owe a debt to Ms. Su Xiaolin here, so we have made a special exception for her, and allowed her to access the Dragon Dao Pond in order to repay her for her kindness. Then what's the deal with that human? How did he get in here? The female azure dragon asked in an unfriendly voice. The restrictions of the Dragon Dao Pond are ineffective to him, so he came in. Shang Jin explained with a gloating expression. He was unable to contest the decision of the guardian deities. But these two little azure dragons were the closest descendants of the patriarch azure dragon. They had reached the Dao integration pinnacle stage at a very young age and possessed limitless potential. In fact, they had very high hopes of becoming god of creation stage dragons. In terms of status, they transcended beyond even the two guardian deities, Bai Shui and Qi Yu. If they insisted on expelling Lin from this place, even Qi Yu and Bai Shui would have to oblige. Shang Jin turned toward Lin, and sure enough, there was a hint of shock and awkwardness on his face. Shang Jin was a little elated to see this. Patriarch Azure Dragon was one of the most powerful beings, even among gods of creation. His most powerful descendants were certainly forces to be reckoned with, and their combined power could even strike fear into the hearts of some weaker gods of creation. It appeared that Lin had also been intimidated by them. Papa! Daddy! Two voices suddenly erupted, cutting off Shang Jin's train of thought. The two little azure dragons revolved around Lin with elated expressions, hailing him as their father in tender voices. Shang Jin's mouth gaped open, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Kuan Gu, Bai Shui, and Qi Yu were also dumbstruck, as was Su Xiaolin. All of them stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes, and their minds turned completely blank. Papa! The male azure dragon yelled. Daddy? The female azure dragon cried. Are you our dad? The two azure dragons revolved around Lin in an extremely intimate manner, completely devoid of the majesty and prestige they had earlier possessed. What's going on? Bai Shui's calm and collected facade finally crumbled as her eyes widened in astonishment. He's not your father. Your father. He left in pursuit of a higher level of power right after you were born. Shang Jin explained in a panicked voice with an expression of grief and indignation on his face. He had thought that Master Azure Dragon's descendants would be able to show Lin his place, But these little azure dragons were now calling Enlin daddy? Xianxia didn't know if Enlin was astonished, but he was certainly very much astonished. What the hell is going on? Nonsense. This is clearly daddy's aura. The female azure dragon harumphed. Bloodlines don't lie. I can feel a bloodline connection with him. The male azure dragon insisted. All of the dragon tribe's super mighty figures present were completely dumbstruck and befuddled. Su Xiaolan also turned toward Enlin with a bewildered expression, as if to ask, "When did you do this?" "Xiaolan, I'm innocent. I'm still a virgin." And Lin was on the verge of throwing up blood. He immediately turned his attention to his sea of vital energy to discover that the little black dragon within was nodding with a benevolent expression. And Lin looked at the expression on the little black dragon's face, then at the little azure dragons who were still flying around him and calling him Papa, and he was even more convinced now that the little black dragon was Patriarch Azure Dragon. "I get it now," Qiyu suddenly yelled before turning a pair of scorching eyes toward Enlin. Senior Enlin might be the reincarnation of our Patriarch Azure Dragon. Everyone was shocked by this conclusion. What a scarcely believable conclusion. But at the same time, it explained why the little azure dragons were calling him father. Just as the two little azure dragons had said, bloodlines don't lie, so this was the only possible explanation. But Senior Enlin told me that he came from the 4-9 Immortal sect in the Kuinsu universe. Kuingu was a little hesitant. He can travel between universes. Qiyu refused to be stumped. Is that possible? Kuingu was a little dumbstruck. Have you ever seen that happen? Qiyu asked. Kuingu shook his head. No. If you haven't seen it, then how do you know it's not possible? Qiyu asked. Kuingu had no response to this. He felt like something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Senior Enlin must have traveled to our universe, as he felt a connection to this place. This shows that Master Azure Dragon wants to return home and is about to awaken. Qiyu became more and more excited as he speculated, as if he had discovered a new continent. Tears welled up in Kuingu's eyes upon hearing this. Ever since Patriarch Azure Dragon passed away, our Azure Dragon tribe has been reduced to such a pitiful state that even the ancient tribe can push us around. Is Patriarch Azure Dragon finally going to return now? Patriarch! Qiyu knelt to the ground. Patriarch! Kuingu had tears flowing down his face and began to kowtow. And Lin didn't even know what to say anymore. After the little azure dragons began calling him father, there were now dragon tribe super mighty figures referring to him as Patriarch. Calm down, you guys. These things haven't even been verified yet. How can we prove that Mr. Enlin is the Azure Dragon? Xianxia offered a counterargument at this moment. Enlin turned toward Xianxia with a grateful expression. Who would have thought that this golden dragon, with whom he didn't really see eye to eye, would become his ally in his attempt to clarify this situation? Bai Shui heaved a faint sigh. The two descendants of Master Azure Dragon have already acknowledged Senior Enlin as their father. What else can we say? Papa! Daddy! The two little azure dragons were still yelling with excitement. Piss off! I ain't your dad. Don't think that you can just do whatever you want because of your pure bloodline and advanced cultivation bases. If you keep this up, I'll beat the crap out of both of you. And Lin exploded with rage. Tears immediately welled up in the male azure dragon's eyes while the female azure dragon broke down into sobs. Xianxia, let's forget about this for now. Let my Xiaolin bathe in the hot spring first. And Lin changed the subject. This is no hot spring. It's the Dragon Dao Pond. Xiangjian's eyes widened as if he had just heard the most blasphemous thing anyone could possibly say. Shut up! The male azure dragon yelled. Daddy says this is a hot spring. So this is a hot spring. The female azure dragon chimed in. Paramount might from their superior dragon tribe bloodlines crashed down upon Xianxia, striking him with a sense of asphyxiation. Even though the two little azure dragons had accepted Enlin as their daddy, they were still Xianxin's daddy. Xianxia was in complete despair. Daddy, is this beauty the one who is going to bathe in the hot spring? The female azure dragon surveyed Su Xiaolan with a careful expression. and Lin was a little disgruntled by the fact that they were still referring to him as their father, but he decided to leave this issue for another time. That's right. She has the dragon tribe bloodline, so she wants to bathe in the hot spring, and Lin nodded. But she's... The male azure dragon began with an uneasy expression, and Lin immediately cut him off. She's my Dao partner, Su Xiaolin. The two little azure dragon's eyes immediately lit up. Mama! Mommy! The two little azure dragons began to yell with excitement as they revolved around Su Xiaolin. Su Xiaolin and Lin. Shang Jin's head was ringing. Even Bai Shui and the others didn't know what to say. What the hell was going on with these two little azure dragons? Not only had they accepted a human as their father, but they were now accepting a half-dragon female as their mother. Su Xiaolan was also feeling quite bewildered. Just as she was in shock about how Lin had become the father of these two little azure dragons, she had become their mother. Ahem. I'm gonna go bathe in the dragon Dao pond now. Su Xiaolan didn't know what to say, so she decided to get down to business. Yes, Mommy. The female azure dragon rubbed her head against Xiaolan's body in an affectionate manner. I'll protect my mother, the male azure dragon vowed with a serious expression. Shang Jin turned towards Su Xiaolan, and for some reason, a hint of anticipation welled up in his heart. Su Xiaolan was only a half-dragon, so her Dao realm observation couldn't possibly compare to purebred dragons. If she attained nothing from her time in the dragon Dao pond, the two little azure dragons would surely renounce her as their mother. What do I need to do? Su Xiaolan turned to Bai Shui. Bai Shui replied with a gentle smile. You just need to bathe in the dragon Dao pond and release your dragon tribe bloodline to accept the power of the dragon Dao pond. After that, you just need to experience the intent realm within the dragon Dao pond. Remember to extricate yourself when you feel like you're unable to bear anymore. Su Xiaolan nodded before leaping into the dragon Dao pond. Shang Jin's eyes widened as he surveyed Su Xiaolan with anticipation. If Su Xiaolan's bloodline was mediocre and was unable to attain enlightenment from the dragon Dao pond Dao realm true intent, then she would quickly be subjected to excruciating pain by the water in the dragon Dao pond, and this pain would only be alleviated once she left the dragon Dao pond. The longer one was able to last in the dragon Dao pond, the higher the chance that their bloodlines would be further purified, and the more benefits they would reap. Kuan Gu had lasted about a dozen minutes in the dragon Dao pond. Shang Jin could last about half an hour. Bai Shui and Qi Yu could both last about an hour, and the two little azure dragons could last more than 2 hours. Shang Jin chuckled coldly in his heart as he scrutinized Su Xiaolan. In his mind, Su Xiaolan probably wouldn't even be able to last a minute. As soon as Su Xiaolan entered the dragon Dao pond, she felt like she had landed within an unfathomable black hole. The dragon tribe bloodline within her body instantly began to surge. Dragon tribe Dao realm true intent also flowed into her mind like a tsunami. The dragon tribe true intent imbued within the dragon Dao pond was extremely profound, and even though she had already made extensive observations in dragon tribe true intent, she still observed and understood many things in that instant. Extremely intricate dragon horns appeared on Su Xiaolan's head. Semi-transparent golden scales covered her entire body, and her eyes became as dazzling as the sun. A powerful dragon might that surprised even the surrounding dragon tribe's super mighty figures erupted forth. Su Xiaolan began to accept the power of the dragon Dao pond with her entire being. Impossible! Isn't she only a half-dragon? How could she possess such pure dragon tribe bloodline power? Shang Jin was in shock. Bai Shui, Kuan Gu, and Qi Yu were also astonished. Oh, mother is so powerful, the male azure dragon remarked. That's our mother. The female azure dragon was also quite elated. At this moment, the water in the entire dragon Dao pond began to bubble and churn. An ancient dragon might crash down upon Su Xiaolan's body relentlessly, and she gritted her teeth as if she was enduring some type of severe pain. And Lin knew that this was simply a part of the bloodline enhancement process, but his heart still throbbed upon seeing this. Su Xiaolan's true dragon bloodline was already extremely pure, and after being enhanced by the dragon Dao pond, it became even purer and more powerful. but at the same time she was subjected to a lot of pain. The dragon tribe power within the dragon Dao pond was simply too invasive. It was no wonder that they only allowed Dao integration stage true dragons to bathe in it. If any dragons below Dao integration stage were to bathe in the dragon Dao pond, they would be crushed to dust by the terrifying dragon might within a second. Even though Su Xiaolan was in a lot of pain, she could still persevere. 1 minute passed. She was still persisting. Shang Jin was a little disappointed. How could a half-dragon last this long? 10 minutes passed. She was still holding on, and her aura was becoming more and more unfathomably powerful. Shang Jin's eyes widened. Kuan Gu sighed with emotion. To think that she can last 10 minutes in the dragon Dao pond as a half-dragon. She has already outstripped the vast majority of our Dao integration stage true dragons. I can sense that she is also reaping a lot of rewards from her time in the pond. Bai Shui could sense that the dragon might emanating from Su Xiaolan's body was becoming more and more pure and powerful. This was not a dragon might that should belong to a half-dragon. Even the lineal descendants of the Azure Dragon didn't possess such a powerful dragon might. Before they knew it, half an hour had passed. Su Xiaolan was still gritting her teeth and holding on. Her skin had already turned bright red from exertion. Shang Jin's was feeling quite humiliated. Su Xiaolan was only a half-dragon, but she had already broken his record. How could this be? He was the caretaker of the Dragon Dao Pond. However, no matter how much Shang Jin was unwilling to accept this, it was the reality nonetheless. Su Xiaolan was still persevering, and Lin was cheering her on this entire time, giving her the power of love. The power of love provided extraordinary buffs. It reduced pain by 50% and increased perseverance by 50%. Su Xiaolan and Enlin had true love between them, so the aforementioned values had to be doubled. Impossible! The water in the Dragon Origin Star is the liquid form of the most essential power of the Azure Dragon tribe. The pressure it exerts is absolutely phenomenal. How could she last so long in there? Won't she explode? Shang Jin felt like everything had already transcended beyond the realm of his imagination. No one could answer his question. All of the other true dragons were just as astonished. And Lin only had one thought in my mind. My wife is awesome. The two little Azure dragons also had the same thought in their minds. My mum isn't half bad. Time was still ticking, and Su Xiaolan was quickly becoming more powerful. Before they knew it, an hour had passed. Su Xiaolan was still persevering. Qi Yu and Bai Shui could no longer remain calm now. They were guardian deities of the Azure Dragon tribe, but their highest record was only an hour. A Dao integration intermediate stage half-dragon was outstripping them now. Was Su Xiaolan going to defy the natural order? The Dragon Dao pond opens up only once every 100 years. Could it be that the power within the water has decreased as we opened it up too early? Qi Yu speculated. The male Azure Dragon replied, "It has been 96 years since the Dragon Dao pond was last opened, and the power expended each time is no more than 1%. As such, the power of the Dragon Dao pond has decreased by less than 0.1% at the moment." Qi Yu. Su Xiaolan trembled uncontrollably, but she was still holding on with gritted teeth, and Lin was a little concerned. "Xiaolan, are you all right? Just a little bit more." Su Xiaolan forced the words out through gritted teeth. "Just a little bit more until what?" And Lin asked. Su Xiaolan didn't reply, but the blood within her body was surging more quickly than ever. She knew what the source of her pain was. The boundless dragon tribe true intent within the Dragon Dao pond was not the source of her pain. What was responsible for her pain was the backlash inflicted upon her body from the purification of the dragon tribe bloodline within her body, which was taking place at an incredible rate. If a normal dragon was facing this kind of backlash, they had no choice but to keep persevering and leave the Dragon Dao pond once they couldn't persevere any longer. They had no choice as their bloodline was the most important thing to them. However, Su Xiaolan was an exception to this as she had a way to repress the backlash from her dragon tribe bloodline. The best way to repress bloodline backlash was to use another bloodline to restrict that bloodline. This was where the vermilion bird bloodline came in useful. She possessed the Vermilion Bird and True Dragon Dual Divine Daos, thereby giving her a massive advantage over all Dragon Tribe Dao integration stage super mighty figures, in that she could use her Vermilion Bird bloodline to repress the backlash from her True Dragon bloodline. The two bloodlines both enhanced and restricted one another, and they finally reached a perfect harmony right when Su Xiaolan's pain had reached an extreme. Ah! Phew! Su Xiaolan let loose a loud cry before heaving a sigh of relief, and her body sagged like a broken guitar string as she collapsed limply into the water. And Lin was given a fright and immediately rushed over to save her. However, Su Xiaolan opened her eyes at this moment, and a vibrant smile appeared on her face as she shook her head. "Don't worry, I'm fine." She closed her eyes again and continued to observe the true intent within the dragon Dao pond as she spoke. How is she suddenly so relaxed? Qi was concentrating on Su Xiaolan's expression this entire time, and his eyes immediately widened. Oh my god! She just smiled. How can she be smiling? Is she a masochist? Kuan-Gu almost bit his tongue as he stared at the woman bathing in the dragon Dao pond with a shocked expression. All true dragons suffered excruciating pain in the dragon Dao pond, and even though the bathing in the pond was extremely beneficial to their bloodlines and their observations in the Dao realm, it was still an extremely painful experience. However, Su Xiaolan was smiling. This was not some forced smile. This was the relaxed and elated smile of someone who had discovered a new continent. Not only were the Kuan-Gu and the other true dragons astonished, but even the two little azure dragons were also in complete shock as they stared at their mommy. As for Shang Jin, he had already completely sprawled to the ground and was looking up at Su Xiaolan as if she were a revered goddess. He no longer hoped to see Su Xiaolan struggle. That smile had completely broken him. Su Xiaolan's smile had shocked all of the dragons present, and Lin was very happy for her. He didn't care about what improvements she was making. He was solely happy due to the fact that she was now a lot more relaxed and carefree than her previous state of suffering. As for whether Xiaolan was growing stronger and things like that, those were all secondary. What mattered to him was whether his wife was feeling good or not. It was quite clear that Xiaolan had found a position that made her feel good. Time was still passing by. Su Xiaolan's aura was also climbing incessantly. The true dragon bloodline, which had always been inferior to the Vermilion Bird bloodline, was growing more and more powerful and was slowly rivaling the Vermilion Bird bloodline. This was something Su Xiaolan was extremely happy to see. When she reached the Dao integration stage, her Vermilion Bird Dao had taken precedence over her True Dragon Dao. But now, the True Dragon Dao was finally retaliating after close to 100 years, and it was beginning to take the upper hand. This was very rare. Su Xiaolan was hoping that the dragon would completely turn the tables. She had a feeling that the moment the dragon gained supremacy would be the moment she made her next breakthrough. Soon 2 hours had passed. Su Xiaolan had broken the record the two little azure dragons had set in the dragon Dao pond. My god! Where did this freak come from? Is she really only a half-dragon? Why is her bloodline purer than a lineal descendant of the azure dragon? Bai Shui exclaimed. She is most likely a prodigy of the 4-9 Immortal sect as well. That is an invincible sect from the Kuan-Su universe. Kuan-Gu was filled with yearning and admiration when he spoke about that alternate universe. Mother is so awesome. The male azure dragon was very excited. Mommy, can you teach us how to last longer in the hot spring? The female azure dragon's tail wagged as she stared at the woman in golden water and pleaded in a beseeching voice. Su Xiaolan turned toward the two little azure dragons with a faint smile. You really want to know? The two little azure dragons nodded frantically. Then go ask your dad. Su Xiaolan chuckled. The two little azure dragons' eyes lit up, and they began pestering Lin. And Lin immediately figured out what Su Xiaolan was doing. She was trying to divert these annoying little azure dragons away from her so that he could placate them. This was a very difficult mission, but Lin accepted it with aplomb. When bathing in this hot spring, you need to have the right mentality first. You have to be a devout worshipper of the hot spring and regard pain as the source of happiness. The two little azure dragons nodded relentlessly, and they committed every single word that came out of his mouth as if it were a heavenly decree. The onlooking dragon tribe's super mighty figures felt like they were about to go into cardiac arrest. And Lin's bullshit preaching was going to ruin these two azure dragons who had limitless potentials. Before they knew it, another 2 hours had passed. Su Xiaolan was still bathing in the dragon Dao pond. Furthermore, her expression didn't really even change. She looked like she was enjoying herself, as if she were bathing in an ordinary hot spring. Is there no end to this? How long is she going to stay in there for? Qi Yu was in despair. Could it be that the power of the dragon Dao pond is not as potent as usual? Bai Shui hesitated momentarily before breaking the rules and carefully dipping a claw into the water, upon which a sizzling sound erupted from her claw, and she immediately recoiled as she let loose a cry of surprise. It's just as powerful as ever. All of the dragons continued to look at Su Xiaolan with shock and wonder. Ms. Su Xiaolan seems to have broken our Azure Dragon tribe's record for bathing in the Dragon Dao pond for the longest time. Bai Shui murmured. No, there is still one record she hasn't broken. Shang Jin suddenly interjected. That's right. There is indeed one record she hasn't yet broken. Kuan-Gu knew what Shang Jin was talking about. She hasn't broken Patriarch Azure Dragon's record yet. Qi Yu raised his head. Legend speaks of how Patriarch Azure Dragon bathed in the Dragon Dao pond for an entire day and night before successfully ascending to attain his holy birth. On that day, the great Dao of heaven and earth resonated, and the bloodlines of all dragon tribe living beings surged and churned. He leaped into the sky and transcended beyond the entire realm of stars. Qi Yu was starting to get a little carried away now, and Lin listened to Qi Yu's epic tale, then appraised the little black dragon, who was relentlessly crashing around in his sea of vital energy, and he was struck by a sense of bafflement. How did such a mighty being become so adorkable? A long wait ensued. Su Xiaolan continued to break records in the Dragon Dao pond. She was now only second to Patriarch Azure Dragon. Bai Shui was feeling a little alarmed. What if Su Xiaolan broke Patriarch Azure Dragon's record? What if a half-dragon ended up with the record for staying the longest period of time in the Dragon Dao pond? The entire Azure Dragon tribe would be thoroughly humiliated in that case. All of the dragons continued to observe as Su Xiaolan broke one record after another. For hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, Su Xiaolan's expression remained unchanged. The only thing that changed was that the dragon tribe bloodline aura she was exuding became more and more profound and powerful, to the extent that it had even transcended beyond the likes of Kuan-Gu and Shang Jin, and was now comparable to the guardian deities Bai Shui and Qi Yu. In the 20th hour, the dragon tribe bloodline aura emanating from Su Xiaolan's body had outstripped Bai Shui and Qi Yu, and was progressing to an even higher level. Qi Yu tugged at his own whiskers and had almost torn his entire face off. Mommy! She's only at the Dao integration intermediate stage. Why is her bloodline so insanely powerful? The two little azure dragons immediately turned on him. That's my mommy, not yours. Qi Yu. Su Xiaolan's development struck awe and veneration into the hearts of all of the onlooking dragons. What they didn't notice was that a part of the essence of the dragon Dao pond was flowing underground beneath Lin's feet before flowing into his sea of vital energy to be feasted upon by the little black dragon. The little black dragon's aura became more and more powerful. The two little azure dragons seemed to have also sensed this and began pestering him once again. Soon, an entire day and night had passed. Su Xiaolan had broken Patriarch Azure Dragon's record, and she was still attaining enlightenment. No one can stop Ms. Su Xiaolan anymore. Qi Yu sighed. She's still extending her record. She is creating history for the Azure Dragon tribe. Kuan-Gu was very excited. Have you guys noticed that the golden liquid in the Dragon Dao pond appears to be more diluted now? Bai Shui suddenly observed. The other dragons also turned their attention to this, upon which they drew a sharp intake of breath. This is bad. The Dragon Dao pond probably won't be able to return to its original condition even after 10,000 years. What if the Dragon Dao pond is completely sucked dry by Su Xiaolan? All of the dragons began to panic. At this moment, Su Xiaolan opened her eyes, and a gentle cry escaped her lips. Her voice was imbued with the purest Dao of dragons, and it proliferated through the entire Azure Sun Lake, before spreading throughout heaven and earth and resonating with the entire dragon origin star. This is... Bai Shui's expression shifted drastically. Qi Yu immediately leaped to his feet. The dragon origin star has acknowledged Ms. Su Xiaolan. To be able to draw resonance from the entire dragon origin star meant that Su Xiaolan had the right to become a guardian deity of the Azure Dragon tribe. Crack. Boom. An even more enormous and terrifying aura erupted violently. Vital energy surged in a frenzy as the great Tao of heaven and earth began to resonate. Su Xiaolan leaped out of the dragon Tao pond. An azure divine light surged for 50,000 kilometers as a boundlessly massive azure dragon projection rose into the sky, exuding the divine might of the true dragon Tao. Su Xiaolan's aura began to quickly climb. She was finally about to make a breakthrough. In the deepest part of the dragon origin star, a pair of eyes as bright as the sun slowly opened. Oh? The dragon origin star acknowledged a half-breed. How interesting. I really want to see what kind of living being this is. It spoke in a slow, ethereal voice. A forlorn sigh then sounded. It's a pity that I haven't finished refining the Azure Dragon Heart essence yet. On the main star of the Azure Dragon tribe, the Dragon Origin Star, the gargantuan Azure Dragon projection flew through the heavens, obscuring the light of the sun and releasing extremely pure and boundless dragon might. Close to 10 million dragon tribe living beings looked up in awe and veneration at the projection in the sky. The resonance of the dragon origin star and the projection of the Azure Dragon suggests that a guardian deity is about to be born. I wonder which Tao integration stage True Dragon was chosen. This is an event worthy of a celebration. The ancient tribe is becoming more and more aggressive. For another guardian deity to be born at a time like this is vastly fortunate. The Azure Dragon tribe living beings all began to celebrate by dancing in the sky or bowing to the projection in the sky. All of them extended their most heartfelt blessings toward the living being that had just made their breakthrough. Su Xiaolan was drawn into the air by a peculiar power, and Lin and the others followed closely behind her. Su Xiaolan passed through the Azure Sun Lake and appeared before all of the dragon tribe living beings. Her entire body was bathed in a divine light, and she appeared to be a divine maiden with unsurpassed elegance and beauty. The Azure Dragon projection in the sky roared upon seeing Su Xiaolan before merging into her body with the power of an entire star. All of the dragon tribe living beings were astonished. They were shocked to discover that the super mighty figure who had made their breakthrough and gained acknowledgement from the dragon origin star was not a true dragon of the Azure Dragon tribe. And Lin was also looking up at Su Xiaolan, and he didn't even know what to say anymore. Xiaolan's rate of progression was unfathomable even to him. He had finally crawled to the return to void pinnacle stage, but Xiaolan was already at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Ever since she obtained the essential bloodline of the vermilion bird, her cultivation base had risen like a rocket. Initially, her bloodline carried her. Then, she was acknowledged by the vermilion bird itself and perfected her Tao, thereby achieving the extraordinary feat of dual Tao integration, propelling her to even more dizzying heights. After that, Tina's divine mirror world underwent an upgrade, and she passed on the blessings of an entire world to Xiaolan, thereby allowing her to progress to the Tao integration intermediate stage. You thought that was the end? Well, you'd be wrong. In less than a year, Xiaolan was summoned to the realm of stars by her vermilion bird bloodline and somehow ended up in the Dragon Tao pond, upon which she perfected her true Dragon Tao and progressed to the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Thinking about it now, and Lin was starting to suspect whether Xiaolan was actually the true protagonist. Right before the astonished and reverent eyes of close to 10 million dragons, Su Xiaolan made her latest breakthrough. Regardless of whether it was Tao realm or bloodline, she had reached a level that the Azure Dragon tribe did not even dare to imagine. So powerful! The male Azure Dragon exclaimed. Mommy is so scary. The female Azure Dragon was already trembling uncontrollably and was hiding behind Lin. Are you too blind? She's clearly the most beautiful and perfect being in this world. And Lin reprimanded. Su Xiaolan seemed to have heard what Lin had said from her vantage point up above, and she looked down at Lin before a vibrant smile appeared on her face, which was so beautiful that Lin was momentarily dazed. So beautiful. After reaching the Dao integration pinnacle stage, Su Xiaolan seemed to have become even more gorgeous. The power of her bloodline gave all dragons a sense of pressure, but Enlin didn't feel any of that. All he felt was that the woman in the sky was incredibly beautiful. Even the golden dragon horns on her head were like the most exquisite artistic creations. Slap! Su Xiaolan abruptly clamped her hand down upon the dragon horns on her head. The dragon horns were slapped back into her head just like that. Enlin. Su Xiaolan flew over to Enlin with a radiant and enchanting smile on her face. You don't actually have to keep holding back your dragon horns. I don't mind. You're still very beautiful with those dragon horns on you, just in a different way. Enlin smiled. Su Xiaolan blinked before caressing Enlin's forehead with a smile. I'll let my dragon horns come out when you grow some dragon horns of your own. For now, I just want to be a human. Enlin felt like her words were a little strange for some reason. At this moment, Kuingu, Qiyu, Bai Shui, Shangjin, and the two little azure dragons all came over to express their heartfelt gratitude, and some of them were even asking for cultivation insights from Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan was already at the Dao integration pinnacle stage, and she was a guardian deity of the Azure Dragon tribe who had been acknowledged by the Dragon Origin Star. Furthermore, her bloodline was superior to the two guardian deities, Qiyu and Bai Shui, so she really was qualified to be bestowing cultivation knowledge upon others. After a brief discussion of Dao, all of the dragons benefited greatly and expressed their gratitude once again. The two little azure dragons were lamenting about how powerful their mother was while they were so pitiful and disappointing. Su Xiaolan told them the cold, hard truth, which was that they were not related to her by blood, so there was no way they could inherit her badassery. The two little azure dragons burst into tears again upon hearing this. Qiyu made her way over while carrying a jade pendant. Matriarch Su Xiaolan, you are already our dragon origin stars. Wait! Su Xiaolan interjected. Qiyu faltered slightly. What is it? What did you just call me? Su Xiaolan interrogated in a cold voice. Air. Divine Dragon Maiden Su Xiaolan. Qiyu lied without even batting an eyelid. Su Xiaolan nodded with satisfaction. Continue. All right. Seeing as you have already been acknowledged by the Dragon Origin Star, you have officially become the fourth guardian deity of the Dragon Origin Star. This is a jade pendant given to all Dragon Origin Star guardian deities. It is an extremely useful item, and I'm giving it to you right now. Qiyu passed the jade pendant in his hand to Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan accepted the jade pendant, and she could sense an extremely pure and vast dragon power within. She turned to Qiyu with a smile. Do I need to do anything as your guardian deity? Qiyu shook his head. There are no set duties, but I hope that you can remember the rewards that you reaped today, and that you will help the Azure Dragon tribe in its time of need. No problem. Su Xiaolan nodded without any hesitation. She was a person who always repaid those who were kind to her, and she found the Azure Dragon tribe dragons to be quite adorable, so she would definitely help them as long as it was within her abilities to do so. By the way, you said Xiaolan is the fourth guardian deity, so who's the other one? And Lin asked. An expression of profound respect and admiration appeared on Qiyu's face upon hearing this. He is the most powerful being who is still alive in our Azure Dragon tribe, Master Clear Origin Dragon. A scorching light appeared in Bai Shui's eyes. Master Clear Origin Dragon is still refining the Azure Dragon heart essence in order to inherit the holy birth from Patriarch Azure Dragon, so he won't be able to meet you for now. I apologize on his behalf. And Lin could sense that the little black dragon in his sea of vital energy was throwing itself around with greater intensity and frequency, as if it was extremely emotionally unstable for some reason. Could it be that the key to freeing the little black dragon had something to do with the Azure Dragon heart essence? I'm quite curious about the Azure Dragon heart essence. Can you take me to see what it looks like? And Lin asked with a warm smile. That's... A hesitant expression appeared on Bai Shui's face. Qiyu smiled. Ms. Su Xiaolan has been acknowledged by the Dragon Origin Star, which shows that she bears no ill will. Furthermore, Enlin has saved a large number of our brethren, so he is certainly a friend. As such, there should be no issue if we let them see it from afar. This was actually also the reason why they were willing to disclose so much information to Enlin and the others. Bai Shui thought about this for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, a thought suddenly occurred to Enlin. Xiaolan, do you want to keep bathing in the hot spring? We can actually keep bathing here and go after that. Shang Jin almost collapsed upon hearing this. Please spare the Dragon Dao Pond. Look at the state it's in. If you keep bathing in it, it's going to be reduced to a useless pond. Su Xiaolan chuckled. Why so nervous? I won't go in again. My Dao of True Dragon has already been perfected, and there are no further improvements that can possibly be made to my bloodline. Hence, there's no point in bathing in the Dragon Dao Pond anymore. All of the dragons heaved long sighs of relief upon hearing this. Thus, Enlin and Su Xiaolan went on a happy journey to view the Azure Dragon Heart Essence with the two guardian deities leading the way and Kuan-Gu and Shang Jin in tow. The two little Azure Dragons also followed along and were still stubbornly referring to Enlin and Su Xiaolan as their parents. Enlin didn't chase them away. It was actually quite a wonderful feeling to walk hand in hand with Su Xiaolan while two babies called them father and mother. Enlin and Su Xiaolan followed the two guardian deities and encountered many dragon tribe living beings along the way. They were initially only respectful toward the guardian deities, but they were now extending the same respect toward Su Xiaolan, thereby clearly indicating that she had risen in the ranks in the Azure Dragon tribe. Soon, they flew out of the basin and into a vast expanse of land. They passed through one terrifying lethal realm after another and continued deeper into the dragon origin star. In a place where colorful mist encompassed the entire heavens, lightning made up oceans, and a dragon ball hung in the sky in the place of the sun, Enlin saw an extremely spectacular building. The external shape of the building was that of a massive azure dragon hundreds of thousands of feet tall. It was extremely imposing and lifelike, as if it were going to come alive and tear the heavens apart at any moment. The Azure Dragon Heart Essence is the dragon head of this building, Bai Shui explained. Immediately afterward, all of the true dragons shrank their bodies to match the size of the two little azure dragons. Bai Shui turned toward the massive building in the distance. Guardian Deity Bai Shui. Qiyu. Guardian Deity Qiyu. Request entry into the Divine Azure Dragon Palace to see the Azure Dragon Heart Essence. The voices of the two true dragons at the Dao Integration Pinnacle stage spread through the entire heaven and earth and had even drowned out the rumbling of the boundless sea of lightning. Rumble. Beneath the chin of the dragon-shaped building, a bronze gate slowly opened. Bai Shui led the way into the building through the bronze gate. Enlin could sense the little black dragon in his body was thrashing about even more vehemently, as if it was very excited and striving to come out. Sigh, you stupid dragon. You absorbed the power of the Dragon Dao Pond for an entire day and night and was still unable to come out. If you still can't come out this time after approaching the Azure Dragon Heart Essence, then I can't help you. A resigned expression appeared on Enlin's face. The little black dragon seemed to be unable to hear Enlin and continued to thrash about in his sea of vital energy like an idiot. The little black dragon had to be commended for its determination. Enlin regarded it with a detached aloofness, as if it wasn't inside his sea of vital energy. That wasn't to say that Enlin was preventing it from coming out. In reality, Enlin did want to get this black dragon out of there. However, he didn't know how to open up his sea of vital energy. This thing wasn't like in Kirin, who he could communicate with. This thing was most likely an actual life form that had somehow managed to transfer itself to his sea of vital energy, where it was trapped. Enlin also made his way into the building through the bronze gate with curiosity and anticipation in his heart. Hopefully, the Azure Dragon Heart Essence would provide some help for the little black dragon. After entering the building, he was greeted by the sight of a palace with white dragon flames burning inside. There was a small platform at the center of the palace upon which was sat a translucent white bead. After entering the palace, the rumbling within his sea of vital energy intensified over 10 times. The little black dragon was crashing so violently against the invisible barrier that its head was bleeding, but it refused to give up. Holy fuck! Has this dragon gone crazy? Enlin's expression shifted drastically, and right at this moment, a peculiar pain surged from his sea of vital energy. Ow, ow, ow! and Lin gripped his lower abdomen and gritted his teeth. Su Xiaolan immediately held Lin upright with a concerned expression on her face. Lin, are you all right? What happened? Papa? Daddy? Are you all right? The little azure dragons and the other dragons also turned toward Lin. I'm fine. Lin gripped his lower abdomen and spoke through gritted teeth with his brows tightly furrowed. I've been having some digestive problems. I'll be fine after I drink some hot water. Su Xiaolan. All of the dragons. A powerful being with God of Creation stage combat prowess was suffering from digestive problems? What a load of bullshit. Let's hurry up and get to the Azure Dragon Heart Essence. Lin urged. This was the first time he was experiencing pain from his sea of vital energy. Felt like his entire body was about to be torn apart. At the same time, he finally sensed the thoughts the little black dragon was transmitting to him. It wanted to see the Azure Dragon Heart Essence so badly that it had been driven close to the point of insanity, which was why it was frantically crashing against Lin's sea of vital energy. Hurry! Show me the Azure Dragon Heart Essence. Lin urged again. The pain was only temporary. The little black dragon would settle down once it saw the Azure Dragon Heart Essence. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Let's get into Dragon Seeking Navigator first, Bai Shui replied. Dr. Dragon Seeking Navigator. Lin turned to her with a quizzical expression. Su Xiaolan was stroking Lin's back and using her warm energy to try and alleviate Lin's pain. But this pain originated from within his body. External forces could do nothing to soothe it. The Dragon Seeking Navigator is a supreme system of our Azure Dragon tribe, and it's super awesome. Only through its navigation can we find the Azure Dragon Heart Essence. Kuan-Gu puffed out his chest with pride at the mention of the Dragon Seeking Navigator. I don't care. Can you please hurry up? Lin panted heavily as cold sweat poured down his forehead. Su Xiaolan was quite concerned upon seeing this. Lin, I feel like I've seen the condition you're in before. Where have you seen something like this? Lin asked. In a pregnant woman suffering from dystocia, Su Xiaolan replied. Lin? Dystocia? The male Azure Dragon's nostrils flared up from shock. Wow, wow, wow. Daddy is going to give birth. The female Azure Dragon whooped with elation. Is it going to be a little brother or a little sister? The female Azure Dragon approached Lin with curiosity and anticipation on her face. Lin, fuck off. Lin was in a lot of pain. This feeling probably really wasn't all that different from what a pregnant woman suffering from dystocia had to endure. Wait a minute. If he used his sea of vital energy as an analogy for a womb and the little black dragon as an analogy for an unborn child, he really was suffering from dystocia. The little black dragon was thrashing violently, but it was unable to come out from his sea of vital energy. In the meantime, he was suffering from excruciating pain as a result. Wasn't this the pain of not being able to force a child out of one's womb? Lin felt more and more depressed as he followed this train of thought. I'm a fucking man. Why do I have to go through all this? Bai Shui, can you please hurry up? My Lin can't hold on for much longer, Su Xiaolan urged. Bai Shui and the others had no clue what Lin's dystocia had to do with him not being able to see the Azure Dragon Heart Essence. But they couldn't be bothered to ask. Thus, they immediately sprang into action. Bai Shui swept her claws through the air and shattered the white bead at the center. A little white dragon holding dragon balls in all four of its paws appeared before everyone. An extremely warm smile appeared on its face, and it spoke in a crisp voice. Thank you for summoning the Dragon-Seeking Navigator. I am your beloved Xiao Bai. May I please ask what you require assistance with? This was the Dragon-Seeking Navigator that the Azure Dragon tribe was so proud of. Lin immediately raised his hand. Me. I need to see the Azure Dragon Heart Essence. Time was life right now. Lin needed to calm the little black dragon down as soon as possible. The little white dragon seemed to have not heard what Lin was saying, and its smiling expression remained unchanged as it slowly tossed out 7 dragon balls, all of which hovered in the air. For normal services, please grab the first ball. For member services, please grab the second ball. For yearly member services, please grab the third ball. For VIP member services, please grab the 4th ball. For VIP yearly member services, please grab the 5th ball. For Super VIP member services, please grab the 6th ball. For Divine Dragon member services, please grab the 7th ball. And Lin's expression went blank. What the hell is this? Bai Shui explained with a smile. This is our dragon-seeking navigator's ranking system. Different rank members receive different levels of service. Is it advanced or what? Bam bam bam. The little black dragon continued to thrash violently, and Enlin's body spasmed with pain. Could you hurry up? Enlin forced out a broken sentence through gritted teeth. No problem, Mr. Enlin. We're the highest level members, so we'll be enjoying the best service. A proud expression appeared on Bai Shui's face. A hint of hope welled up in Enlin's heart upon hearing this. He was praying that this infuriating process would be over as soon as possible. I'm a divine dragon member. Bai Shui grabbed the 7th dragon ball. Enlin gripped his stomach and stared at the white dragon. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. The little white dragon wiggled its bottom as an expression of disappointment appeared on its face. Sorry, you have low-level members among you. I can only provide service based on the lowest common denominator. You will now be receiving the normal service. Enlin, all of the dragons. Why is it asking us if it can already detect our levels of membership? Su Xiaolan was completely speechless. Forget about it. We'll just go with the normal level service. Can we hurry up? Enlin gripped his stomach, and his face was turning purple. The little white dragon's friendly voice sounded. To relinquish service, grab the 1st ball. To recharge and elevate your membership level, please grab the 2nd ball. To continue with normal service, please. Enlin abruptly stood up and grabbed the 3rd ball. Normal service is fine. Hurry the fuck up, you piece of shit. Grab the 7th ball. The little white dragon continued. Error detected. Please choose again. Bam! The little white dragon exploded. A new white dragon ball appeared on the platform. Deathly silence ensued. Enlin, Su Xiaolan. Mister. Enlin, you have to calm down. There's no point in trying to hurry this process. You have to follow the instructions provided by our dragon-seeking navigator in order to achieve our objective. Qiyu said in a meaningful and heartfelt voice. Enlin. Su Xiaolan interjected. Can we recharge to improve our membership level? Will we be able to see the Azure Dragon Heart Essence faster that way? Bai Shui provided a patient explanation. You'll have to go to a recharging station for that. Mr. Enlin is not a member of our Azure Dragon tribe, so it's going to be a little difficult. Normal service will get us to our objective the quickest, so please don't be concerned, Guardian Deity Xiaolin. Can you hurry up? Enlin doubled over in pain. The little black dragon in his body was thrashing about even more violently. Bam! The dragon ball on the platform suddenly exploded. Su Xiaolan had made her move. After the dragon ball exploded, the little white dragon holding the 4 dragon balls appeared before everyone again. An extremely warm smile appeared on its face, and it said in a crisp voice, Thank you for summoning the dragon-seeking navigator. I am your beloved Xiao Bai. May I please ask what you require assistance with? I need to see the Azure Dragon Heart Essence, Su Xiaolan replied. The little white dragon seemed to have not heard what Su Xiaolan was saying, and its smiling expression remained unchanged as it slowly tossed out 7 dragon balls, all of which hovered in the air. For normal services, please grab the 1st. Whoosh! Before it even had a chance to finish its sentence, Su Xiaolan's hands transformed into afterimages and issued a series of commands. And Lin was very elated upon seeing this. Xiaolan was the best after all. His life was in her hands. Now transferring you to normal service. The little white dragon's voice suddenly turned cold and brusque as it asked, What do you want? A smug smile appeared on Qi Yu's face. See how intelligent this little white dragon is? It adjusts its attitude and expression based on the level of service offered. And Lin, why the fuck was he smug about that? I need to see the Azure Dragon Heart Essence. Su Xiaolan repressed her rage and repeated herself. All right, so you want to see the Azure Dragon Heart Essence? The little white dragon looked at the dragons with them. You've got high-level members with you, so you can see it. And Lin was almost moved to the point of tears. Thank God. Finally. However, you're not members, so you have to watch some ads first. The little white dragon wiggled its bottom. What? Su Xiaolan was dumbstruck. And Lin? The little white dragon suddenly transformed into an imposing, muscle-bound dragon. Do you want to be strong and erect like me? Do you want to be able to last all night every night like me? Do you want your female dragon to moan and scream beneath you all night long like mine does? Be a real male dragon and find your happiness. Come to our Hope Male Dragon Infertility Clinic, and you'll find happiness for you and her 1-inch ow-ow. And Lin really wanted to kill the little white dragon. Is it over? Su Xiaolan was also having to fight the urge to kill the little white dragon. The little white dragon's expression suddenly shifted, and the background music of an RPG suddenly erupted. And Lin was given a fright, and his face paled even further. What's happening? The little white dragon transformed into a gaming streamer. Hey guys, I'm the Scum Dragon. Trade your equipment with me today for better rates. Su Xiaolan. And Lin was frothing at the mouth. Broadcasted one after the other. The little black dragon was like a mental hospital escapee as it continued to thrash about. And Lin looked on with a suicidal expression. Su Xiaolan's heart throbbed with pain as she stroked Lin's back and waited for the S to end. 5 minutes later, the S have concluded. Do you still want to see the Azure Dragon Heart Essence? The little white dragon's voice sounded again. Yes. And Lin felt like he was on the brink of death. The little white dragon wiggled its backside again. To confirm, grab the first ball. To decline, grab the second ball. To return to the last level, grab the third ball. Su Xiaolan immediately grabbed the first ball. Come on. Come on. And Lin gritted his teeth. The little white dragon nodded. You have chosen to see the Azure Dragon Heart Essence. If you spend 1,000,000 spirit stones, you will receive the opportunity to enter the treasure-level Infernal Dragon Trial. Would you like to take this opportunity? And Lin? The little white dragon. If you do, please grab the first ball. If you don't, please grab the second ball. Su Xiaolan repressed her rage and grabbed the second ball. The little white dragon continued. You have chosen to decline. Then, if you spend 500,000 spirit stones, you can receive an 8th grade infertility immortal pill made by the Blood Dragon Maiden. Would you like to purchase one? The little white dragon continued. Is there no fucking end to this? And Lin wailed with grief as spittle dribbled down his chin. The little white dragon. If you do, please grab the first ball. If you don't, Su Xiaolan immediately grabbed the second ball. The little white dragon. Please grab the 6th ball. Deathly silence ensued. I'm sorry. An error has been detected. Please restart the dragon-seeking navigator system. The little white dragon self-detonated. The white dragon ball reappeared on the platform. As if nothing had ever happened, Su Xiaolan's eyes widened, and she was completely rooted to the spot. PFFF. And Lin threw up a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Senior and Lin. Mr. and Lin. Papa. Daddy. Wah. I'm so sorry, and Lin. Su Xiaolan and all of the dragons mourned for Lin. Bai Shui and the others had never used the normal service before, so they did not know that it was such a bitch. However, Bai Shui still volunteered to be the operator. The dragon ball was crushed, and the little white dragon appeared. Thank you for summoning the dragon-seeking navigator. I am your beloved Xiao Bai. May I please ask what you require assistance with? For normal services, please grab the first. Do you want to be strong and erect like me? Do you want to be able to last all night every night like... Hey guys, I'm the Scum Dragon. Trade your equipment with... You have chosen to see the Azure Dragon Heart Essence. If you spend 1,000,000 spirit stones. If you spend 50,000 spirit stones. If you spend 200 spirit stones. You can get a yearly membership that gets rid of all ads. 30 minutes later, the little white dragon performed a song and a dance. La la la, la la. I'm the adorable Xiao Bai. Lightning crashes down from the sky, but they can't catch me. Everyone listened to it expressionlessly. Ding dong. Congratulations. You can now see the Azure Dragon Heart Essence. The little white dragon announced with a wide grin. Su Xiaolan heaved a long sigh. The retarded dragon customer service had finally concluded. Rumble. The gate within the palace began to open. Bai Shui had tears welling up in her eyes. The little white dragon suddenly said again, "You may now see the Azure Dragon Heart Essence. If you spend 100,000 spirit stones, you will be provided with all types of spirit fruits and alcoholic beverages. Would you like to make the purchase? If you do, please grab the first." A delicate palm crashed down upon the little white dragon's face with a boundless dragon might, crushing its face before making its entire body explode. Fuck off. Bam! The little white dragon was slapped into non-existence by Su Xiaolan. Everyone was astonished to see this. However, they also derived a strange sense of satisfaction. The two little azure dragons placed Enlin on the black brick and used it as a stretcher to carry Enlin deeper into the palace. After passing through a final gate that was emanating rippling azure light, a new scene was presented before their eyes. Su Xiaolan could feel the true dragon bloodline within her body pulsing and throbbing. It was exhibiting extreme yearning towards something, as if obtaining it would be the equivalent of obtaining the entire world. Azure essential power flowed through space like a river. At the very center of the river was an azure dragon with its body coiled and was currently taking a nap. At the center of its coiled body, brilliant azure light erupted forth. This was an essential power that was rich and abundant to the extreme. As one's gaze pierced through the essential power, one could barely make out an azure object that looked like a snowflake with 8 arms. The purest power was emanating relentlessly from this snowflake-like object, and the power fluctuated, as if it were a beating heart. All of the dragons present, including Su Xiaolan, were struck by the urge to concede and kneel down to that object, as if it were the true meaning of this world and the only thing that was eternal. Su Xiaolan was struck by an uncontrollable urge to approach it. However, there were terrifying restrictions and enchantment barriers around the Azure Dragon. Those were all at a level above the Dao integration stage, and they struck her with an extreme sense of peril. Papa, look! This is the Azure Dragon Heart Essence you wanted to see." The two little azure dragons pushed Enlin along on his black brick. Enlin immediately rose from the dead upon hearing this and abruptly sat up on his black brick before staring at the Azure Dragon Heart Essence with intense attention. In his sea of vital energy, the little black dragon was no longer thrashing about. It raised its head and was also looking on with a blank expression. A burst of invisible power slowly pierced through the sea of vital energy and flowed into the little black dragon's body. "Welcome, friends of our Azure Dragon tribe. Enlin, Su Xiaolan, thank you for what you have done for our Azure Dragon tribe. Furthermore, I must congratulate Ms. Su Xiaolan on successfully becoming a guardian deity of our Azure Dragon tribe." A benevolent yet prestigious voice sounded. The Azure Dragon coiled around the Azure Dragon Heart Essence opened its pure, golden eyes. Those eyes were extremely pure and beautiful, giving one a sense that they were looking into boundless warmth and happiness. Su Xiaolan and Enlin were both entranced by those captivating eyes. Enlin detected the Azure Dragon's aura and was surprised to find that this was a god of creation dragon. In fact, it looked more like the holy beast Azure Dragon than the little black dragon in his sea of vital energy did. Su Xiaolan pays her respects to the clear origin dragon. Su Xiaolan extended a respectful bow. Enlin pays his respects to Mr. Clear Origin Dragon. Enlin followed suit. The Azure Dragon was quite polite to them, so they naturally had to return the favor. Even though the retarded dragon customer service still left a very bitter taste in Enlin and Su Xiaolan's mouths, it had nothing to do with the Clear Origin Dragon, so they couldn't really blame it. A friendly smile appeared on the Clear Origin Dragon's face. "The fact that you were able to pass through the dragon-seeking navigator, which was designed by me, shows that you really do have the right to see the Azure Dragon Heart Essence. You can inspect it all you want from outside the spell formations and enchantment barriers. Feel free to help yourselves." The veins on Enlin and Su Xiaolan's foreheads bulged. "Fuck off. and Lin really wanted to beat the shit out of this dragon. It appeared to be quite a wise dragon. How did it design such a retarded system? Su Xiaolan and Lin's breathing both accelerated as they repressed their fiery rage. How infuriating! The Azure Dragon Heart Essence is the core of the Azure Dragon Tribe's fortune as well as the symbol of power. It is the most vital treasure of the Azure Dragon Tribe. The Clear Origin Dragon was refining the Azure Dragon Heart Essence, but he still provided a patient and friendly explanation. It's exactly because the Azure Dragon star system has been without a master for so long that the ancient tribe has set its eyes upon us. They're trying to take advantage of this opportunity to attack our Azure Dragon star system. Our Azure Dragon tribe is extremely powerful, but we simply do not have the numbers and will be unable to last in a prolonged battle. Furthermore, the ancient tribe has 3 beast monarchs that we cannot contend with. It's exactly because of this that we are in a very bad situation. The Clear Origin Dragon heaved a resigned sigh. Patriarch Azure Dragon has already passed away, and I am the one most qualified to inherit his holy birth. If I can successfully refine the Azure Dragon Heart Essence and ascend to become the new holy beast before the ancient tribe conquers the Dragon Origin Star, I'll be able to completely turn the tables. And Lin knew that the Clear Origin Dragon was saying this for Su Xiaolan's sake. Su Xiaolan was now a guardian deity of the Azure Dragon Tribe, so she naturally had to learn about the current state of the Azure Dragon Tribe. With Master Clear Origin Dragon to lead us, our Azure Dragon Tribe has nothing to fear. Kuan-Gu immediately tried to suck up to his higher-ups. A warm smile appeared on the Clear Origin Dragon's face as he looked up into the sky. Who will stand at the pinnacle of the Azure Dragon Dao? If I become the one to do so, I will hold the entire world in my hands. Master Clear Origin Dragon will succeed for sure. Lead our tribe toward resurgence. All of the true dragons chimed in with excitement on their faces. In the boundless realm of stars, the 4 holy beasts reigned supreme. However, the Azure Dragon Tribe was in an extremely sorry state as their patriarch had fallen. The other 3 holy beasts were either wounded or in hiding, but their influence still remained. However, the Azure Dragon was dead, and the Azure Dragon Tribe was under attack as a result. Everything now rested on the Clear Origin Dragon's shoulders, and if he managed to refine the Azure Dragon Heart Essence, he would be able to save the entire Azure Dragon Tribe. And Lin surveyed the Azure Dragon Heart Essence with a hint of intrigue. Just its aura alone was extremely alluring, and Lin could sense the fortune, power, and the essential Tao of the Azure Dragon from it. It was like a stream that flowed relentlessly or like a heart that beat rhythmically. This was indeed a supreme treasure. No wonder the ancient tribe was engaging in an all-out battle against the Azure Dragon Tribe. This item was something that all gods of creation yearned for. At the very least, it was more badass than any treasure Lin had ever seen and had already transcended beyond divine rank treasures. And Lin then turned to Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan was staring at the Azure Dragon Heart Essence with particularly bright eyes, as if she were looking at some exquisite scenery. Seeing the Azure Dragon Heart Essence should provide great assistance in furthering her on the Tao she walked. A doting smile appeared on his face with this in mind. Regardless of how the little black dragon was going, the benefits reaped by Xiaolan on this trip alone made it worthwhile. However, his expression suddenly stiffened. Wait, how had this trip become a trip for Xiaolan's sake? I endured the agony of dystocia and reaped no benefits, but Xiaolan is making giant strides? And Lin was suddenly struck by the urge to throw up blood. And Lin then turned toward the little black dragon to discover that it was bathing lazily in his sea of vital energy. It was no longer thrashing about and was instead happily absorbing the energy from the Azure Dragon Heart Essence. In the process, it had even been able to shut off the Clear Origin Dragon's senses. Was there no end to this? When the fuck was this thing going to get out? It was residing in his sea of vital energy without even paying rent. And Lin became more and more infuriated as he thought about his current situation, and he turned his attention to his system in order to find a way to become more powerful. He couldn't allow things to continue like this. High-rank war god mystic technique and return to void pinnacle stage. Those things were not enough to satisfy him, and Lin turned toward the cultivation base tab on his system. Tao integration initial stage. Condition. Bite off a mouthful of flesh from a paramount heavenly god's body. And Lin was struck by a splitting headache whenever he looked at this condition. Did the system think that he was a dog? Why did he have to bite off a mouthful of flesh from a paramount heavenly god's body? This mission didn't really strike despair into his heart. Instead, Lin felt like it would be quite simple to accomplish. After all, he was no ordinary return to void stage trash. Instead, his body of the war god had reached the phenomenal success stage, and he wielded 7 powers of the heavenly gods as well as a high-rank war god mystic technique. Normal heavenly gods couldn't do anything to him. As for paramount heavenly gods, they were still quite powerful, but he felt like he should at least be able to bite off a chunk of flesh from them. However, that mission probably couldn't be accomplished in the near future. He then turned to the other tabs on his system. The 5 elemental cultivation methods as well as the wind and lightning cultivation methods had all been perfected, leaving only yin and yang left to be perfected, but no mission had been assigned for them. There was only one other mission available on the system. Super Divine Might Technique, Condition. Beat a god of creation stage living being into submission. In the past, he would have been in despair and feel like this mission was completely impossible. Beating a god of creation into submission? The god of creation would have to be very kind not to slap him into oblivion. But no, he had a chance. The gods of creation on the Taichu continent were too powerful, but the gods of creation in the realm of stars were weaker. Apparently, the ancient tribe had 3 beast monarchs that ruled over one region of the realm of stars. Perhaps they would be possible candidates. An eager smile appeared on Lin's face with this in mind. Perhaps he was going to engage in an intense and thrilling battle soon. Just as Lin was following this train of thought, a thump suddenly sounded within his sea of vital energy. The little black dragon opened its golden eyes, and its body somehow expanded. The little black dragon, howl, howl, howl. And Lin had no idea what it wanted. However, the clear origin dragon suddenly shuddered as he appraised the azure dragon heart essence with an expression of shock and horror. No! How could this be? How could my connection with the azure dragon heart essence suddenly become weaker? This is impossible. It has already acknowledged me. Why is it suddenly ignoring me now? He was extremely perplexed and flustered. How could this be? How could this be? The clear origin dragon twisted his body from side to side, completely devoid of the poise and pride he had exhibited earlier. The fact that the connection had weakened meant that the azure dragon heart essence no longer acknowledged him, which in turn meant that there was a better choice, thereby reducing his chances of being able to refine the azure dragon heart essence to a negligible afterthought. Could even be said that he had failed. No, I won't allow this to happen. Origin Dragon Dao I activate. The clear origin dragon snarled before his beautiful eyes transformed into chaos, upon which he seemed to detect something, and he abruptly turned toward Lin. And Lin's heart jolted upon seeing this. Being scrutinized by a powerful being of this caliber exerted a vast amount of pressure on him. It's you! The clear origin dragon roared. No, it's not me. And Lin immediately shook his head. Su Xiaolan instantly drew her sword and positioned herself in front of Lin. Why are you yelling at my Lin? Boom! The god of creation stage aura of the clear origin dragon crashed down upon Lin and Su Xiaolan as he let loose a thunderous roar. The power of the azure dragon heart essence is already flowing into your body, and you still say it's not you. All of the dragon's expressions shifted upon seeing this. No wonder Lin wanted to see the azure dragon heart essence. Was he here to steal the power of the azure dragon heart essence? What if Lin was an enemy spy who had been deployed here to foil the clear origin dragon's plans and steal the azure dragon heart essence? The deeper they thought about this, the more astonished the dragon tribe's super mighty figures became. And Lin raised his hands into the air with an innocent expression. I really don't know if the power of the azure dragon heart essence is flowing into my body. How is it my fault that it likes me and is bestowing its power upon me? Howl! The clear origin dragon roared with rage. What utter nonsense! And Lin, let me ask you this. Have you seen me unleash any spell technique since I came in here? The clear origin dragon fell silent. And Lin continued, "Let me ask you again, is the power of the Azure Dragon Heart essence still flowing into my body? And are there any energy fluctuations emanating from my body?" The clear origin dragon opened his mouth before closing it again. The power of the Azure Dragon Heart essence was still flowing into Lin's body, and he really wasn't doing anything to make it happen. Hence, there can only be one possible explanation. And Lin pointed at the Azure Dragon Heart essence. The Azure Dragon Heart essence is responsible for everything. All of the true dragons were in shock. The clear origin dragon was also astonished. This was the Azure Dragon Heart essence's fault? All of a sudden, they were struck by a sense of grief. They could accept the fact that the dragon origin star had accepted a half-dragon as its guardian deity. But now, the Azure Dragon Heart essence was voluntarily offering itself to a human? My God, what's wrong with this world? The clear origin dragon was a little stumped. However, he began to roar at Lin again as he felt his connection with the Azure Dragon Heart essence weaken even further. "And Lin, piss off right now. You're going to ruin my plans. Get out." And Lin's expression darkened. "Who do you think you're yelling at? Learn some manners." Boom! Azure ripples instantly erupted through the air for several thousand kilometers. A burst of an even more terrifying might enshrouded heaven and earth. The clear origin dragon had completely unleashed his aura, and even heaven and earth were quaking with fear. Kuan-gu, Shangjin by Shui, and Chi-Yu were all struck by a sense of asphyxiation. And Lin remained standing on the spot and appraised the clear origin dragon with calm eyes. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed slightly, but she didn't appear to have been affected much either. "Very good. To think you're able to withstand my dragon might." The clear origin dragon's expression darkened even further. "But if you don't piss off right now, I won't be so accommodating." So what if Lin possessed God of Creation stage combat prowess? It wasn't as if he had never defeated gods of creation before. The dragon origin star was his home. Even if he was confronted by two gods of creation here, he would not be afraid. "Don't be rude to my papa. Stop!" The two little Azure dragons immediately positioned themselves before Lin. The male Azure dragon yelled, "If the Azure Dragon Heart essence acknowledged Papa, then let Papa inherit the holy birth." The female Azure dragon nodded and chimed in, "Exactly. The Azure Dragon Heart essence clearly loves Papa, so they're a match made in heaven." The clear origin dragon became even more enraged upon hearing this. "Fuck off, you little shits. How stupid do you two have to be to accept a human as your father? Your father died right after you were born." His roar was imbued with a devastating dragon might, and the surrounding walls instantly fractured. However, the two little Azure dragons still stood resolutely before Lin. The essential power of the Azure Dragon Heart essence suddenly shuddered. The clear origin dragon could sense that his connection with it had just taken another sharp drop, upon which his expression shifted drastically once again, and he let loose a devastating blast of dragon breath toward Lin and Su Xiaolan. "Roar! Piss off!" The azure breath surged through the air like an azure river, destroying all things in its wake. The breath was imbued with the clear origin dragon's essential power, and was not something Dao integration stage super mighty figures could withstand. Even the two powerful little azure dragons were trembling with fear. They didn't think that the clear origin dragon would have such a vehement reaction, and that he would unleash his essential power right off the bat. Rumble! The breath surged forth like a destructive azure river. "Papa! Mama!" The two spoiled little azure dragons were petrified and instantly began crying for their parents. Right at this moment, whoosh! A black figure suddenly appeared. The breath unleashed by the clear origin dragon was instantly torn in half. The two halves of the energy punctured the entire building with unstoppable force before surging into infinity and beyond. The two little azure dragons opened their eyes to find that there was a little black dragon positioned in front of them. The little black dragon wasn't very tall or broad, but it was a very reliable figure who had vanquished the clear origin dragon's attack with a whip of its tail. The two little azure dragons sensed the aura of the little black dragon, and their eyes widened as their mouths gaped open. Papa, Papa, it really is you. The breath dissipated. A little black dragon stood in front of the two little azure dragons and said in a husky voice imbued with boundless might and prestige, "A god of creation stage dragon is attacking two Dao integration stage kids? What a shameless bastard." The clear origin dragon's expression shifted drastically at the sight of the little black dragon. "How could you be here?" Gu and the other dragons were completely rooted to the spot by the sight of the little black dragon. Shang Jin's expression was completely blank. "Impossible. Didn't you die? How are you alive now?" There's no mistaking it. Even though his size has changed a little, the energy fluctuations and the paramount aura do not lie. Bai Shui's eyes were completely glazed over. Tears welled up in Qi Yu's eyes as he knelt to the ground and roared with all his might. Qi Yu welcomes Patriarch Azure Dragon's return. Boom, boom, boom. Shang Jin, Bai Shui, and Gu also knelt to the ground, and their voices rang out across the entire heaven and earth. "We welcome Patriarch Azure Dragon's return. Welcome back, Patriarch Azure Dragon." The voices of true dragons erupted throughout heaven and earth. The voices converged and spread through the entire dragon origin star with the assistance of a certain special power. The will of the planet was elated. It was welcoming its master. "Welcome back, Patriarch Azure Dragon." Almost all of the Azure Dragon tribe living beings looked up into the sky. No one knew where that voice had come from, and no one could verify the authenticity of this news. However, close to 10 million Azure Dragon tribe living beings suddenly became overjoyed. Within the building, the little black dragon faced off against the massive Azure Dragon with a cold smile on his face. "Clear origin dragon, your daddy is back. Papa, Daddy." The two little Azure Dragons rushed over to the little black dragon with tears of happiness in their eyes. They finally knew why they felt a bloodline connection with Enlin. It was because their father was in Enlin's body all along. An extremely touching reunion ensued. Slap. Boom. The two little Azure Dragons were slapped away by the little black dragon. "Fuck off. Can't you see I'm facing off against the clear origin dragon? Go play somewhere else." The little black dragon let loose a torrent of abuse and ignored the two dumbstruck little Azure Dragons before continuing to face off against the clear origin dragon. The male Azure Dragon held his swollen cheek and stared blankly at the little black dragon in the distance. The female Azure Dragon was in an even more pitiful state. She had just been moved to the point of tears, and now she had been slapped to the point of tears. This was not the reunion she envisioned, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were also a little dazed. Was the little black dragon really the father of the two little Azure Dragons? Wait a minute. They weren't even the same fucking color. And Lin's heart jolted with shock. The clear origin dragon looked more like the father of the two little Azure Dragons. The little black dragon continued to scrutinize the clear origin dragon with a cold sneer on his face. "You didn't think that I would still be alive, did you?" The clear origin dragon wore a thunderously dark expression. Indeed. Inky black divine light revolved around the little black dragon's claws. "Now then, are you ready to die? You have materialized your consciousness and body through a special resurrection method. But you're still in an unstable state, not to mention the fact that without the Azure Dragon heart essence, you no longer possess your holy birth," the clear origin dragon said as he gripped the air, and the Azure Dragon heart essence landed in his palm. "Also, don't forget that I hold the Azure Dragon heart essence. Even if it refuses to acknowledge me, I can still forcefully use its power." Gu and the other dragons were dumbstruck once again. "Wait, Master Azure Dragon, Master Clear Origin Dragon, what are you doing? Shouldn't we be celebrating Master Azure Dragon's return? Why does it look like you're about to fight one another?" The Clear Origin Dragon didn't say anything. However, the little black dragon suddenly burst into laughter. "The four holy beasts were severely wounded and sealed as we had enraged Pangu. Pangu had no intention to kill us, but you. Never would I have thought that the brother I trusted the most would stab me in the back when I was in my most feeble state." The Clear Origin Dragon laughed. "My Tao can no longer advance any further. Only by attaining a holy birth can I transcend beyond my current state. I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to further my Tao. Ha ha ha. At least you're true to yourself. The little black dragon chortled before a profound hint of grief welled up in his eyes. However, I loathe betrayal more than anything else. Anyone who betrays me must die. The clear origin dragon nodded before waving a hand through the air, upon which the azure dragon heart essence suddenly swelled to become an azure ball of light. Fight me in the azure dragon realm. The dragon origin star won't be able to handle a battle of our caliber. All right. The two of them flew into the azure ball of light. A scintillating azure light that was countless times more dazzling than the sun erupted from the ball of light before it quickly began to dim. When the light completely faded, the azure dragon heart essence had disappeared along with the little black dragon and the clear origin dragon. Everything fell silent. Su Xiaolan and Enlin were silent. The two little azure dragons were silent. Kuan-gu, Shangjin, Bai Shui, and Qi Yu were also silent. Patriarch Azure Dragon was killed by the clear origin dragon? Bai Shui was in complete disbelief. No, Master Clear Origin Dragon has always been loyal and dutiful to the ancestral dragon tribe. He has almost given his life many times to protect our tribe, so how could he be Patriarch Azure Dragon's murderer? Shangjin has tears in his eyes. The Clear Origin Dragon had always been his idol, and he was unable to accept this turn of events. And Lin turned to him with a speechless expression. The Clear Origin Dragon has already blown his own cover, and you still refuse to believe this? Bro, don't be a blind worshipper. Shangjin had no response to this and sprawled onto the ground like a broken toy. The two little azure dragons were extremely concerned. What do we do? What if Papa can't defeat his enemy? The female azure dragon fretted. Don't worry. I can tell from our Papa's slap that he's definitely not lacking in power. The male azure dragon offered words of consolation. The female azure dragon. Who would have thought that the clear origin dragon would be such an evil and sinister being? Kuan-gu wore an expression of grief and indignation. He was the pride and pillar of the azure dragon tribe. After Patriarch Azure Dragon perished, he became the hope of the entire azure dragon tribe. But never would anyone have thought that the clear origin dragon would be Patriarch Azure Dragon's killer. In any case, we should be happy that Patriarch Azure Dragon is back, right? Bai Shui wiped the tears from her eyes and forced a smile onto her face. He has only just returned and is not yet at full power. What if he can't defeat the clear origin dragon? Kuan-gu was quite concerned. Then we'll lay down our lives to avenge Patriarch Azure Dragon. Qi Yu was very determined. That's right, no matter who wins this battle, the clear origin dragon must die. Either he dies or we die. There is no third alternative. Bai Shui chimed in. The clear origin dragon was extremely important to them and had done many things for the Azure Dragon tribe, but he had committed a heinous, unforgivable crime in the attempted murder of Patriarch Azure Dragon. Even though the Patriarch Azure Dragon was alive again, this was unforgivable. All right, I'll die here if that's what it takes. Kuan-gu gritted his teeth. The other dragon tribe's super mighty figures all chimed in agreement, and Lin was a little surprised by their reactions. It looked like the little black dragon held an unshakable position in their hearts. He then turned to look at the empty space up ahead. All they could do now was wait. There was another world within the Azure Dragon heart essence. Patriarch Azure Dragon and the Clear Origin Dragon were most likely battling in that world. Unfortunately, Enlin was unable to detect the coordinates of the Azure Dragon realm, so he couldn't spectate the battle. All he could do was stand around like an idiot and wait for the result of the battle. Enlin, were you suffering from stomach pain because this little black Patriarch Azure Dragon was in your stomach? Su Xiaolin asked. Not in my stomach. It was in my sea of vital energy, Enlin corrected. He wanted to come out but couldn't, which is why I was suffering from pain akin to dystocia. After that, he borrowed on the power of the Azure Dragon heart essence to come out. Su Xiaolin was shocked to hear this. You really can carry anything in your sea of vital energy. I thought it would only be able to contain energy, But who would have thought that you can even carry Patriarch Azure Dragon in there? And Lin also wore a sad expression. Back when the Patriarch Azure Dragon was still an egg, it was still fake. But when the egg incubated and hatched into an Azure Dragon, it became real. I couldn't do anything about it? Egg? The male Azure Dragon exclaimed. Incubated. The female Azure Dragon blinked with a thoughtful expression. Just as Lin was confused by their sudden outburst, the two little Azure Dragons rushed over to him. The male Azure Dragon, Grandpa. The female Azure Dragon, Grandpa, 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 and Lin? Su Xiaolan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Grandma, Grandma. The two little Azure Dragons then jumped on Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan's laughter came to a grinding halt. Were these two little Azure Dragons fucking retarded? Were they not educated following their birth? How am I your grandpa? I have nothing to do with your dad. And Lin was enraged. You are related to father. Grandpa made an egg and gave birth to father. The male Azure Dragon reasoned. In our Azure Dragon tribe, anyone who produces an egg is the parent of that egg. The female Azure Dragon nodded and chimed in. The father of a father is called the grandfather, while the mother of a father is known as the grandmother. And Lin was in despair. He really couldn't be bothered arguing with these two little retards anymore. He wondered what Patriarch Azure Dragon would think about his children calling Lin grandpa. Was he the Azure Dragon's dad now? That didn't sound too bad. Just as Lin was getting carried away by his train of thought, Su Xiaolan was already setting up a massive slaughter formation. They had to plan for the worst-case scenario. If the Clear Origin Dragon won, then they would have to kill the Clear Origin Dragon or be killed by him. And Lin had promised that he would help, and Bai Shui and the others were a lot more confident as a result. Furthermore, the two little Azure Dragons were even more eager to call him Grandpa. Time passed by slowly. One day later, the slaughter formation that was being set up by Su Xiaolan, Kuan-Gu, Shangjin, and the two little Azure Dragons was ready. Many divine tools and divine rank items had been used in the slaughter formation, and even the trumps cards of the guardian deities had been used. It was definitely powerful enough to wound a god of creation if all of its power was unleashed in an instant. If this doesn't work, I'll crush my jade pendant and draw all of the power of the dragon origin star and the Azure Dragon tribe into my body and fight for one last time, Bai Shui said in a calm yet resolute voice. Su Xiaolan's expression stirred upon hearing this. The jade pendants given to guardian deities could be used as disposable items, upon which the guardian deity would be able to borrow the power of the dragon origin star and close to 10 million Azure Dragon tribe living beings for a short time. That way, Qi Yu and Bai Shui would possess God of Creation stage power in the form of the entire Azure Dragon tribe's power for a short time. Of course, now that Su Xiaolan was also a guardian deity, she could crush her jade pendant to obtain this power as well. She felt like she was stronger than Qi Yu and Bai Shui, so she should be able to obtain power superior to a normal god of creation after crushing her jade pendant. 3 gods of creation should be able to kill the Clear Origin Dragon, right? If not, they still had Lin. Time flew by. Another day passed by. The battle still hadn't reached a conclusion. Bai Shui and Qi Yu had used the power of the planet to inform all Dao integration stage true dragons of the Azure Dragon tribe about Patriarch Azure Dragon's return and Clear Origin Dragon's betrayal and attempted murder. However, they asked the true dragons to keep things confidential for now in case news of this spread and their enemies took advantage of this turmoil to attack them. As for the Dao integration stage true dragons, they had all endured countless trials, and all of them were most definitely loyal to the Azure Dragon tribe. If they betrayed the Azure Dragon tribe, not only would their Dao hearts be damaged, even their Dragon tribe bloodline would crumble, and they would lose all of their cultivation bases. After all, not everyone was as insane as the Clear Origin Dragon. This news created a massive stir across the higher-ups in the Azure Dragon tribe. All of a sudden, lightning roared, wind and clouds surged, crimson flames erupted into the sky, and sword intent rang. One powerful Dao integration stage true dragon after another gathered at where Lin and the others were situated. Aside from all those who were engaged in battle and couldn't make it, Over 20 DAO integration stage true dragons had arrived to reinforce Patriarch Azure Dragon in less than a day. The little black dragon's position in the Azure Dragon tribe was once again demonstrated to Enlin. The little black dragon really was considered to be a supreme being. Even without his holy birth, he was still the only god of the Azure Dragon tribe, and the entire tribe was willing to die for him. The Azure Dragon tribe true dragons gathered around, and an atmosphere as grave as the densest dark clouds enshrouded the entire dragon origin star. This was a battle that decided the fate of an entire tribe, and none of the powerful beings were about to back down. Bai Shui looked on with a grave expression. This is an unprecedented battle of the Holy Dao for our Azure Dragon tribe. The one who emerges victorious will be the new holy beast. Hopefully, Patriarch Azure Dragon will come out on top. If not, our Azure Dragon tribe may cease to exist in the near future. If the clear origin dragon secured victory, the entire Azure Dragon tribe would still face extinction even if they were able to hunt down and kill the clear origin dragon. With no god of creation stage dragons among their ranks, the Azure Dragon tribe would definitely be targeted by all of the other top-rate powers and could very likely be hunted into extinction. Hence, the wisest decision was to allow the victor of this battle to rule over the Azure Dragon tribe, no matter who the victor was, as that would avoid the threat of imminent extinction at the very least. However, all of the powerful beings chose to renounce their wisdom in order to stand with Patriarch Azure Dragon. Another day passed. The two dragon tribe powerful beings had already fought for 3 days and 3 nights in the Azure Dragon realm. And Lin was just consuming an immortal fruit when he suddenly raised his head. "They're coming!" Crack. An azure crack extended into a gargantuan fissure in the sky. Howl! A dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. A gargantuan figure tore through the fissure and appeared between heaven and earth. An enormous figure then emerged from the rift in the sky. This was an azure dragon so gigantic that it struck one with a sense of asphyxiation. Its eyes were like 2 suns, incinerating everything between heaven and earth. Its body was over 1,000,000 feet long, and a nonchalant swipe of its claws could crush mountains and part oceans. The Dao integration stage true dragons present, of which there were more than 20, were all struck by an instinctive sense of bloodline pressure, and their bodies recoiled involuntarily as if they were being confronted by a paramount god to whom they had no choice but to concede. This is... Bai Shui trembled as her features turned deathly pale. Tears welled up in Qi Yu's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Why is it the clear origin dragon? Why? Indeed, the enormous being, which had appeared before their eyes, was riddled with countless wounds and his aura was severely diminished, but there was no mistaking it. He was none other than the traitor of the Azure Dragon tribe, the one who had murdered Patriarch Azure Dragon. The clear origin dragon. Expressions of grief and indignation appeared on the faces of all of the true dragons present, and they were about to unleash the slaughter formation they had set up. However, the clear origin dragon suddenly roared into the rift. "Azure Dragon, I have already sworn an oath to be loyal to you and the Azure Dragon tribe for all of eternity. I have already surrendered, so why do you still insist on killing me?" A black figure flew out from the rift. This was an extremely tiny figure compared to the clear origin dragon, and it was as insignificant as an ant. However, its boundless aura completely belied its stature, and none of the true dragons present could even muster up the urge to resist it. Furthermore, its aura was imbued with a hint of transcendence, as if it had ascended to a level beyond this heaven and earth. The vows of a god of creation are among the most unreliable things in this world. I would be an idiot if I believed you. I absolutely detest betrayal. And even if you were once a brother of mine, I'm going to kill you today. The little black dragon whipped his tail, and his body shot forth like a cannonball. An expression of shock and horror appeared on the clear origin dragon's face. He had clearly been one on the receiving end of a brutal beating from the little black dragon. "If that's how you want to do this, then don't blame me for taking you down with me." The clear origin dragon roared as a divine light erupted from his body. His essential power surged, and all of the dragon energy within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers transformed into a vortex that flowed into his mouth before being expelled. Destruction Dragon World. The clear origin dragon blasted out an azure river. and Lin could see a boundless world within the river. This world was ruled by the mighty dragon tribe, and there were many living beings of other tribes residing within it as well. There were hills and mountains, rivers and oceans, as well as a sun, moon, and stars. And Lin was astonished. The clear origin dragon had already been forced to such a desperate situation that he was hurling out his entire world to crush the little black dragon. He could sense how terrifying this attack was. The entire world had transformed into this azure river, and its density and energy were both absolutely incredible. If this attack was to fall upon the dragon origin star without any obstruction, the entire planet would be shattered. A cold sneer appeared on the little black dragon's face, despite the fact that he was being confronted by an entire world. "You think you have what it takes to bring me down with you?" He opened his mouth, and a stream of dark energy erupted forth. Initially, it was quite a small stream of energy, but it expanded and darkened at an alarming rate before extending forth in a sector shape. Within the darkness, countless spots of white light shimmered, as if it were a galaxy of stars. The clear origin dragon had thrown up an entire world. In response, the little black dragon threw up a boundless starry sky. Boom! The two paramount powers clashed. The entire world fell into darkness. Everything slowed down significantly, almost to the point of becoming stationary. A long time seemed to have passed by, but at the same time only a split second seemed to have flashed past. The boundless starry sky began to engulf the azure river world. The massive world crashed into the boundless starry sky and countless ripples were created, but it didn't even come close to shattering the starry sky. No! The clear origin dragon roared with shock and horror before the dark starry sky engulfed his entire body and encompassed the entire heavens. It was clearly supposed to be daytime on the dragon origin star, but the clear sky was transformed into a vast expanse of inky blackness, consisting only of a boundless galaxy of stars shimmering in the night. Silence enveloped the entire planet. All of the living beings were looking on wordlessly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. The little black dragon's tiny body was seemingly going to merge into the starry sky. He didn't strike a very noticeable figure, but all of the true dragons present could sense a boundless, dazzling light shining from his body. As for the clear origin dragon, he had already completely disappeared into the starry sky. Azure rain began to fall from the heavens. It was as if heaven and earth were shedding tears of grief. And Lin extended a hand to catch a few droplets of rain, and he was also struck by a sense of grief and sorrow. He could see the clear origin dragon's dragon life from those droplets of rain. This was his journey in pursuing Tao. The clear origin dragon wasn't like Patriarch Azure Dragon. Patriarch Azure Dragon had been blessed by the universe ever since his birth, but the clear origin dragon was born as a little snake that any living beings could trample upon. However, he refused to yield or give up, and he was unwilling to accept a mundane and mediocre life. Thus, he began his endless journey to become more powerful, no matter the cost. He could do the most underhanded things for food. He could fight with his life on the line for a spirit herb. He had sold eggs of other dragons, sold his friends and his family. He had killed his masters, and he had endured the most terrifying pain in this world. He transformed from a snake into a WYRM, then into a dragon, then into an azure dragon with a supreme bloodline. Along the way, he endured countless hardships, but he was also blessed by countless miracles and witnessed extremely vibrant and beautiful scenery. In the end, he learned one thing. He learned what the most alluring thing in this world was. That thing was Tao. The meaning of life was Tao. The pursuit of Tao was the pursuit of the true meaning of life. He could give up everything for Tao, and he really did do that. In order to further his Tao, he had even betrayed his closest brother. In the end, he was denounced by the entire dragon tribe and died in disgrace. He didn't reach the pinnacle in the end, and there was nothing even left of his corpse. Was his life a failure? If it was, then this azure rain would not be falling over the entire dragon origin star. No, this rain had even fallen upon the entire Azure Dragon Star system, as well as tens of thousands of planets outside of the Azure Dragon Star system. Gods of creation had already attained essential powers and transcended beyond their respective worlds. Now that a god of creation had fallen and their essence had been destroyed, the entire universe was in mourning. Is this the phenomenon triggered by the fall of a god of creation? Su Xiaolan stared up at the rain in the sky and was struck by a sense of loss. This rain was extremely beneficial to all supermighty figures at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Some fortified their Tao hearts, some gleaned the scenery witnessed by a god of creation, and some had even awakened a brand new Tao. What did Su Xiaolan see? She saw an azure dragon flying into infinity and beyond. There was no end to its journey, and after the azure dragon ran out of strength, it burned its blood as fuel to continue on its journey. When its blood ran dry, it used its bones and flesh as fuel. When its entire body was gone, it burned its own soul and continued to forge ahead. In the end, it had nothing else to burn. It had nothing left as it stood at the highest point in the sky, looking down upon the world. No one knew where it was and no one cared about it. It struck a lonesome figure as it looked on at the unprecedented, spectacular scenes laid out before it. It looked on silently without saying nor doing anything before finally disappearing from heaven and earth. The final scene was etched deeply into Su Xiaolan's heart. She was struck by a sense of concern for some reason. She turned toward Enlin and held on tightly to his hand. Enlin, what if, and this is purely hypothetical, but what if my cultivation base becomes too high and I go too far on my path to pursuing Tao? You'll catch up and stay with me, right? Enlin. Enlin felt like his heart had received a heavy blow. Xiaolan was afraid that he would be unable to catch up to her. Enlin analyzed in a meaningful and heartfelt voice. Xiaolan, it's not like you don't know how badass I am. How can someone as badass as me be unable to keep up? Even if I can't catch up, you can just carry me and care for me. Su Xiaolan burst into laughter upon hearing this. The heaven and earth phenomenon lasted an entire 2 hours. Almost all of the dragon tribe living beings were experiencing the reciprocation from the demise of this god of creation. The little black dragon was also standing high in the sky and did not react as the azure rain fell upon him. Perhaps he was thinking about something, or perhaps he was also experiencing the reciprocation from the clear origin dragon. After the rain stopped, an extremely beautiful rainbow connected the two extremes of the earth. Enlin was even struck by the impression that this was not a rainbow, but instead, it was a glorious rainbow dragon that was flaunting its vibrant beauty to the world. The little black dragon slowly descended from the sky. All of the onlooking dragons bowed respectfully. Welcome back, Patriarch Azure Dragon. Voices filled with unbridled excitement and elation rang out across the entire heaven and earth. Daddy! Papa! The two little azure dragons yelled with tears in their eyes. The little black dragon flew over and held the two little azure dragons in his arms. Oh, my babies! Who would have thought you would be so big now after just tens of thousands of years? Wah, Papa, I thought you were going to leave us again after finally coming back. The female azure dragon held tightly onto the little black dragon. I wouldn't do that to you. The little black dragon wore a gentle and soft expression. Papa, you were so awesome. I could already see that the clear origin dragon had sinister intentions against my sister and myself. Otherwise, we wouldn't be hiding in the dragon Tao pond. The male azure dragon waved his claws with excitement. The little black dragon caressed the male azure dragon before a hint of rage appeared on his face. What happened to your face? Tell Daddy. Daddy will avenge you. This is from the time you slapped both of us. The male azure dragon explained as he laid his claws over his swollen face. The little black dragon harumphed coldly. You still haven't recovered from such minor injuries? You two are absolutely disgraceful. The male azure dragon. By the way, what are your names? The little black dragon asked. We don't have names yet. Names have to be given to us by our parents. We didn't have any parents, so we didn't have any names. The female azure dragon replied. The little black dragon blinked. You two have lived without names for tens of thousands of years? Everyone just calls us little azure dragons. The female azure dragon explained. All right, I'll think of good names for the two of you. The little black dragon nodded. The two little azure dragons immediately whooped with excitement. It was always a touching scene to see the reunion of a father and his children. And Lin looked on from nearby and was greatly touched by these moving scenes. After that, the little black dragon began interacting with all of the true dragons here. As for why the little black dragon was named Azure Dragon, and Lin didn't really know. After going around and talking to everyone, the Azure Dragon decided to keep its return a secret so that he could give the ancient tribe a surprise. He made his way over to Enlin. He was about the same height as Enlin. His eyes shimmered with divine light and were very comfortable to look into. The little black dragon didn't unleash his aura and gave one a sense of friendliness and intimacy. Enlin, I really must thank you. If it weren't for all your help, the chances of my resurrection could be said to be extremely dismal. The little black dragon bowed in gratitude. The true dragons gathered were all astonished to see this. They had lived for countless years, and it was the first time they had ever seen Patriarch Azure Dragon bow to another living being. No need to thank me, Brother Azure Dragon. I'm also very happy to see you regain your freedom. It's worth all of the stomach pain you put me through. And Lin smiled with elation. However, his words were quite suggestive. Did you hear me? You put me through a lot of stomach pain, so you better hurry up and repay me. The little black dragon laughed heartily. Mr. And Lin, I'm so blessed to have met you. We didn't communicate much, but we had a tacit understanding with one another, and finally managed to overhaul the Clear Origin Dragon's sinister plan. And Lin smiled and didn't say anything. When were they going to cut to the chase? Was this little black dragon retarded or just pretending? The little black dragon wiggled his body. The Azure Dragon Heart Essence does prefer me over everyone else, but it has been tainted by the Clear Origin Dragon's aura, so I have to go and refine it right away. I'll have to take my leave now. And Lin, you are my best friend, and I, as well as the entire Azure Dragon tribe, am indebted to you. You can use the power of the entire Azure Dragon tribe as you see fit while I refine the Azure Dragon Heart Essence. Thus, the little black dragon gave him a wave and disappeared on the spot. The veins on Enlin's forehead bulged. There was no substantial reward or repayment. Best friend? What kind of guy does this to his best friend? In all honesty, Enlin wanted to emulate the Clear Origin Dragon and fight the little black dragon. Grandpa! Grandpa! Where did Daddy go? The two retarded little azure dragons ran over with curious expressions. And Lin replied, He has gone to Valhalla. The little azure dragons were very excited to hear this. Valhalla? Is that a really awesome place? It certainly is. One can live without any worries or concerns there. A fake smile appeared on Enlin's face. I really want to go as well. The little azure dragons wore expressions of anticipation. Enlin smiled. Sure, I can send you there. On the Dragon Origin Star. Enlin was authorized to see the most detailed maps the planet had to offer. An enormous map was laid out before him, and it could adjust its angle based on the direction the viewer was looking in. The shameless dragon had already been expelled from Enlin's sea of vital energy, and it was time for him to take care of Su Xiaolan's bloodline summoning. The summoning power acting upon Su Xiaolan was very strong and could even pierce through the formation around the Taichu continent to reach her. Su Xiaolan looked at the boundless map and pointed in the direction where she felt the bloodline summoning force emanating from. And Lin turned to survey the map, upon which his pupils contracted slightly. The direction Su Xiaolan was pointing in was the southernmost part of the realm of stars. Could it be that it really was the holy beast vermilion bird that was summoning her? Ms. Su Xiaolan, the place you're pointing to is one of the places where the hidden vermilion bird tribe is located. They could be said to be the proudest tribe in the entire realm of stars, so if you want to go there, you have to make sure to repress your temper. Bai Shui cautioned with a grave expression. The proudest race? And Lin stroked his chin and nodded in agreement. He knew just how proud and arrogant the Vermilion Bird tribe was from his visit to the southern Heavenly Wing Nation. This was a tribe that was so high and mighty that they looked at beings from other tribes through their nostrils. All living beings from other tribes were trash and inferior in their eyes. If you were enraged by this, then you had to fight. If you couldn't beat the Vermilion Bird tribe living beings, then you were trash. Even if you beat them, your bloodline wasn't as regal anyway, so you were still trash. In any case, you were trash either way. Did that sound absurd? Well, that was the reality Lin encountered when visiting the Vermilion Bird Tribe. The Vermilion Bird Tribe he had visited was one with a relatively diluted bloodline. Now that he was going to visit the faction of the Vermilion Bird Tribe with the purest bloodline, their arrogance was probably going to be a spectacle to behold in itself. All right, I'll make sure to lie low. Su Xiaolan nodded. Her Vermilion Bird bloodline had led her here, and it was time to figure out why. From here to the Vermilion Bird star system, a very long distance has to be covered, and the teleportation costs will be extremely high. Of course, we can help to teleport you to the Vermilion Bird Tribe territory, but your return might not be so smooth. Hence, you have to mentally prepare yourselves. Bai Shui continued, and Lin nodded with a grave expression upon hearing this. Patriarch Azure Dragon had saved him a few times, and he was quite fond of the Azure Dragon tribe. In reality, the Azure Dragon tribe was a tribe with a good sense of moral compass and was very pleasant to interact with. However, that didn't mean that the other 3 hidden tribes would be so easygoing, particularly the Vermilion Bird tribe. Even though the Su Xiaolan was quite closely related to the holy beast Vermilion Bird, there was no guarantee with regard to what could happen next. Bai Shui could tell that both Lin and Su Xiaolan were a little nervous, and a smile appeared on her face. You don't actually need to worry. If you really do encounter some difficulties, you can bring out your title as an Azure Dragon Tribe Guardian Deity. The holy beast Vermilion Bird will think twice about bothering you unless it's for something very important. Su Xiaolan hesitated momentarily. May I ask how the Vermilion Bird Tribe compares to the Azure Dragon Tribe in terms of combat prowess? Bai Shui gave her an honest reply. In terms of overall combat prowess, our 4 hidden tribes are all comparable to one another. If we go into specific details, the Vermilion Bird Tribe probably has more Dao integration stage super mighty figures than we do, but in a real battle, our Azure Dragon Tribe would be able to summon at least twice the amount of Dao integration stage super mighty figures than the Vermilion Bird Tribe. Why's that? And Lin was shocked. Bai Shui smiled. All of the Vermilion Bird Tribe powerful beings are out traveling to other places. They take extreme pride in their bloodlines, but they have no sense of unity and are unwilling to unite and fight on any battlefields. And Lin was enlightened upon hearing this. These were 2 paradoxical traits, but they somehow didn't conflict with one another. A forlorn expression appeared on Bai Shui's face. In the past, our Azure Dragon Tribe had 2 gods of creation while the Vermilion Bird Tribe only had 1. But now, the clear origin dragon has fallen and Patriarch Azure Dragon has yet to attain his holy birth again. Holy Beast Vermilion Bird Tribe hasn't recovered from its wounds, but it still retains its holy birth, so the Vermilion Bird Tribe is superior to us in that aspect. Does that mean the Holy Beast Vermilion Bird will be even more powerful than the Azure Dragon in his current state? And Lin's expression became quite grave upon hearing this. He felt like he would be unable to defend himself from the Azure Dragon's final breath attack even if he unleashed his full power. To think that the Holy Beast Vermilion Bird is even more powerful. Don't underestimate the holy beasts. Kuan Gu's eyes were filled with a sense of yearning. The 3 main tribes of the Realm of Stars are the Spirit Tribe, Star Tribe, and Ancient Tribe, but that's only because we can't be bothered to compete with them. The 4 holy beasts are still the most powerful beings in the Realm of Stars. Aside from those freaks on the Taichu continent, that is, Chi Yu added. Kuan Gu was a little stumped there, but he still continued, Holy Beast Vermilion Bird has been severely wounded, but it still retains its holy birth, so it's most definitely far more powerful than the average god of creation. As for how much more powerful, we do not know. At least, we've never seen the Vermilion Bird fight at full power. We've only seen it beat up gods of creation. And Lin nodded. To sum things up, the Vermilion Bird was very badass, but no one knew just how badass it was. Hopefully the Vermilion Bird was a friendly bird. They were here as Su Xiaolan's bloodline had drawn her here, so hopefully, they wouldn't encounter any conflict. Master Bai Shui, urgent news. A return to Void Stage Winged Dragon rushed over. What happened? Bai Shui's expression shifted slightly. The ancient tribe army has suddenly attacked the soulless star and slaughtered all of the living beings there. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo has been completely enraged as a result, the winged dragon yelled. Everyone instantly fell silent. What? Bai Shui blinked. This was akin to a situation where two people were engaged in a fierce battle only for one of the fighters to suddenly pick a fight with a bystander on the street. Why was this happening? The soulless star is one of the 8 main cultivating stars under Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo's control. Has the ancient tribe gone insane? Why would it attack the soulless star? Chi Yu's eyes were as wide as plates. What could be the reason behind this? Kuan-gu was perplexed. The winged dragon provided some more information. I don't know the concrete details, but according to our spies in the ancient tribe, this has something to do with our battle on the ice pole star. Everyone turned to Kuan-gu upon hearing this. However, Kuan-gu was also completely bamboozled. What did this have to do with him? A thoughtful expression appeared on Enlin's face. Could this be a misunderstanding? Kuan-gu shuddered as he too considered this possibility. Ha ha ha. Brilliant. They must have mistaken Mr. Enlin for a god of creation. Indeed, Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo has a tendency to adopt a human form, and in that form, the power he is able to unleash is about the same as in his true form. Bai Shui's eyes lit up. I'm going to announce to the entire realm of stars that the Azure Dragon tribe stands with Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo in this battle against the ancient tribe. Chi Yu chortled with glee. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. They naturally had to take advantage of this situation and stoke the flames. 2 hours later, Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo had just received some horrible news 2 hours ago, and he was even more enraged by the statement the Azure Dragon tribe had delivered to the entire realm of stars. Erf, what the fuck is going on? Extreme Dao Monkey Monarch? Are you a stupid cunt? The Azure Dragon tribe has screwed me over.